All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time for the drop of the green flag for today's running of the Grant Park 220 at the Chicago Street Course Race, the first ever NASCAR Cup Series race on a street course. We saw the Xfinity Series race, which mainly took place yesterday. They were going to resume that race earlier this morning, but more rain and lightning ended up dampening the potential outcome of the race if it were to take place today, resulting in a rain-shortened event. Cole Custer ended up getting the win in that one. Now it is time to see who will get the win in our main event this evening. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content and live commentary streams for every NASCAR race weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races that I don't attend in person, and get at-track videos during the course of the season. We are in the middle portions of the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series. With that being said, we will take a quick look at what the point standings look like coming into today's race as we get our pre-race show underway. We got to organize this a little bit. All right, there we go. I was going to say I had Byron at the top. Martin Truex Jr. comes in as the current regular season points leader. He does have 2 wins on the year, 6 top 5s, and 9 top 10 finishes. Probably one of the championship favorites. Definitely a championship 4 competitor the way his season has gone thus far. We still have 9 races to go until the regular season comes to an end at Daytona in August. William Byron is second in the standings, tied with last week's race winner Ross Chastain for 18 points back, second overall in the standings. Chastain getting that first win of the season has locked him into the playoffs. Drivers who are locked into the postseason with a win would include, again, Truex with 2. William Byron has 3 wins this year, tied for the most with Kyle Busch, who also has 3 wins. Kyle Larson also has 2 wins along with Truex, and then every driver with 1 win this year would include Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. If we look at the point standings and where the playoff bubble coming into this race is kind of setting up, Kevin Harvick is 164 points to the good, so about 2.5 race worth of points over that many points ahead of the cutoff line. It's looking very good for Harvick to get in. He's 6th overall in the regular season and actually only 61 points out of first, so he's still a long shot to win the regular season title in these final 9 races. He's been very consistent throughout the course of the year. Has knocked on the doorstep of wins very early in the season. He's kind of cooled off a little bit over the last month and a half or so, but is still running at least consistent enough that he should make the playoffs in his final NASCAR Cup Series season. The 2 RFK drivers, Brad Keselowski, Chris Busch, are right on top of each other at 11th and 12th in the standings, only 1 point separating the 2. 3 top 5s each for each of them. Buescher's got 1 more top 10 than Keselowski, but a couple more DNFs for Buescher is the reason why Keselowski is ahead of Buescher in the standings. They are 99 and 98 points above the cutoff line, so pretty comfortable for them. The only bad thing for them is the fact that we do have, obviously, probably a wild card race today. We have a few more road course races yet this season, which could maybe play into a road course ringer below the cutoff line, like a Michael McDowell and AJ Allmendinger, potentially pulling off an upset win. We have 2 more super speedway races left next week at Atlanta on the hybrid super speedway 1.5-mile racetrack, and then of course Daytona, as mentioned, for the regular season finale. So although points-wise they're comfortable above the cutoff line, it isn't impossible if we see, one of those drivers win. We didn't even talk about Chase Elliott either. I mean, Chase Elliott could get a win before the season's out. Alex Bowman below the cutoff line could get a win before the season's out. So there are drivers that could bump the 6 and the 17 back. So if they can get a win, that would be great. But if we don't get that many more new winners that haven't already won this season leading up to the start of the playoffs, they should be in pretty good shape. Bubba Wallace is the next driver above the cutoff line. He is only plus 30 points. He was, in fact, below the cutoff line, and I think he was about 40 points below it just 5 or 6 races ago, just prior to the Coke 600. Had that top 5 in the Coke 600, that extra stage. He scored a lot of stage points that day, and that has really flipped the season around for the 23-11 team. They have really been running very solidly. This is a week where I don't expect him to run particularly well. He's not a great road course racer, but the Toyotas have been fast on the road courses this season. He did have a top 10 finish at COTA earlier this year, and he did qualify about 15th. Honestly, if he could just finish in the top 15 today, that's a win for Bubba on a road course, and he should be able to stay somewhat above the cutoff line, but definitely is still going to have to hope for drivers below him not to win. Daniel Suarez could be a potential sleeper pick for today's race. He is the last driver above the cutoff line. 2 points to the good. He qualified top 10 for today's race. I think he could have a potential shot of having a solid run, getting a lot of stage points, as it's going to be very difficult to pass. He's going to try to build that gap, that slight gap that he has over Alex Bowman ahead. Bowman missed a few races this season. That's why he is below the cutoff line. He missed 3 points races plus the exhibition race that wasn't worth points at North Wilkesboro for the All-Star race weekend. But he's only 2 points back nonetheless. He's only led 56 laps this year, though all 56 of those laps are led in the first 9 races of the season. So he has not really ran particularly well since coming back from his injury. 6 top 10 finishes, but he has only 1 top 10 finish in since he came back again for that Coke 600, so has been struggling this last month. I don't think he's quite 100% yet. That's going to be a story to look out for here over the closing races here these next couple months. Ty Gibbs has been on the move lately. He is only 10 points below the cutoff line. Great rookie campaign so far. He had that streak of 4 straight top 10 finishes in May. Hasn't quite gotten a top 10 since the 600. That was kind of the race that ended his streak. He did not need that All-Star break, I will tell you that much, because that team was rolling before then. But again, Toyota's pretty quick on the road courses this year. He starts just outside the top 10 today. I would not be shocked if he has a potential opportunity to sneak into the top 10 again today. AJ Allmendinger, minus 24 points, also very close behind. Yes, a win gets him in, but he's been pointing quite a few points these last handful of races. Had a top 10 at Nashville last week. The week before at Sonoma, he had a top 10. 2 weeks before, because they had an off week in between there. But AJ Allmendinger has been hot lately, looking to keep that hot streak alive. Starts top 10 again today, looking for 3 straight. And you never know, before the end of the day, he could be inside that cutoff line, especially if drivers ahead of him have problems. Corey LaJoie, actually I skipped a driver, Michael McDowell, 27 points below the cutoff line, also in pretty much the same situation that AJ Allmendinger is in the sense that he has been running much better recently. Although I will say on the ovals, McDowell not performing quite as well as Allmendinger. Maybe doesn't quite have the same equipment, obviously, as him for the oval races specifically. But I do expect Allmendinger and McDowell to both have pretty solid days today. Got to capitalize on these road course races if you're Michael McDowell, so that way you don't fall too far behind. Of course, he won the Daytona 500 2021, so the super speedways could help him as well. So if you count the road courses, super speedways, these last 9 races, that makes up 5 of the final 9 races of the regular season, so you can't count McDowell out either. Corey LaJoie, who was top 10 in practice this weekend, didn't qualify particularly well. He's 21st in points coming in overall today. Only 45, though, behind the cutoff line as well, so still within 1 race worth of points. Has quite a few drivers in between himself and Daniel Suarez, but it's going to be, even though it's going to be an uphill climb, don't forget that he ran up front, led a lot of laps at Atlanta last season in the summer race. That is next weekend. That could be his chance to potentially strike his way into the playoffs. Austin Cindric has had a sophomore slump of a year. He won the Daytona 500, qualified for the playoffs, in fact made the round of 12 last season in his rookie campaign. Pretty solid, I will say. But only 2 top 10 finishes so far this year. He's only led 7 laps. 51 points below the cutoff line, and 22nd in the standings overall, considering the fact that he finished, I believe, 13th in the standings last season. It's a huge step back. Penske as a whole, the road course program has not been where it was last year. Now, they didn't win any road course races last season, but they did run particularly in the top 10 throughout all of it. You have not really seen that out of all 3 drivers, and especially for Austin Cindric, who failed to have any sort of a good run. Despite knowing how good of a road course racer he is, a couple weeks ago at Sonoma, he ran pretty much 20th to 30th the whole day, started outside the top 30 and made up, I believe, 9 positions from his starting spot to the finish of the race, and he ended up just outside the top 20. So expect Austin Cindric to probably struggle today. He can't afford to lose too many points, but with all those drivers that I mentioned ahead of him, starting way ahead of him, there's a good chance that Cindric could fall out of contention to point his way to the playoffs and may look to having to get a win here in these closing races. Justin Haley, kind of the same for him, hasn't been the season he had probably hoped. He was outrunning his teammate AJ Allmendinger for most of the year until Allmendinger got hot over the last month. Haley hasn't really gotten hot throughout the course of the year. It was just the 16 has taken a huge step up, and Haley's kind of just stayed right where he is. He's 55 points below the cutoff line at 23rd, and he's the last driver within 1 race worth of points of Daniel Suarez, who holds that last spot. So that is the point standings update coming into the race today. Now, what you guys have all been waiting for is the predictions. Got to get a quick little plug in here, as if you want more in-depth predictions other than what I give during these pre-race predictions, pre-race live streams for the live commentary streams. Definitely want to check out that Patreon. You get I gotta think about this for a second how I'm gonna word this, because I haven't really tried to plug this before, but just started Patreon last week. Had a vote in the community tab for if you guys wanted me to do something like this, help you out with maybe some fantasy picks, some betting picks along the course of the NASCAR Cup Series race weekend specifically, and because it was pretty much unanimous almost that you guys wanted me to do something like that. That is why I did start the Patreon account, so you can check that out. I get more in-depth predictions on top 10 picks than what I would probably do in the pre-race, where I have to cram specific drivers into it. And as well as, like, I'll have a weekly power rankings update for the championship based off of not really where the odds are, but I'll have the odds next to them. I tend to not really look at what the odds are for specific drivers for, win, top 10, whatever the case may be, whatever I'm picking head to head. And I literally just go off the statistics, and if the driver's in the plus and I think he's going to have a really solid day, it just so happens he is in the plus. I don't really look at that as being my picks. I think that is what has allowed me to be as good as I have been this year. Our must-have picks for drivers that predict to get top 10 finishes this year, 35 and 20. And if I do my math correctly, that is just under a 75% percentage of drivers that I tend to pick do get a top 10 versus don't. And then the don't have picks, I'm 19 and 14. I usually try to pick top drivers when it comes to that. And kind of a hint here, all three drivers are drivers that are either former champions or in the top 6 in points that I'm picking this week for the don't have list. So we'll get right into that. Yeah, it does look like there is a rain delay right now. They're going through the starting grid. I'm not sure if they're going to actually race in the rain. They do have the covers on the race cars, so this might be an extended pre-race show, but I do want to make sure we hit all of our bullet points first before we do anything else. So again, going through the starting lineup for this, but no clue exactly when they're going to get the racing here. The rain has stuck around in Chicago a lot longer than what it was expected to. When I looked at the radar earlier today, the radar, the hour-by-hour updates for Chicago, they were talking about the rain only being there until about 2 p.m. local time. And then as we got towards the end of our Xfinity Series stream at about 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it still looked like it was going to be out of there around 4 local time, which would be about now, but it is still downpouring at the racetrack. So not exactly sure when we're going to go racing. Hopefully we go racing today, and we have a legitimate live commentary stream. If the race does get postponed to tomorrow, we will be doing live commentary for that again as well. Kind of a good decision. I didn't go or chose not to go, not because of the rain and the weather impact this weekend had, but I will say at least I'm staying dry. I'll give myself that. So predictions. We're going to start off with the don't have picks, then we'll go into sleeper picks for potential top 10 finishes, maybe drivers you wouldn't particularly think on a week-to-week basis, and then my must-haves that are guaranteeing top 10s for, and my win pick is probably going to be, well, it is one of the must-have picks for this week, usually is. Sometimes it's a sleeper, but most of the time I try to stay in line with myself and try to go the statistics way. So I told all the statistics to you guys for my must-haves and the don't-have picks this season. I have predicted 6 winners correctly so far this season, so we're going to try to see if we can get number 7 today. And I feel pretty confident this driver is going to be in contention throughout the course of the race, and we'll get into that. So leading into the predictions, the other plug would be the Fantasy Live that I did not mention yet either. So you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following NASCAR season. If you win the league championship for both the regular season or the playoffs, you automatically qualify for the playoffs if you're just in the league when the playoffs start. So the points will completely reset. We'll have 2 separate champions. If you win them both, then you double down on your prize. But needless to say, that is how you get there. There'll be a quick link section that I just clicked on at the top of NASCAR.com's website specifically, or the top left-hand corner on the NASCAR app. You can click on that, and you'll see a Fantasy Live section as well. So once you get there, you sign up with your email. Again, free to join, create a password, and then you'll want to go to League. It might be Yeah, again, I'm in a league already, so it's either under league, it'll ask you if you want to join or create a league, or where you click on entries, and it might ask you there. And the only reason I'm not entirely sure is because it locks you into the league. So, like at the end of the season, you'll automatically be locked into the league the following year. We have 30 people in the league for this season. I think the max entries is 100, so there's plenty of room for a lot of people to still join if you are willing to do so. So that would be that. You pick 5 drivers every week. It doesn't have to be the same 5 drivers every week. In fact, it can't be because you can only use the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the season. This is not my team this week, by the way. I have not plugged my fantasy team in to this point, so I'm going to kind of do that as we go. And I will talk about specific drivers as well. So pull the notes up on my phone, and we will start off with the drivers who I don't think will particularly run well for today's race. So these 3 drivers I'm going to predict to not finish in the top 10 by the end of the day. Maybe they get some stage points, whatever the case. Maybe they are going to run up towards the front at some point and then end up, potentially wrecking out, or whatever the case is. I don't think they're going to get a top 10 finish. The odds are definitely stacked against them. And we're going to start off with probably the road course ace in the NASCAR Cup Series, Chase Elliott. So Elliott did crash yesterday in practice. Had a pretty hard impact, in fact, into the S's, so very difficult situation where he's having to go to a backup car. He's starting deep in the field on a track that is going to be very, very difficult to pass, and I think it'll be, in fact, more difficult than what we saw in the Xfinity race yesterday. The cars tend to slip and slide around a little bit more in the Xfinity Series cars versus these Cup cars with the wider tire. I will say that the Cup cars maybe slip around a little bit more in the intermediate tracks, but we haven't seen that much with the road courses and the short tracks since the introduction of this next-gen car. So I don't expect there to be a lot of passing without trying to bash into somebody and try to move them. And I think drivers are going to take care of each other throughout the course of this race because of its tight confines. It is more of a dangerous racetrack, I would say, just because of the fact that there are a lot of concrete walls out the exit of the corner, so you're not going to see somebody just absolutely send another driver in this race. I mean, typically you wouldn't see that in the Cup Series most weeks anyway, but especially in this situation, I think a lot of drivers are going to be tentative. I think by the end of the race, when they feel more comfortable with this being 100 laps, that they'll probably try to push the issue in certain situations for position late, but I don't expect drivers from the back of the field to be able to work their way forward. So with Chase Elliott being at the back, being in a backup car, I just, for that reason alone, don't think he's going to run well. Hasn't won a road course race with the next-gen car. So even though he's the road course ace, Tyler Reddick, I think, has kind of taken over that. And I don't want to say that because the body of work Chase Elliott has put down on the road courses is unlike any other driver in NASCAR other than maybe Jeff Gordon back in the 90s on the road course side of things. And Tyler Reddick just hasn't had that longevity yet to do it. But with this car specifically, Chase Elliott has definitely not been the same on road courses, and Tyler Reddick has picked it up. I don't know if maybe the H-pattern gearbox has lent hands maybe for Tyler Reddick to become that much better of a road course racer. He was good on the road courses before, but he obviously wasn't winning like he has been since the middle of the summer last year. He's won 3 road course races, and Chase Elliott hasn't won any. Enough about Tyler Reddick for right now, though. Chase Elliott, again, on my don't have pick list. He was 20th overall in practice before he crashed as well, so it wasn't like he was setting top 10 speed to begin with, so I think him going to the rear of the field is only going to make that worse, obviously, for him. So Chase Elliott is going to be starting at the back of the field. He's the don't have list. Last week's race winner, Ross Chastain, also starting deep in the field. His Trackhouse teammates starting both inside the top 10 for this week in the 91 and the 99. I don't think that Chastain is going to be up there because he is starting in the 34th place position. He was also 34th fastest in practice. So not looking good for Chastain at speed. He is, 30th in practice. And then 34th is where he'll be starting for today's race. So, yeah, not looking good for Chastain. I don't know what went down that the one team was so far off versus the rest of it. It's almost like they gave Chastain's car to the 91 team for this weekend, and then he got the extra entry car or something because he is way off on speed. He did win on a road course last year at COTA, and in fact has 2 top 10 finishes in the first 2 road courses this year. So I don't know what's going on speed-wise with Chastain. Starting at the back, obviously, isn't going to help there. I think it's going to be difficult for him to get a top 10 finish, so I'd lean towards no for him. And then Kevin Harvick is the last driver. Now, Harvick does start ahead of both of these two drivers, he would have, I guess, if he didn't end up wrecking in practice. So regardless of the fact, he is starting deep in the field also. And for Kevin Harvick specifically, why I have him on the don't-haves list, I was kind of leaning that way before practice and qualifying this weekend as well. If we look at the new road courses that have been introduced into NASCAR, his first time at those road courses have been abysmal. This is obviously the first race at the Chicago Street Course race, so this is not going to lay a good hand for him because his first race at COTA, he finished 37th. First race at the Indianapolis Road Course was actually his best finish of these tracks, which was 14th. Finished 27th in his first ever race at Road America, and finished 17th at his first ever race at the Daytona Road Course back in 2020. So, not looking good for Kevin Harvick. I don't think he's going to get anywhere close to the top 10 today. Ford has been off on speed all race weekend and really on the road courses in general this year. They've been off on speed. I will pump the brakes on the fact that people are saying Ford's been off entirely this season. I don't think that's been the case. There have been specific teams like RFK that have really carried the banner for Ford. They've been performing well above their expectations, and I think they're blown away. Ryan Blaney's still been quietly consistent like he was pretty much all of last year, and he actually does have a win this season. Joey Logano, I'd say, has been slacking. Outside of that, and obviously SHR has been slow except for Kevin Harvick, but that was the case last year too. So I don't think it's really a Ford problem. I think it's just who they have in their cars and just the fact that one whole organization, SHR, isn't running well. I don't think that is necessarily sinking the whole, blue ovals down as a whole. Joey Logano had that win at Atlanta this year. Outside of the super speedways, he hasn't been really fast at all. He qualified top 10 for today's race, so maybe he's got a shot to get his way up there. One thing I've noticed about Logano this season is that he'll start outside the top 10 or start deep in the field, and then by the end of the race, he'll work his way forward. Roles were reversed last week at Nashville when he qualified 4th and then fell back, and by the end of the race, he was running like 19th. So it was a complete 180 from what we've seen out of Logano for most of the season. Now he's starting in the top 10 again. Hopefully he doesn't go backwards. Kept him out of the discussion for don't have pick, even though he's been struggling. I have mentioned him on don't have picks in the past and have been right on it, so didn't want to do it again this week. And because he's starting much higher in the running order compared to an Elliott, Chastain, and a Harvick, that's why I had those three in there. So again, Ross Chastain, Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, I'm predicting to not get top 10 finishes for today's race. Before we go into the sleeper picks, I do want to give you guys some shout outs because we have not gone through who is all watching right now. We do have 78 people watching currently in this pre-race show, 31 likes, so be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Philip Ward, Jason M., Patrick Shadley, Rowdy Bush, Silent Owl Scribe, Kyle Lance, Mark Witkowski, Big E, Tristan Drift 1, Bentley Potts, Joanne Cryer, Major Kenneth Withrow, Frank Powers, Pete Creamer, Kenneth Clark, Giancarlo Quiles, hopefully I said your last name correctly, Earl Arnold Jr., Mike George, Seth Thomas, JoJo, and Easy Network, thanks for tuning in. Danny Haley, thanks for watching. Why are the trucks not racing Chicago, or are they? No, they're just off this weekend. Probably don't have enough room to have all three series there. Probably already tight with the 2 series they have there already. Alan Barkley, thanks for tuning in. Trucks will be at Mid-Ohio next week. Yep. Mark Kirby, thanks for tuning in. This race won't ever happen. Well, we'll hope. Maybe it won't be today. We'll find out. God Rides a Harley, thanks for tuning in as well. A top 2 bet picks. I mean, there weren't many options for this weekend for whatever reason. And I don't know if it's because it was the first ever race on a street course for NASCAR and they were like hesitant on like FanDuel and BetMGM. The only thing you could bet for really was top 10 for drivers, and then there was head-to-head only on BetMGM. FanDuel didn't have any head-to-heads the last I checked. So, I will give you... I'll give you a couple. I don't want to do this every week on the pre-race because I want people to check out the Discord, because I do put a lot of work into the Discord and I just started it. So for huge in-depth advice, I'd guarantee you'd want to go check that out on a weekly basis. But because it's the first week of it, if I have to give out a couple of picks, I got to look back at my my odds here for a second. I have them texted. Actually, we'll just take a look at the Discord that'll just be easier. It's on my screen, so I guess you guys can look in on it. This is what I do every week for it, though. This is the layout. It'll be sectioned off between like fantasy, which I'm already going over right now. But for this weekend, this is kind of like my top 10 prediction-wise, based in order of how I think they'll finish. They're probably not going to all obviously finish 1 through 10. That's not going to happen. I guarantee that's not going to happen. But those are my most confident for a top 10. Coming into the week, Van Ginchesburg probably would have, and I probably said his name wrong, but he would have been better coming into the week, but it was way too risky, I feel like, because I think he was like plus 200 coming into the week for a top 10, and now he's minus 195 because he qualified third and was fastest in practice. I think that's still a good pick, but you wouldn't get as much of a payout for it as you would have originally done. I do like some of these head-to-head picks for better odds than the top 10s. Tyler Reddick, for instance, head-to-head versus Chase Elliott, who's starting at the back of the field. Reddick starting on the front row. I mentioned that Elliott's probably not going to get up there. I don't see a way that Tyler Reddick doesn't finish in the top 10 today if he finishes the race. If he just finishes the race, easy top 10. I don't think Elliott's going to get there. I think that's probably the safest pick of any that you can make this weekend is Reddick to beat Elliott. And I do know Elliott's good on road courses, as mentioned, and is plus 210. And most people probably think plus 210 for Elliott on a road course to beat one guy. I just don't see it happening. Track position is going to be too important. Larson with the plus 100 to beat Truex, I really like too. I know Truex has won a road course and Toyota's won the first 2 road courses this season specifically. But again, it's going to be so hard to pass. Kyle Larson starting like 5 positions ahead of Truex. Truex starts 11th, Larson 6th. So I'm leaning towards Larson there, especially with the plus money. So that's probably good. Chastain versus Cindric. Cindric, if he runs like he did at Sonoma, he's going to be 25th to 30th. I know I picked Chastain to not get a top 10 finish, but I do like Chastain to at least beat Cindric. They literally start 1 position apart from each other. Cindric starts 32nd. Chastain starts 2 positions apart. Chastain starts 34th. So he should get up there. He should pass the 2. He'll be with him pretty much the whole race at worst. Right there with him in contention. I would probably say Chastain's got a obviously better chance than Cindric to finish ahead of one another. I don't feel very confident with the Suarez and Allmendinger pick. I did take AJ. Daniel starts ahead of AJ. That's why I'm not as confident with that because there's that. AJ does have more experience on the street courses, so I actually didn't make a bet on that. That's why I was my least confident of those picks. So if you're looking for any, there you go. Gave you a few of them. Plus 1,100. Yeah, that was for... It was on FanDuel specifically. That was for Christopher Bell or Kyle Larson to win. Yeah, Bell at plus 1,100. He's not my pick to win the race today. But with those odds, and he starts 4, Toyota's won the first 3, like that's not a bad pick at all. Close pick 45 and 19. Reddick and Truex. You talk about like to win. I mean, yeah, Truex is not a bad pick. He just starts 11th. That's the only thing that scares me at Truex. I think the winner is going to come from the top 10. If a winner is going to come from outside the top 10, literally the only guy that I think that could do it is Martin Truex Jr. Plus 210 is the odds. Not sure how that equates as a ratio. That's just his... It's not supposed to be like minus 300 to plus 300, so it's not like a ratio deal when they're coming up with the odds. Because you got to remember, they got to make their money too. But anyway, yeah, that was kind of a sneak peek at the Discord. I didn't have anybody in there up to a couple hours ago, so apologize if I didn't shout any of you guys out that are in it. Track Gamer, thanks for tuning in. What happens if Chicago, if it keeps raining in Chicago? I mean, they're just going to have to end up running the race tomorrow, I guess. It's rained all day today, so there's that. I mean, drivers are in their suits on pit roads. That tells me I don't think we're in too bad of shape. I think they will get the race in. I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic for the most part. So I'd like to stay that way. Discord invites? I can't just invite people into it. There should be a link in the Patreon that you should be in Discord, and if you don't have a Discord already, obviously you just have to sign up for one, but you can get all the info from there. Odd number of yellows hits at the wrong time. I mean, we'll see. I don't expect there to be a lot of cautions, honestly. Especially if the Xfinity Series, granted it was only the first 25 laps, but if they could go with only 2 incidents in the first 25 laps of the race, and one of them was an engine failure, so that wasn't anything of Justin Marks' problem there. I mean, his fault, I should say. It was his problem because there was this car that was blowing up, but Bobby Lemieux, thanks for tuning in also. So I was talking about the don't have picks. I didn't even get into the sleepers and the must-haves yet. So, yeah, we'll take a look at the sleeper picks then for this race weekend. It is still pouring at the racetrack, by the way. They got the umbrellas. I'm not as optimistic as I said I was like 2 minutes ago. All right, anyway. Rest of the predictions, sleeper picks, potential top 10s, sleepers. I think there's a good chance that maybe all 3 of these get a top 10 this week, honestly. Daniel Suarez qualified 5th. He's my first sleeper pick. I kind of mentioned briefly about him. Was 11th overall in practice, and his 10-lap average wasn't as great as I would have hoped for it to be to predict him as a sleeper. But because he qualified as well as he did, and his teammate was fastest in practice, qualified 3rd, I think he can learn some off of that, and he does start up towards the front. So for those reasons alone, I have Daniel Suarez up there. Now, Suarez did run well on the road courses last season, got a win at Sonoma, had a few other top 10 finishes as well, led some laps at other road courses. Coda, he led the first 15 from the pole, won a stage, and then got caught up in that incident when they pitted during the first stage break, which was a big, big no-no. Put him back in traffic, and that's how he got wrecked out from there. But if we look at this season specifically, he's finished outside the top 10 in both races. Hasn't really ran well at both Coda and Sonoma, so hopefully he turns it around this weekend. He qualified much better in this race than what he did those other 2 races, so I think the odds are more with him to having a top 10 day than to not, so we'll see what he can do. 11th best 10-lap average, so yeah, he's going to be hovering right around 10th most of the day. I'm going to probably say he does get a top 10. I mean, I'm not going to change my pick now at the last second because I have nobody to really replace him with. Well, I mean, I could probably think of a couple guys, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick with my gut here. I think Daniel Suarez gets a top 10 finish. I got Michael McDowell getting a top 10 finish as well. Qualified 6th. 15th overall in practice, so kind of similar to Suarez. That kind of scares me a little bit, but I will say McDowell's performed much better on the road courses this year than what Daniel Suarez has. So for that reason, I actually feel more confident with Michael McDowell. Qualified in the same row again as Daniel Suarez, 6th place. Finished 12th and 7th in the first 2 road races this year. Just a few races, 2 races ago, exactly 3 weeks ago at Sonoma, he ran top 3 the whole day. He had the 2nd or 3rd fastest car in the race. Unfortunately, last pit stop of the day, his pit crew had a very slow stop. He actually lost like 7 positions, fell from 3rd to 10th, and got 3 of those spots back on the last restart to get back to 7th place. So good run for Michael McDowell, his best run of the season. I think he can have another stellar run here in this one. And then the man making his first career NASCAR Cup Series start this weekend, Shane Van Gisbergen. Hopefully I said his last name correctly. I swear I probably say it different every single time. Once I hear it on the broadcast once today, then I'll get it right the rest of the day. But until that point, I'll probably keep making errors on his last name. So I apologize to Shane. But needless to say, I think he's going to get a top 10 finish today. I really do. His first career start in the Cup Series. And usually for the road course ringers, I would say that would not be the case. And that's why I pumped the brakes on Jordan Taylor earlier this year at COTA. And I was right on that. This is a different circumstance. This is a track that's going to be way harder to pass than what COTA is. It's not as wide open. COTA is a very, very, very wide racetrack, even though there's a lot of tight corners like there is here. The difference with the tight corners here, there's no runoff area at Chicago in a street course versus what there is with the runoff area off the exit of the tight corners at COTA. So can't quite get the power down quite as quick, which could set up a pass in the next corner. As that could be a lot of drafting down the straightaways because the speeds overall on this track versus, even an intermediate track is going to be a lot less. Speeds are going to be way down, especially with that being the case. So it's not like open wheel racing where there's a little bit more drafting on a street course, a road course style racetrack. With that being said, again, top 10 finish I think is coming his way. Qualified third, first overall in practice. He could have an outside chance to win the race today. Plus 600, I don't really like those odds to pick him to win when you could take Reddick, who has won at a road course this year, has experience in this sport, and has won 3 road course races. I think those are just, you have a lot better chance of picking him to win. I'm not going to go that far. He's not going to win the race today, but I do think he will get a top 10. I could see him dropping back a couple spots at the start of the race. Again, the Toyotas have been quick. Christopher Bell's right there with him at the start. I could see Bell getting around him. And I could see Shane pretty much running between like the 4th and 10th place position all day. I'd probably say a little bit better than that. I'd probably lean towards like 4th through 7th to 4th through 8th. He'll probably run most of the day, but I just don't think he's going to be right up there contending for a win unless something goes wrong with those top few drivers ahead of him, which could happen, especially if we do race in the rain. I think it'd be more likely to happen if it was a rain race versus a dry race, whether it be today or tomorrow. So he's a good pick for a top 10 too. A good sleeper pick for the fantasy team, especially knowing you're not going to use him many other times this year, so he'd be a pretty solid fantasy start. Yeah, he was actually getting interviewed on NBC there moments ago before I started talking about him. Erica Rosado, thanks for tuning in. Nathan Urich, welcome into the stream. Your Cobra, also welcome. It's 4:30 in Chicago. Still pouring, no lights. Want to be optimistic. Not likely that we're even going green today, so switch your pick to MTJ for another road course Monday win. I'm not going to switch my pick to MTJ to win the race. He still starts too deep in the field. Even if they don't race today, that's not going to make the difference in the track being feasible to make more passes, whether they run on a Sunday or a Monday. So I can't do that. He starts too deep in the field. I think he could have a solid day, but I just think he's starting too far back in a race that I personally don't think we're going to see. I don't think we get more 100 laps. Xfinity race had 2 of them in about the first 25 for incident. No more than 6 cautions, I think. Cup Series cleans it up usually a little more. 6 at the very most. I wouldn't be shocked if this race only had like 3 cautions, to be completely honest. Now, if we do have a late race restart, I could see there being a parking lot wreck at the end of the race just because of how tight it is. And be very, I mean, you got to figure most motorsports series don't have this many cars on the track at once during a street race. So that could cause for a lot more calamity with 36 cars on the racetrack too if there was one simple spin. So there is that going for it. But at the end of the day, I think we get 6 or less cautions. I don't think we see a wreck fest. We only really saw a couple wrecks in a 50-minute practice session too, so these drivers are so much more equipped, I think, with this racetrack than what they probably give themselves credit for. So those are all the sleeper picks. We have 3 must-have picks I'm guaranteeing top 10 finishes for, and then we wrap up these predictions for the live stream. And those must-haves, we'll start off with Kyle Larson. I think Larson's a good pick for your team today. I think you got to start him. He's pretty good on the newer road courses. I look back to COTA 2021. Led a lot of laps in the race. Ended up winning. pretty sound day, I think. I think he could have a pretty good... Or, sorry, he ended up finishing second. Would have probably won if Chase Elliott had pitted, but they called the race short due to rain. So he finished second in that one. But he led a lot of laps, probably had the fastest car, and he's just that damn good. I mean, he is probably the greatest race car driver in America today. And that is not an exaggeration. Qualified 7th, new track. I mentioned earlier during the Xfinity Series live commentary stream that he is going to be a threat, I think, for a top 5. I don't think he's going to compete for the win. Under the right circumstances, he could. But I think he's going to be running pretty much right about as well as I think, Shane Van Gisbergen is going to run in today's race as well, which is going to be in that 4th to 7th, 4th to 8th place range, which is not a bad start for your fantasy team. Now, if you're looking at maybe only using Larson if you think he can win a race, then I would probably stay away from him. But otherwise, I think he's going to get a top 10, so that's why I have him as a must-have. His finishes, he qualified 7th. He was also 6th overall in practice and had the 3rd fastest 5-lap average in practice. Everybody took a 5-lap average session, so he'll be quick. And I don't think he'll be the quickest, but he'll be quick. Christopher Bell, I think he's got a really good chance to win this race today. I went with not to take him just because he hasn't had as many wins as the other driver I mentioned. You could probably already guess who I'm taking in this race with me saying that. But Christopher Bell, I think, is probably my second favorite to win the race. Qualified 4th, fifth fastest in practice overall. He won at the Roval, the next-gen car. Toyota's won the last 3 road course races if you count the first 2 races this year and then that Roval race last season. So I think the Toyota is going to be tough to beat again here today. Last 5 road course races for Christopher Bell specifically, he's finished in the top 10 in 4 of those last 5 races. Starting as well as he is today, don't think we're going to see that many yellows for the most part. The driver starting up at the front will more than likely finish there. Christopher Bell, I think, gets a solid day, competes for the win. Tyler Reddick is my pick to win the race today for the 3rd straight week, might I add. I was not right the first 2 races. In fact, in both races, he got into trouble in both. Had a fast car at Nashville that was capable of competing for the win there. Won the first stage. Was running second, and the tire came off the car. Nothing of Reddick's fault there whatsoever. Fortunate circumstance. That's part of racing. Took him out of a chance to win. Week before that at Sonoma, or 2 weeks before that, 1 race before that, Sonoma, I picked him to win. Qualified towards the front. He didn't have the same speed that the 11 and the 19 had. He was kind of like the 3rd or 4th fastest vehicle. I'd probably put him behind McDowell as far as the speed went. He probably had the 4th to 5th fastest car in the race. Ended up having trouble in that final restart. He got spun, I believe, by Ryan Blaney. And so it looked like he was going to finish in the middle of the top 10 between like 5th and 7th, and he ended up not having that good of a day. Anyway, I picked him to win. He wouldn't have won. He didn't have quite the car, but I do think he is going to have the speed today, and because, again, it's going to be way harder to pass here than what it was at even Sonoma a couple weeks ago, I plan on Reddick pretty much running top 3 or 4 the whole day. I could see the same for Christopher Bell, but Reddick has a few more wins on road courses here over the last calendar year. He's won 3 of them in the last calendar year versus Bell's 1, so going with Tyler Reddick for today's race. Got to go with the odds. It's the odds on favor for FanDuel and BetMGM. But again, I told you before, and I'll tell you again, I don't look at that when I'm going to base my win pick at all. I don't look at what Vegas thinks. I just go off of what I think. And he just happens to be the favorite in Vegas' eyes as well this weekend. So going with Tyler Reddick to win. I did predict him to win a race at COTA this year. So even though I picked him 3 weeks in a row, and the last 2, or this will be the 3rd week in a row, I picked him twice. I don't like picking the same driver over and over and over again, but I think he's going to win. I mean, I just feel it. He's been close the last couple weeks, and if he just makes it to the end of the race today, I think he's guaranteed a top 3 finish if he just makes it to the checkered flag. Tobacco Tom, thanks for tuning in as well. BAL, also welcome to stream. Eric Chooch. Hopefully they get the race in today. 86 and cloudy in Daytona. I've seen a lot of people talk about the weather being good in Daytona this week. That's I can understand the argument from the sense that that's where, traditionally where this race would be, so I understand that part of it. From if you're arguing for just the weather purpose side of it, it's Florida. It rains nearly every day in Florida, so that's not like a good... If you're only basing the weather as your argument, that's not a good argument, but if you're going for like traditional sake, that you think that this should be, where Daytona should lie on the schedule, then I can understand that. Reddick having trouble at Sonoma. Might have been karma from the Roval last fall. Oh, when he got into Byron? I don't believe in karma, by the way. I think that's stupid. Good karma, bad karma. I mean, there's a lot of people believe in it. And I'll say something is good karma or bad karma. I don't believe it, though. I'm just saying it because it's a saying. Yeah, I don't believe in that. It ain't. There's so many people out there, and I know people that have like the best luck possible. That it's like you don't deserve that good luck. And I know what people are saying, like, well, they'll get their comeuppance someday. I'm like, but if they do get it one day, like, does that outweigh all the other times where they've had good fortune when they don't deserve it? Like. That's kind of the way I look at it. And you can look at the other side of it, too, where people just have the absolute worst luck. I've had bad luck before, but there's many more people that have had it way worse. And they can't get out of it. And, it's not... I don't think it's virtue of, bad karma. It's like, oh, well, the good karma's coming. I'm like, all right. Keep saying that. I like the high hopes, but sometimes you gotta... be real with yourself. All right, well, we've gone through all the predictions already. Hopefully you enjoyed. Be sure to hit the like button as well if you haven't already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I guess I'll play some of the race broadcasts then while we're waiting this rain to lay out, and hopefully if we get any sort of official word. Then you guys will get to listen in as well. Here is Kim Kuhn standing with Ross Chastain.
It was a statement win for the team. Justin Marks talked about the growth you showed. You talked about how passing Denny Hamlin, passing Martin Truex Jr. really gave you a confidence boost. Where do you feel like you are compared to where you were early in the season, some of those clips we saw?
Yeah, Kim, that was an incredible feeling to win. I mean, it's just ultimately what we're here to do. So, especially to pass Martin and Denny, two guys that have been ultimately coming out on top more weeks than not against us. So it was great. It was so incredible to pass them, let alone win. That was great at the end. But look, we've had chances to win. We've led laps, and it just hasn't worked out. A lot of mistakes on my part, but a lot of just circumstance of racing and not putting myself in the right position. So we did everything right at Nashville to finally get that win.
Was it a statement enough win to quiet some naysayers?
I think you pass the first and second place car in a green flag run and hold them off through a pit stop cycle and everything. Yes, I would say so, just from the competition side of what Trackhouse can do. Can we sustain what we arrived last year and did, both Daniel and myself? So, I absolutely think that if they don't take us serious for quality of car put on the track and speed that they did after Nashville.
Okay, so you win Nashville. I know you guys celebrated. You stayed until Monday. Then you hit the ground running coming to Chicago on Wednesday. What's this week been like from the celebrations to just the excitement of Chicago?
Yeah, Sunday night was awesome to shut it down at Tootsie's and have a great time with everybody there. That was one of the founding members of Trackhouse whenever they started in 2021, and Justin needed people to take chances and believe in what Trackhouse was going to be. Tootsie's was one of the first groups. So to win in Nashville, where the word Trackhouse, the name was born, and the thought was incredible. My team did give me a pretty normal week, though. Last year after COTA, we did not have a normal week. This pretty much was in the sense that Tuesday and Wednesday I was able to go about my business as usual, prepare at the GM Tech Center and at the shop at Trackhouse, get on our normal simulator time, get all of our normal stuff in for those days. And whether we won last week or not, I was coming up Wednesday night to go to a dinner with the NASCAR Foundation, and then that was already happening. So nothing really changed once I woke up Monday morning.
Now let's talk about the fact that the Cup Series can humble you very quickly. Last weekend, you win the pole, you win the race, and then you come to Chicago, granted a new course, and you qualified 34th. What were the challenges ahead of you in figuring out this racetrack, and what was the issue during qualifying?
These 12 concrete canyon corners, I swear. I mean, look, and everything we trained for, I knew that it was going to feel tighter in real life once we got here, and it absolutely did. It's everything my coaches were telling me. But I've never ran with this tight of walls left and right. So when I backed down my aggression to preserve the car, and it ultimately bled lap time out, and enough that we are all the way in the back. I mean, there was only one car slower than us in qualifying, so it's definitely not where we want to be, not where Advent Health and Chicago on the hood, where we deserve to be and where our car is capable of. Obviously, my teammate's fifth, and Project 91 with Shane is third. The footwork that man has inside these cars. We have the same pedals, and I don't understand how he gets his ankles and his feet to do what he's doing. I'm a left foot breaker in a NASCAR race car, so yeah, it's humbling though. That's what's so great about this sport is week to week, you don't know what you're going to get when you watch, and when we come to the track, we don't know what we're going to get. Ultimately, just too cautious on my end, but we have our car intact. I haven't hit anything yet, mainly concrete walls that are everywhere, and I've just got to put together some quality laps whenever we go racing and be there at the end.
Last week's winner, Ross Chastain, starts 34th. Should be fun to see if he can pick his way through the field.
Thanks, Kim. And we know that everyone over in Australia and New Zealand are watching. He just mentioned Shane Van Gisbergen. They're excited to see him take on the best in NASCAR. And they'll do it on the streets of Chicago. And, of course, Chicago known for food as well. Everybody loves pizza. Well, what about the Chicago deep dish? Or maybe one of the Chicago hot dogs? I'm sure Joey Chitwood couldn't have ate 76 of those, which is the world record.
Did you mean to say Joey Chestnut or Joey Chitwood? Because Joey Chestnut is the hot dog eater. Well, he was the one that set the records. Maybe that's why he was talking about Joey Chitwood. Kelly O'Neill, thanks for tuning in also. Let's see here. I mean, it could be hot, but at least they turned that Daytona race into a night race back in the... Was it 2000 was the first year they ran a night race there, or 1999? It was one or the other. Might have even been 98. I don't think it was, but it was somewhere around there. It was the first night race at Daytona. Yeah, the hot dog eating contest is Tuesday. 4th of July tradition, Coney Island. Leroy, thanks for tuning in. His voice is annoying. You talk about my voice? Your name's annoying. And if you weren't talking about me, then I apologize for that comment. Brian Zantop, thanks for tuning in also. I don't know if he was talking about me or Rick Allen. Dale's too. Okay, he wasn't talking. He wasn't talking about me. He was talking about Rick Allen. I apologize for that. Yeah, Joey Chestnut. The glizzy eating goat. The glizzy goat, I think is what they call him. Joey Chestnut. Well, we didn't get to the end of Stage 2 in the Xfinity Series race. So we have 2 diecast showings for you guys. I guess I'll get the first one out of the way right now. 98. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was somewhere around there. I was right on my third guess. It was 98. So, our first diecast showing is going to be a Ryan Blaney diecast. He's my favorite driver. This is the last 124 scale Ryan Blaney diecast I've not showed on the live commentary streams during our diecast showing. And I know it's not the end of Stage 2, but again, didn't get there for the Xfinity race, so this has been sitting on the countertop all race long. This is a race win diecast of the Michigan 2021 August race. Why do I have this diecast specifically? It's not the paint scheme reason, but it's because I was there in person. It's the only time I've ever been to a NASCAR race in person where my favorite driver won, whether that would be Greg Biffle over the years, which I only got to see him race a handful of times, and then Ryan Blaney. Even though Biffle won a lot at Michigan, I just never went. I didn't go to Michigan for the first time until 2015, so I only got to see him at the end of his career run there. As for this, though, this diecast might be one of my favorites of all time, just for the reasoning that I got it. I was so excited the day I got it too. Almost like I felt like a kid when I got it. I didn't get it till like last year. I ordered it literally the next day after the race. I was like, I gotta have this diecast. Didn't get it until July of last year, and you could see like all the rubber marks from the victory celebration. Like, you look at the right side of the car, just look at the detail of the rubber. There's like little specks on it. It's not paint chips. It's literally just the detail that they put into these diecasts. Great job by Lionel Racing. Even like the front bumper and the hood, you could see the kind of scuff marks from like rubber pieces. Back bumper, any bump drafting that might have went on throughout the course of the race, you could see tiny ones too. So really great job. The fake tape, I guess, technically in the front of the grill too, because this was 2021. That's when you could still tape the grills, but yeah, definitely up there is one of my favorite diecasts for that reason. I'll never forget that day. I was so excited, and I get excited over Ryan Blaney wins. He's only got 8 of them in his career, so I got to celebrate, as he mentioned, everyone like it's the last, like he did with the Coke 600, just because you never know. And yeah, that was a cool day. Finally getting to see my driver win in person. It's so many races. I saw him finish second at Indianapolis the week before that, and I saw him finish second in the Daytona 500 2022. I've seen him finish second so many times. Now, granted, that race was after this, but I've seen him finish second at Talladega the last 2 times I've gone there. This year for the spring race, and then the fall race of last year he finished second. So I see him finish second so many times. I can remember Kentucky in 2018 he finished second to Truex. Like, he's there. Like, he runs well. When I see him to go to races, he just doesn't win. But that day he finally won. So that was pretty cool. I remember what race it was. Yeah, it was the Talladega race last year, because Chase Elliott won. Blaney ended up right there with him, and that felt sad, because that place was erupting because Chase Elliott won, so that place was going nuts. So to have like the place going nuts and I wasn't getting chills because of it, like, it just felt it was a bad feeling. It was an off feeling. This lady behind me, like, oh my god. I'm mocking her now. It could have been her first race. If it was her first NASCAR race, or her first, like, experiencing Chase Elliott win, because I know what that feeling is like with Ryan Blaney. You know, there's that. It felt like, this is what it felt like. So she was sitting right behind me. It felt like she was like in my ear, like right here, because I could hear her so clearly over the cars doing that. It felt like she was like in my ear, like, oh my god, oh my. That's what it felt like, and I was like, all right, shut up, lady. I kept my cool though, and I was a good sport too, because when I was walking out there, I was like, congratulations on your win. I was a great sport about it. I could have been like, listen here, bitch. Like, I could have done that. I didn't. Though. I kept my cool. I kept my cool that day. Corey LaJoie shaved his beard again. Why does he do that? He's standing talking with NBC.
-5. So you had some wet experience this week in the Xfinity car. Do you have any tips for me?
Well, there was no rubber on the track then, I won't lie, so I would say avoid the rubber. That's my one bit of hope for you.
What if you don't know where the rubber's at in the first place?
Yeah, I don't know if you have it. In that case, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll let him get back to his car, guys. They're pulling the covers off here. It has basically stopped raining. We're going to get this thing going.
That's a great sight, and that's what the fans have been wanting. They want to see this sight right here. The cars being uncovered, that sound of the engines fired.
The fog in the
so
skyline.
Amazing. So many people have
Eerie
enjoyed
looking.
that thrill, the feeling you get when the cars fire up.
Well, and this has been the hope for me. The radar was improving, but it was this. When we came over to the TV booth, it was still in a very heavy downpour, yet the fans still lined the track everywhere. They could find a spot to sit and watch. They were there. I mean, that just shows you the enthusiasm the city has. A huge percentage of these fans are new to NASCAR. They can track that through ticket sales. I think that's what's going to make this even cooler. And now, I'm also a fan of a wet start. I like chaos, probably because I don't have to be out there trying to figure out how to navigate it. I think they're the best stock car drivers in the world. And let's see them tested to the limit. Wet track on a street course, that's going to be the limit.
And let's head back to Marty Snyder.
Well, Rick, when the drivers get called to the car, that means the Grand Marshal has to go to work, and that is Justin Fields, quarterback of the Chicago Bears, obviously. So what is this race meant to Chicago?
I'm a Packers fan and a University of Michigan fan. That guy went to Ohio State, and he plays for the Bears. You want to talk about disliking a guy.
Mayor Johnson
Yeah, he's probably cool, dude.
Just how much it means to the people, to the city. So great having this event here, and I know everybody's excited. So the energy is definitely high right now.
You got your command ready? You practice a little bit in the mirror?
Practice for the past couple of days. So, but it's different at home than it is in person. So hopefully it's the same as possible. So we'll see.
I know you're excited for the Bears season. We're excited to see. I think it's Week 8 against the Chargers in LA on Sunday Night Football. It's got to be a pretty cool thing.
It's gonna be fun. Sunday night's always fun. It's gonna be electric out there. They have a beautiful stadium out there. So we're working right now in the off season, just getting ready for this upcoming season. So it should be good.
All right, Rick. Just remember, he's practiced for 3 days in the mirror. So that.
How it turns out. So.
that command should be good. Justin Fields, cool to have him here at the racetrack.
And it's fun to see Justin Fields. I think he might be a little nervous, which starting quarterback who makes his living right there in the middle of Soldier Field. He'll be giving the command to fire the engines. The drivers are headed to their cars. It looks like a race about to get underway here in Chicago.
There you have it. We're about to get racing here today at the, almost said Talladega for some whatever reason, at Chicago for the street race. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited. I've been excited for this race. I hope it's not a bad race. I hope it's just a good race. I don't want too much calamity. They're about to race in the rain. There's drama here and there, sporadically. I think that's great. Big OSU fan like Fields. Good for you. No, I couldn't care less. When it builds up like the rivalry and stuff, like I'm the most even keel person. I really am. Like, and I tell you guys a lot with like NASCAR because I like call these races down the middle that I'm not. I don't dislike any driver. I really don't. Like, there isn't a team like I know. Growing up as like a University of Michigan fan or a Green Bay Packers fan, I was supposed to like hate the Bears. I don't like. Dislike them. It's kind of fun to see the other side of that when we beat them, and then like Bears fans complain about it. Like that side's fun. I just like seeing people, complain about stuff that doesn't matter in their everyday life. I think that's kind of funny. Honestly, I take that side of it. I don't get completely like in the heat in the moment, like watching your team lose or your driver lose in a heartbreaking fashion. It sucks, but I never like cry about it or anything of that situation. That's why I cut my cool with that lady at Talladega that day. That's exactly why. True Assassin 86X, thanks for tuning in also. Somebody mentioned the weather at Daytona was like 86 and cloudy earlier. Stu Isaac, Mall Star, thanks for tuning in also. Got 60 likes on the stream so far. We've had just over 100 people watching moments ago. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Tommy H. Jurgen Jr., thanks for tuning in also. Thanks for listening once again. We are about to get this race underway. Slightly delayed start time, but not by much. I mean, the drop of the green flag was scheduled for 5:54 today, so even though it was raining moments ago, now they're getting in their cars. We're really only going to start this race about 15-20 minutes late, so not bad at all. And they do have to get it started here pretty soon. We got 100 laps. Got to get it in before dark. Could they have set an earlier start time? Yes, but it's been raining all day anyway, so I don't think that was going to matter today specifically. But I can't wait to get this underway. Hopefully everything goes well. And people enjoy the race one way or another. I'd like for them to return to Chicago for a street race. I don't want it to be one and done, honestly. And I would like them to go back to like a Road America, too, if it's feasible to have both on the schedule, which I don't see why it can't be. I mean, there's some other tracks with with 2 dates that can have one date. Like, they don't have to have 2 dates at Vegas or Kansas that they can take away. I know Vegas is SMI, so that'd be a little harder, but like Kansas, I love Kansas Speedway. It's a great facility, but they don't need to have 2 races there. Phoenix doesn't have to have 2 races. That's another ISC/NASCAR owned racetrack, I guess now. I keep saying ISC. It's not even ISC anymore. It's just NASCAR owned track. Yeah, we'll see how this is going to go. Appreciate, again, everybody tuning in. Don't have it on TV in New Zealand, so thanks for YouTube. Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of fans from New Zealand, Australia, that's going to be pulling for him. And Gisbergen, sorry, I keep saying his name wrong. I really do apologize for that. I'm supposed to be a commentator, supposed to get this stuff right. I mean, messing up. But yeah, drivers are getting into their cars. The skies are clearing up. It doesn't really look like it's raining anymore. Track is very damp. It's going to be a wet start. We're going to start this thing on rain tires, and we're going to go from there. Dorian Davis, thanks for tuning in also. Bears are awful, so is their stadium. Oh, all right, well. Hey, Soldier Field, I wouldn't go that far. It's a historic place. Oldest stadium in the NFL. Be going on 100 years old next year. And they're talking about moving to a different stadium. Like, oh, that's so terrible. They're almost at 100. They're almost there. Bryce Ourigan, thanks for tuning in. Just call him SVG. Sounds good for me. 100 likes before the drop of the green flag would be awesome for this stream. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We do this for every NASCAR race weekend for the Truck, Xfinity, and the Cup Series. Live commentary streams for every race I don't go to in person. We'll get through the starting lineup for today's race once we get the command to fire engines. That's what we usually do. Ready to turn on the channel while we're waiting. Guys will get to listen in to a little bit more of this pre-race.
Close to maybe having this race. You can see we're up here in this large space overlooking the area. Then you can go all the way to the sort of overlooking the garages and pit road and see sort of where the cars are going to be, which is a lot of fun. You see the fans up here hanging out through this weather. And guys, I'm going to show you my favorite part of this whole thing. I've made a buddy up here. His name's Baltazar. He's been taking care of me for a little bit. See, my race ended just moments, well, a couple hours ago. So I get to come over here. You mind if I cut you real quick? I think I have a drink waiting. Thank you, Baltzar. Appreciate it. You get a fine drink here at the Peasants Paddock Club. Cheers.
I thought he was working.
Well, is he a race car driver or a broadcaster? Because he keeps going back and forth. But we appreciate, I got to spend some time with Parker, kind of taking us through the track and what he got to experience in the Xfinity Series race. There you go, Daniel Suarez.
Another driver who has a country behind him, Mexico.
Well, and you see the logo, that's Trackhouse on the side of his hat. So Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain, that car that SVG is driving, that is Project 91, a third entry that Justin Marks and Trackhouse enters. Kimi Räikkönen drove it, Pitbull. Buried the lead on the co-owner there, Pitbull. Maybe, should I start with Pitbull?
Pitbull's a pretty big one as far as co-owners go. And all smiles for Daniel Suarez. He's had great success on road courses.
Yeah, I have to wonder where their mindset is now. You saw Ricky, he was in the middle of an interview. So I think people thought the race would happen, but this is something different. Normally the track has to be completely dry in years past. You know, on this new ability on road courses to run on wet tires, you know, he was kind of like, oh man, Dave gave him the news. You better get your suit on.
There's Ty Gibbs signing a few autographs as he walks back to the car. Getting ready. So it's been a little while since we have let you know the starting grid. We're going to show you again. Up front will be Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick, two drivers with Toyotas that will make up the front row.
We just saw Daniel Suarez will be in row 3 next to Michael McDowell, Kyle Larson next to Jensen Button, Logano, as we also saw him walking out. He'll be in row 5 next to AJ Allmendinger.
Logano's been very good at first time at tracks. As far as when we raced in the Coliseum, he was able to win there. When we raced on dirt at Bristol, he won there for the first time.
There's AJ hustling to the car on your screen there. We got Truex and Gibbs, Buescher, really a good qualifying lap for Briscoe back in row 8. I know it wasn't the practice he was looking for. We heard from Corey LaJoie back there in row 10. William Byron unfortunately had a little damage that he forces him to go to the back. All of row 13, there's what I was talking about. Chase Elliott drying the bottom of his feet off before he gets into the race car.
We'll further back through the field. You saw some of those drivers that said to the rear, anytime you make any changes or adjustments to a car, you have to take that car to the back of the field when you start.
And I actually think the wet weather and the challenge is a better chance for those drivers. I think in the dry, it's a very tall task at a street course to work your way through traffic. But I think this level of unknown, this level of challenge, while it will be chaotic back there, Marty, I think the guys in the back have a better opportunity.
Yeah, and a few teams have mentioned that Chase Elliott going to a backup car starting at the back might not be the worst thing in the world. Look at all these fans, Daniel Suarez. I mean, they're here in the President's Paddock. How about that? How cool is that to walk in the rain out here and the fans are out here?
We're so lucky, man, that the rain stopped. You know, these fans have been amazing. It's the energy is just incredible, and I'm so happy that the weather is cooperating and we're ready to roll.
Yeah, what do you think about starting this race in wet conditions like this? Did you really tell me this is perfect?
I mean, really, I think it's for rain conditions, it's as good as it gets. You know, it's not raining anymore, it's very wet. It's going to be tricky, don't get me wrong, but I'm towards the front, so it could be way worse.
What are going to be the tough parts of starting in the wet like this?
Just trying to learn as quick as possible. It's going to be different concrete, different asphalts. We'll have to adapt, and whoever adapts the quickest is going to be able to make some track position.
Of those, what will be the toughest? The concrete, maybe?
I think the concrete is going to be slick. I was talking actually earlier with Jenson Button and Shane, and they both have more experience than me on rain, and they both agree that concrete is going to be tricky, but it's going to be decent for everyone, so let's go.
What would the win in the first ever NASCAR street course race mean to anybody in this field today, Daniel?
It would mean a lot. It would mean a lot, and I can tell you I have as good of a shot as anyone else.
There you go. I like the confidence from Daniel Suarez. And remember, he won at Sonoma last year, Rick, so knows his way around the road courses and maybe the street courses as well. And mention he starts up front. That's going to be a key today.
You're right. Dave.
Rick, just looking at William Byron now in the 24 car, he's just gotten himself settled in there, and a lot of discussion with his crew, making sure everything is in place and just right. You've already talked about the shoes needing to be dry. William has to be confident with those pedals, especially because the damage that he incurred in qualifying, he will have to go to the rear, drop to the back of this pack. And I just spoke with him and asked him about that, and he said, I just, have nowhere to go but up. I can kind of take my time back there. I can kind of feel the car out. He expects it to be just as good as it was before the wall contact, and then he'll just make his way forward little by little. Patience, I think, is going to be the key here as they skate through this slipperier than it was Chicago street course.
Thanks, Dave. Now, NASCAR, and this is an obvious thing, but NASCAR has deemed the racetrack or the racing surface wet, and because of that, here are those rules, Steve.
Correct. So if it's wet conditions, there will be rear lights. Normally there are no lights in a NASCAR stock car. You're going to see some red running lights. They're not brake lights. They're just running lights, so for a little bit of vision to understand where the other cars are. Windshield wipers have to be on. They don't have to be operational. Some drivers actually don't use them at the speed of these cars. The water sometimes just blows off better. You have the option for the defogger, just like in your car at home, front and rear defogger. Rain tires, those treaded tires. Rain flaps, they look like mud flaps. That's not what they're there for. They hang behind the rear tires. It's really to try to knock the spray down, to try to help driver visibility. And then under NASCAR discretion, at times, they always have this, but in rain specifically, they will sometimes go to a single file start. So instead of 2x2, they line up nose to tail, and then everybody wants to get through the first corner, right? It does us no good to start too wide and realize that the track is too slippery or too, I won't say obstructed, but when the car goes sideways, it's going to be obstructed as small as this track is, so they may choose single file restart.
This is such a great sight right now with those Air Titans just taking the puddling and...
So again, drivers are getting in their vehicles as of right now. Slight delay for the start of this race. I will put a poll up for who you think will win today's race, as we usually do. We close this poll at the end of stage 2. So let's go. Who will win the... Spelled that wrong. Oh. Streets. this. Got to put my pick in here because I do think he is the favorite. That would be Tyler Reddick. Put SVG in here. Why not? What else we want in the poll? What we're gonna have other. I think I gotta put Christopher Bell because I think he's gonna be really good today. Can I edit this? No, I can't. I should have put his full name in there. I couldn't spell it off the top of my head, so just went with the nickname because it was quicker. But again, we will close that poll at the end of stage 2. Slight delay. It is a slight delay. Supposed to have gone green about 20 minutes ago. Kind of missed the command. Sorry for that. Talking
Justin
too much.
Fields giving the command. The engines have fired. The fans on their feet, ready for racing in the streets of Chicago.
I really hope a lot of the people that are at the track this weekend have stuck out the rain and are willing to sit through it because they definitely deserve it. They paid a lot of money for these tickets for this weekend, and it'd be a shame if they didn't go because of the rain. Sonic kicking Mario 1943. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see who takes it. I'm pulling for my guy Ryan Blaney. I don't think he's going to be anywhere close to winning. My pick for today's race, though, is Tyler Reddick. Colton Thompson, thanks for tuning in as well. Yep, drivers, start your engines. 1966 Mustang Sprint, thanks for tuning in. Let's see here. Arena Sayre, welcome into the stream. NASCAR Justin Kent, welcome back for another one. Richard Fulmer, thanks for tuning in also. Hope they race tomorrow. Well, they're racing today, so. Raro, thanks for tuning in. Farm Boy 2, welcome into the stream. Melinda Leverett, welcome back. Anybody who I did not shout out earlier that I might have missed, also welcome into the stream. It's just over 100 people watching. We'll go through the starting lineup for today's races. We're about to get these parade laps underway, and then the drop of the green flag will soon follow. 100 laps scheduled distance for this race, 220 miles around this 2.2-mile racetrack. Denny Hamlin is on the pole trying to get his first road course win in a long time. He started on the front road Sonoma a couple weeks ago, but today he's going to try to get the victory. Tyler Reddick, who has won 3 of the last 7 road course races in the NASCAR Cup Series, is going to try to go for a 4th here today on the outside of him on the front row. Shane Van Gisbergen will be in the inside of row number 2. He was fastest in practice yesterday, qualified 3rd. He's going to be strong in that Project 91 car for Trackhouse Racing. And Christopher Bell will start to his outside. Bell won at the Roval last season and some strong runs on the road courses already this year as well. Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell will line up in row 3. McDowell has never won a road course, but a strong competitor, has finished top 10 in 4 of the last 6 road races, and Daniel Suarez had a win on a road course at Sonoma a year ago. Kyle Larson and Jensen Button will be in row 4, second start of the year for the 15 of Button. He also ran a race at COTA this season, and he is in the Rick Ware Racing 15 car. Kyle Larson is a multi-time road course winner 2021 Sonoma, and last season in 2022 at Watkins Glen. Joey Logano, AJ Allmendinger in row 5. We know the Dinger is a road course ringer as well. He came off a top 5 finish just 2 weeks ago at Sonoma, looking for another here today. It would be 3 top 10s in a row if he can have a solid finish. Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Gibbs will be in row 6. Truex won at Sonoma 2 weeks ago, has 2 wins on the year, looking for his 3rd. Gibbs still looking for his first career Cup win in his rookie season. Alex Bowman and Bubba Wallace will be in row 7 for this one. Just 2 points behind the playoff cutoff line for Alex Bowman. Bubba Wallace plus 30 on the outside, or inside, I guess, just looking out as we start today's race. Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe will line up in row 3. Buescher has had a great season, 7 top 10s this year. He's 12th in points, looking to build off of that again today. Had a solid run at Sonoma a couple weeks ago. Ryan Blaney and Kyle Busch will be in row 4. Kyle Busch has finished in the top 3 in the last 3 road course races in the NASCAR Cup Series, but no wins in that stretch, trying to go to victory lane for the first time on a road course in the next-gen car today. Corey LaJoie and Brad Keselowski will be in row 5. Brad's only win came at Watkins Glen back in the early 2010s on a road course, and Corey LaJoie was top 10 in practice, second overall in 5-lap average in practice yesterday. We'll see if he can run better than what he qualified in today's race. Eric Jones and William Byron will line up in row number 12. They mentioned in the pre-race William Byron will be dropping to the rear of the field for the start of today's race after having to repair damage to the race car following contact with the wall yesterday in qualifying. And Eric Jones still looking for the first win for Legacy Motor Club in 2023. Noah Gragson, his teammate, will start behind him on the inside of row 14. Row 12 rather. Eric Almirola to his outside. Todd Gillen, Chase Elliott in row 13 for this one. Elliott, road course ringer, 7 career wins on road courses in the NASCAR Cup Series, has not won one with the next-gen car and starts deep in the field. He'll be in a backup car, dropping to the rear for this one as well. Josh Bilicki and Ryan Preece will be in row 14. Row 15 will be Austin Dillon and another road course ringer for Rick Ware Racing. Andy Lally will be in the 51 car. Austin Cindric and Harrison Burton will be in row 16 in this one. Cindric trying to have a much better run than what he had at Sonoma, but his work cut out for him starting deep in the field today. Ty Dillon and Ross Chastain will line up in row 17. Chastain won at Nashville last week, the most recent winner of the NASCAR circuit. Former 2014 champion Kevin Harvick in his final season on the inside of row 18 with Daytona 500 winner Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to his outside, and Justin Haley on the inside of row 30, or in the 37th position on the inside of row 19, as he'll round out the 37 car field today. Jimmy Johnson was scheduled to run this weekend in the 84 car. Unfortunately, a family tragedy had taken place for him earlier in the week. Well wishes are with him and his wife as he has decided to not run this weekend's race. That was a non-chartered entry, so nobody has to replace the 84 car's entry for this weekend's race, but was scheduled to be a 38 car field and instead will be 37 for this inaugural street course race at Chicago.
Since their enthusiasm yesterday. In fact, he loved it so much, he said, that was my favorite day at the racetrack ever. He said it wasn't because we were on the pole, Rick, it was because of the fans here in Chicago, and as he told me a moment ago, they're about to get a show.
So Rick, I don't want to call Danny out right there, but I'm not sure he blinked. I mean, like, you want to talk about focus. Okay, we got one right there, but you can see, hear him getting on the gas, almost just trying to take in as much information as possible about the grip of the racetrack.
Yeah, you hear him accelerating and then decelerating, accelerating, decelerating, trying to see what grip level there is on the different surfaces. And we heard that from SVG earlier. He made the comment, you know, it's different from a new asphalt to an old concrete. And there are differing surfaces all the way around this course.
Well, everything he was talking about was in the dry.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to relearn that entire information set in the wet.
And Gisbergen, so impressive in his qualifying, his practicing qualifying efforts. Starts up in the 3rd position for this race. This is coming down on Balbo, getting ready to turn right onto Michigan, and this is really the slowest part of the course.
Slowest corner, but then it gets into the real narrow section. You see the running lights flashing from the upper window to the lower area. All of this, you know, really you would think, you know, slipping and sliding has been the number one issue, but as the sport has tried to develop racing in the rain, visibility has really been the driver's biggest challenge. So all of these things done to try to improve visibility. But I'm going to tell you, if you're starting 20th, good luck into turn 1. It is going to be a cloud of mist. So you're going to have to be really focused, try to find different markers on the wall, cars in front of you. You know, visibility will be a challenge.
Because of the difficult situation and conditions that these drivers are under right now, NASCAR has told them that they will be allowed to come onto pit road right now. If there's something that maybe is a little different with their helmet or something that they have to have a crew member help them with, they can come to pit road this time by and they will still get their starting position even if they come out of line.
Yeah, there's no reason. You see the rag right there kind of stuffed in the door pad. You see over here to the left, you just got a little bit of a rag right here. He can use that to wipe the inside of his visor. He can't reach the window, belt it in, so that has to be done by the defogger. But, you know, you want to keep your visor down if possible. I'm pretty confident NASCAR is going to really look at a single file start here. We'll hear what they have to say, but so much work has been put into this street race at Chicago. I don't think anybody is more excited than the drivers, NASCAR, to watch the fans, to watch these cars take the green flag. Parker.
Well, you guys mentioned the different surfaces the drivers will be dealing with and trying to test the grip around this racetrack. Well, one thing you have on a street course you don't normally have on normal racetracks is paint on the actual tracks. You see here a crosswalk. Well, guess what? These are all around the racetrack, and this paint does not have the same level of grip as you'll find on the normal asphalt. You have to basically test it out, and how do you do that? You basically move your wheel side to side. You'll test it with the throttle, and using my hand gripometer here, I can tell you,
Hand
it's a lot less grip,
gripometer.
guys.
And Parker, yeah, Rick, you mentioned a moment ago that the teams have been given the option to come in and put on slicks before the race. I'm surprised, Steve. I hear more drivers considering it. They say there's going to be a dry line quickly, but there's no way you would put on slicks and start the race, would you?
I mean, there's no chance I would be putting anything but wets on. This track is as wet can be. There's a great shot. That's the difference between treaded tires and slick tires. I think it's not now, but the trick will be, as the cars run, they will dry up the racing line. And that treaded tire, way more grip in the wet. But that smooth tire, if you can stay in the dry, way faster in the dry. So, like, one lap could be a 5 or 6 second difference. So that's going to be kind of the crossroads these teams will run into.
So and that's another formula that a crew chief has to figure out is, when do you make that transition? At what point in time do you think that you're losing ground to someone else who maybe has gone to the slicks?
Well, we talk about all the drivers have experience in the wet. That's where that comes in, right? The NASCAR drivers, the stock car drivers, it's kind of new still. But when you talk about people like Jenson Button, right? He ran in Formula One. This is standard for Formula One, from wet to dry and back again. And that decision he's had to make time and time again. Now, that was in an open wheel car. Can he take that information and transition it into a stock car? We'll have to see. There's Jenson right there in the 15 car.
Jenson Button behind the wheel of a Cup car. We saw it a little bit earlier this year. And we're being told that NASCAR is going to have the whole field come down pit road this time by. So again, this is the more technical aspect area of this race course. Michigan through Congress Loop and then back on Michigan.
So now that the field's aligned and the tire decision's been made, you'll see the whole field come down pit road, which will be a great time for the fans at home to see exactly how they pit off this final corner. And this is kind of the practice pit road speed. You mentioned it, pitting backwards, driver to the left, so he's going to be farther away from pit road wall. We see a lot of penalties. You can only drive through up to 3 pit boxes to get into yours when you think about parallel parking on the street, right? And something about the driver being on the left and the right side of the car, they sometimes have a little bit of trouble and hit a box. So this is the turn in. You're now on pit road. This is off the front bumper. The Coca-Cola Zero Sugar can for Denny Hamlin, and we're kind of rolling down right here. Another great look, and you see all the signs lit up. Look how chaotic it can be. That's why this is kind of pit road speed, but also to get a great bearing of where your pit stall is on pit road.
And a crew chief will call you into your stall. A lot of times spotters will count you down.
Yeah, there'll be a handoff. Like a spotter will probably get you on pit road and say, okay, 10 away. And if I'm the crew chief, I now have a mark, and I'll say, okay, 5, 4, 3, and I literally count my driver right into the box. And then here's the blend. Drivers have to stay to the right of that yellow line until right there in turn 1. The issue is the cars on the racetrack are going to kind of want that same space.
And you heard SVG get into it right there. Accelerate to catch up to Tyler Reddick, who's just in front of him in the 45. There's Bubba Wallace in the 23. Rolling around this street course, getting ready to go racing on the streets of Chicago. We have Mike Bagley from MRN and Sirius XM. He's been helping us all weekend with the broadcast. He will be perched on turn 1 and turn 6, giving us a lot of the commotion that will take place right there on Columbus Drive.
That's a great way to put it, Rick. Chaos and commotion at the start. This has been a weekend of unknowns. We don't know what to expect on the first ever street course. Got a taste yesterday. That's been compounded today with the wet weather. Drivers were apprehensive in the dry. Now they've got to take it up a notch in the wet. I'm at turns 1 and 6. They'll leave me on turn 1. They'll go to 2. They'll go through the backside of the course in 3, 4, and 5. Come back to me here in 6, and then work their way over to Michigan Avenue, where they will be greeted by the mayor, Jeff Burton, on the backside of the course on the north end.
Well, an already challenging event has just taken a step up. Every driver that we spoke to before the green flag, before this race got going, they talked about how narrow some of the racetrack parts are. Well, now if you slip a tire, you're up against a wall. If you spin, you're into the wall, and it's going to be ever-changing conditions. A few minutes ago, the road directly in front of me was not dry, but it wasn't, it didn't have running water across of it. Now it does, because water's draining from one direction going across the racetrack. So drivers are going to have to learn where they can brake, where they got to check it up a little bit, where they can accelerate, and where they got to be easy on acceleration. And it's going to change every lap. A ton to learn in a short period of time.
And you may be wondering, where's our other colleague from the broadcast team, Dale Earnhardt Jr.? He will be in turn 4 and 5, and right now having a little difficulty with his audio. There he is, getting ready. Obviously in one of the fastest parts of this race course, and that is right at the end of the turn 4. So you see the safety truck coming down right now toward him through turn 3 and into turn 4. But that's right at the end of DeSable Lakeshore Drive, and we've seen cars get upwards of 160 miles an hour. Now that's in dry conditions.
Yeah, but you see right there, right? There's patches, there's concrete. We talk about changing conditions, and here's the challenge. This is the right-hand corner.
It's tight.
The driver's going to have to make.
Tight.
It's almost like threading a needle, right? You got to be just barely off that wall to the right, miss the tires to the left.
Still all in line, and Steve, talk us through this 100-lap, 220-mile race.
Well, there's stages, even though we won't see a caution or a green and white checker at the end of the stages, but after 20 laps, points will be awarded for the first 10 cars that finish in that position in stage 1, and then 25 laps in stage 2, then the final stage 55 laps, which make it 100 laps in total. The fuel window 35 to 37, that's in the dry. If we get in the wet, because you just can't step on the throttle, you burn less gas. So we might be able to see him go a little bit further pit road down to 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, from upwards of 140, 150 miles an hour all the way down to 35, which, by the way, is the speed limit on most of the streets that they're racing. I believe Lakeshore Drive is a little bit higher at 45 miles per hour. But, yeah, 30 to 35 miles per hour on Columbus, on Michigan, on Balboa, Jackson, Roosevelt Road. So it's definitely something that Chicago has never seen. It's something NASCAR has never seen. Racing on the streets here of Chicago.
There hasn't been any word of competition caution, at least on the race broadcast. That's a good question, though, John Garrett. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. The Marion Kiwi, thanks for tuning in also. Let's see. Dale, thanks for tuning back in for another race weekend. Kathleen Schwartz, thanks for tuning in. That's anybody new that has joined here over the Race and Parade laps. On a commercial break right now in FS1. We'll take a quick break ourselves before we get this race underway. You're listening live on KRC for the Grant Park 220 at the Chicago Street Course Race, the inaugural one for the NASCAR Cup Series. Once again, vote if you have not already as well. We have just over 110 people watching. Only 66 votes have been casted so far for who you think will win this race. The poll will end at the end of Stage 2. Once again, 20 laps in the first stage today, and then we will race to lap 45 to the end of Stage 2, and then 55 laps in that final stage. As you heard, fuel window 35 to 37 laps. Even with the wet conditions, if they're not pushing quite as hard and burning as much fuel, it should be a 2 pit stop race. We may see 3 pit stops depending on how dry the track gets early enough into this race for drivers to potentially make the switch to slick tires under green flag conditions, but at least 2 stops guaranteed for fuel. And again, potentially 3, depending on when the switch will be made from dry tires, meaning wet rain tires, to the slicks. And that will definitely be a good opportunity for this field to flip, maybe more so than what we'll see at any other given time in this race today. We talk about track position with every race, but this one, more so than any other, this is going to be a very strategy-based race, but I'm all in for it. Should be a fun one. Stu MC, thanks for tuning in. Ain't easy watching NASCAR from Scotland. Because you're not used to it, or no way of watching that? Probably could be a reason. Lights are out on the pace car. They will be going green. Never mind. Lights are back. Are they out or are they on? It looks like they're out, which tells me that they will be going green this time by. It looks like it will be a double file start as the field is doubling up. Maybe it's single file. I mean, they're not. Let's listen to
Cleaning the tires, warming the tires up.
It may be a single file start.
You see the pace car lights are off. That tells me we're coming to green. We're here from NASCAR that it will be a single file.
Single file start. There you have it.
Denny Hamlin has earned.
So single file start here for this one. Pace car will be holding his way onto pit road. The restart zone is before the final turn on this racetrack, about 3/4 of the way down the straightaway between turns 11 and the final corner in turn 12. That is to avoid any potential major stack-ups in turn 1 like we've seen at COTA over the last couple of years, as well as the Indianapolis road course. So maybe we'll end up seeing that at those 2 racetracks here. Well, COTA obviously not till next year, then Indy again this summer. And it has worked so far, at least through the few restarts we had in the Xfinity race yesterday. It definitely helped the field manage their way through turn 1 on the restarts there, and I'm sure it'll be the same for the Cup Series race here today. I'm excited for this race, one way or another, whether I'm here giving you guys the broadcast or if I was there in person. Should be a fun evening of racing. Let's get this one underway. And across that overpass, which leads into turn 11. Oh, my bad. They were in the first overpass off of turn 6, headed towards 7, and that, I guess you would kind of call it the chute right before they're working their way around the fountain in that area of the racetrack. It's kind of the most Estes looking part of the racetrack itself. If you're familiar with what an Estes would look like on normal road courses. Now they're heading over the other overpass I was thinking they were going over the first time. And they will take that downhill drop. One of a couple elevation changes. Green flag is in the air. Bell power slides as he works his way to the green. Denny Hamlin, I should say, in the Yahoo Toyota, working his way to the green flag. And we are racing at Chicago. Tyler Reddick already going to try to outbreak the 11 car into turn 1 as he looks to the outside lane. Much more even start further back in the field. Tyler Reddick is going to take the race lead away from Denny Hamlin. He'll have the inside lane into turn 2 and is clear. Hamlin maybe trying to hang on that right rear corner panel. Got a little bit better of a run that time around, and Hamlin is still door-to-door with Tyler Reddick as they work their way towards turn 4, fastest corner of the racetrack, heading to the tightest exit on the racetrack as well, and Denny Hamlin doing a great job holding on to the outside lane through those couple turns. After Reddick caught him napping on the front stretch heading towards turn 1, Tyler Reddick has the race lead. And one of the wider straightaways on the racetrack before things start to funnel down towards turn 7 into a sharper left-handed corner. Christopher Bell going to get by SVG, it looks like, as well. Eric Almirola has been spun around, it looks like, off the exit of turn 6. has to wait for the full field to go around before he can work that car right back around in the right direction. And it looks like a 3-car pileup off camera as well for Brad Keselowski and both the Legacy Motor Club cars of Eric Jones and Noah Gragson. We continue to stay green, but those 2 cars are against the tire wall. I'm not sure what corner that is in, so a couple of different situations where we saw a bit of calamity. No major damage on any of those 4 cars that had an incident there on that first lap. It's a good thing we didn't have a double file start, because that could have made things a lot more difficult to try to escape. Like Almirola spun on his own off the exit of the corner, had a bit of a power slide, maybe caught a wet spot. And then Noah Gragson Eric Jones way too deep into a corner 3 wide, trying to make a pass underneath. Both Noah Gragson and Brad Keselowski cleaned them both out into the tire barrier, but not hard once again. They were able to back up. Denny Hamlin is now up against the outside wall off the final corner. And the pole sitter is already in trouble. Denny Hamlin is now outside the top 10. It looks like he cycled into the 14th place position before getting back up to speed. What a tough break for Denny Hamlin as these drivers on a new course and racing in the rain nonetheless, having some difficulties here in the opening lap, trying to keep their cars from power sliding. This has definitely opened up a wild opening couple laps to this race. Hamlin power slid his way off of turn 12, and just a slight bit of contact with the tire wall off the exit of the corner. Car stayed straight, so he was able to actually get back up to speed fairly quickly. Again, he lost about a dozen positions, and after qualifying on the pole, doesn't even lead a lap, and now is outside the top 10 in a hurry. 2 road courses in a row, Hamlin having issues. Wrecked all on his own on the front stretch at Sonoma just a couple weeks ago as well, after he qualified on the front row in that race. And unfortunately ended up finishing in last place as a result of his wreck. I believe he was the only driver that actually DNF'd that day. SVG trying to build up some momentum to try to work his way back by Bell, who passed him on the opening lap, which was initially for 3rd. Now the battle is for 2nd. They're already over 5 seconds off the race lead from Tyler Reddick, who had pulled away immensely after Hamlin's spin while he was in 2nd. And the 20 and the 91 starting to go to battle, go into work on their race cars. And 20 laps in this first stage, and there are no stage cautions. So when we get to lap 20, we will race on, unless we have another incident. Obviously, a lot of wet spots on the racetrack. He's trying to find the places on the track that aren't as wet. The paint is going to be a lot more slippery as well. A lot of it with this being a street course race versus what you would usually not see this much paint, obviously, on a racetrack with the racing lines on a typical course, whether that be an oval or a road course for that matter. Let alone in the rain, considering they don't really race in ovals on the rain. Kyle Busch is against the tire barrier, and that is going to bring out a caution. It looks like he is stuck underneath it, as tires are up over the entire front of that race car, covering almost the entire hood. And Kyle Busch has now gone off track, the 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, and a driver who has finished in the top 3 in the last 3 road course races is now in trouble early. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on that race car itself, so good thing those barriers kind of gave way, and hopefully they can pull Busch's car out quickly enough that he could stay on the lead lap, as we are under caution on lap 3 for the first time at the Grant Park 220 in Chicago.
Well, on the radio, he told him, I just need help getting out of the tire barrier. After that, I should be good. Kyle Busch, you see him just sliding. He was very nervous about the wet conditions, and that nervousness proving itself as he gets into the tire barrier.
It's just a misjudgment of the grip. Much like Denny Hamlin at turn 2, Kyle Busch, you saw his speed versus the other cars. And once the car starts sliding, once traction is broken, you're kind of done. It's not going to basically come back to him. I mean, look at the speed. Luckily for Chris Buescher in that 17, that white and blue car, he was far enough in front of Kyle Busch that he didn't get hit. But to your point, Rick, very interesting. So what they're going to do here is
Surprised he didn't have more damage on his car as hard as he hit.
Jeff, try to get it out from underneath the tire barrier.
Yeah, that's right. They have these hooks put onto the rear bumper. They can hook it up, pull it out. Kyle Busch says he thinks he's okay to roll. I think
turn
one thing
6
that's
or 7
important to remember is that setups matter. How you set your car up for this race does make a difference. Most teams probably were set up for the drive based on practice yesterday. Your car may not brake as well as someone else's. It may not turn as well as another competitor. You're going to have to drive your car to its limit and not get pulled into chasing speed at this moment. Understand where you have grip and where you don't. Ignore the people around you. That's very difficult to do for a race car driver, but in these conditions, that is what is required.
I want to see if this car can. Let's see how this really works.
Yeah, what it looks like.
Yeah. Man, just like that.
Listen to the crowd, by the way.
Look at the crowd.
Yeah, 20 deep over there in turn 6. Kyle Busch had it fired up. They backed him out. We'll see if he's able to continue on, but this brought out the first caution of the day from the streets of Chicago.
So again, under caution, Kyle Busch going deep, power sliding into a corner, into the tire barrier wall. It looked like it was right around, I think it was turn 6, because it was a left-handed corner, and there's very few left-handed corners on the racetrack. As far as 90-degree turns that are left-handed, I believe turn 6 and turn 1 are the only ones. It definitely wasn't the main straightaway. So turn 6 is where the accident had taken place, which is what I thought it was initially. As we all learned this course for the first time this weekend. And lost grip just like Denny locked the brakes up. Well, the thing with Denny, he was in a little bit slower of a corner, so that's why it looked like the impact was a little harder for Kyle Busch. But I'm very surprised that did not do any damage to the race car. It just goes to show what the stiffness of this next-gen car really looks like. Because it looked like he slid into there pretty hot, pretty hard, and virtually no damage on the race car. So we'll see if Busch can recover. But it did take quite a long time for the safety officials to pull him out of there. Hopefully he can stand the lead lap. The good news is, obviously, with this being a 2.2-mile road course, the caution lap is going to be very long. So that will help Busch just a little bit. And if he's the only car a lap down, we get another yellow, he's right back on the lead lap again. I don't think we're going to be seeing much lap traffic in this race with how long the course is, how narrow it is. Going to have quite a long green flag run to get to that situation. Definitely still raining at the racetrack right now. Everybody's still in their ponchos. I doubt that we are going to see anybody go onto slicks anytime soon, with how damp this track obviously still is. And we will get back to racing shortly under what is likely to be another single file restart like we had there with that initial start. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll get back with our full flag-to-flag coverage of today's Grant Park 220 for the Chicago Street Race very, very soon. If you're wondering why I might have more ads in this race, by the way, it's because the Xfinity Series race got range shortened, and I didn't have any ads during the coverage earlier today because they didn't back to the race, and they didn't even get to halfway before technically calling it, so it's unfortunate.
Still wet. And luckily for us, we got my old buddy Dale Jr., Mike, all working down there at Turn 4. Jr., it's been an exciting start on these wet weather tires. What's been your opinion from your vantage point down there?
I was super excited to see this race get going and watch the drivers face that challenge. In Turn 4, there's so many bumps getting down into the braking zone of that corner. It is a fast corner, so it's not a hard braking zone, but they are respecting not only the bumps, but what those could do to the car and how that could throw the car out of control. They're really, really respecting and cautious to the entry of that turn. They're, Turn 5 is the first corner first gear corner, and they're nowhere near that. So they're probably in third gear through here, just gingerly trying to get through the center of 4 and 5 and then onto the long straightaway and not induce any real spin with any high RPMs like a second or first gear would do. So pretty impressive so far. I know there's been some accidents at other parts of the racetrack, but right down here, it's been pretty clean.
The 8 car of Kyle Busch, you see him a little bit of damage to the right front. Junior, I'm going to tell you, that was pretty breathtaking to see this hit to the tire barrier with the car having less damage.
Absolutely, the tire barrier does a perfect job. See all the water coming out of those tires, but that tire barrier, we've seen it do its job multiple times this weekend. Kyle's able to not only climb out of that car if it were heavily damaged, but he's going to continue to race, and I think race well. When he came by here, I know there's some body damage, but tires are pointing in all the right directions. As long as electronics and everything's okay inside the car, you saw a lot of water get inside there during the wreck from the in-car, but as long as everything survives, I think the body damage, is not a big deal here, especially with the slow pace, with the wet weather. If it dries, that aero disadvantage may show up, but I doubt it. I think the team can repair that, and he's got a lot more respect, I guess, for that corner than anyone else right now.
Yeah, we're seeing Race Control has said that all starts and restarts will be single file until further notice. And Steve, you mentioned that at the very beginning, that they could tell the drivers that it would be a single file restart.
And we saw that last replay. That's our first time we've seen kind of that in-car for Kyle, but you could hear the wheel hop, and here we come, Rick.
Green flag back in the air, lap 6 overall at the start-finish line as Reddick leads them down into that hard 90 left-hand corner in turn 1. Single file through the top 4. One car ducks back into line after faking a pass. That was Michael McDowell, who pulled out initially to try to look to get around Daniel Suarez for 4th. They'll stay behind the Trackhouse Racing Chevrolet for now. Joey Logano hot on the heels of that 34 car to try to overtake him to be the top Ford in the running order. Turn 2, a couple cars almost got into the back of one another, middle of the pack. Front of the field starting to space out a little more. A couple car lengths of a difference between Reddick and Bell once again. Down into turn 5. Single file coming off the exit of that corner, as we'll see pretty much throughout the course of the race today. That's the tightest corner on the racetrack. And one of the faster corners in turn 4 right before it. McDowell tried to go to the outside, make an undercut move on Suarez, who spun the rear tires, getting back to the gas before working his way over the overpass off of turn 10. McDowell got to his inside off of that corner, but that would mean he would be on the outside the very next corner. Maybe slight contact from the right front of the 34 to the left rear of the 99. Suarez is going to be able to hold on. A 1 second gap is the difference between Reddick and Christopher Bell as they approach the start-finish line here in a couple more turns. .2 second difference officially at the start-finish line. Tyler Reddick has the race lead. So we've completed one green flag lap following the restart after the Kyle Busch incident in turn 6 on lap 3. And only 3 caution laps were ran. Very good job by the safety team getting those tires put back into place. McDowell into turn 1 to the inside of Suarez. Makes the pass cleanly. McDowell slides the rear tires a bit in a slick spot. Suarez is going to try to capitalize on a rebound for that 6th place position. Door-to-door in the corner. Very tight exit for Daniel Suarez. He stayed away from that 34 car. Maybe the throttle input off the exit of the corner a little too much. Did not open up room for Joey Logano to try to make a pass, though. Martin Truex Jr. a late dive into turn 5, trying to work his way by Kyle Larson, but no chance he was going to try to get underneath him in that corner. And had to get out of the gas just a little bit extra compared to what he wanted to keep it off the back of the 5 car. Truex is going to try again, though, off of turn 5 into 6. And he will complete the pass. Larson will let him go, and Truex has gained a few positions, now up 4 spots from the start of the race. Biggest movers from the early going. Ross Chastain's up to 23rd after starting 34th, and I believe he is the biggest mover thus far. Biggest loser probably Denny Hamlin, who ended up starting on the pole and is currently 12th. Kyle Busch, of course, started just inside the top 20, and he spun and wrecked as well, and now he's outside the top 30, coming from the back of the pack. 13 to go in stage 1, this time by for Tyler Reddick. Last lap at the start-finish line, it looked like Christopher Bell was a little bit quicker than Reddick. Reddick was quicker that opening lap, might have had a hiccup in one of the corners. Whatever the case was, Bell ran him down. So probably my two favorites really for the win. 1-2 at the front of the field. And honestly, all three votes in the chat, all running 1 through 3 right now, or at least in the poll that I have up in the chat. So that could be a pretty close poll here by the end of it. They stay 1 through 3 throughout the afternoon. Top 5 on lap 8. Tyler Reddick leads 1 second over Christopher Bell. Van Gisbergen is in third, 2.7 seconds off the race lead. Michael McDowell is 9.7 seconds back and forth after that battle between him and Suarez. Really slowed him down, allowed for the top 3 to pull away immensely. And then Daniel Suarez still in the 5th place position is 10.9 seconds off the race lead. So that's the increments between the top 5 positions at the front of the field. Christopher Bell is really running down Tyler Reddick. He's running a lot better lap time these first couple laps following the race start. It looks like Reddick is struggling with grip off the exit of the corner, maybe mashing the gas a little too early and has to ease his way back into the throttle more. A lot better finessing going on from the 20 of Bell. Christopher Bell also charges the corners a lot harder on his entry. It still gets off the exit of the corner better than Reddick most of the time as well. Overall, Christopher Bell doing a much better job than Tyler Reddick, and it's going to be interesting if he can get that clean air, if that will only help Bell even more, you'd imagine it would be. Reddick trying to break the draft down the main straightaway as Christopher Bell's going to follow him down to the inside pit wall. Widen their angling out into turn 1 a little bit as a result, and Tyler Reddick still holds about a 2 to 3 car length lead onto the next straightaway in between turns 1 and 2 on Reddick. Next braking zone into the right-hander. Reddick is going to pull Bell a little bit, who chatters the front tires. Couldn't get off the exit of the corner quite as well. Slides the car a lot wider than what Reddick did. And Reddick is going to be able to pull right back out to nearly 1 second lead as they head through the fastest area of the track into turns 4 and now into turn 5, where Christopher Bell has been able to gain the most ground in these last 2 laps. Not really the case here on this lap as they work their way off of that corner. Tyler Reddick, a little bit of a wiggle into the left-handed corner. He's going to go way wide. Christopher Bell's going to get underneath him in turn 6. Bell to the race lead, clear easily. And Christopher Bell is now out in front in Chicago. Our first pass for the lead in the race after a mistake by Bell in the left-handed corner, turn 6. Same corner that Kyle Busch crashed in, leading up to that first yellow at a very similar spot in the braking zone where Reddick slid the tires, and Christopher Bell is out in front. Headed for turn 11. It appears, and Christopher Bell going to work his way off the exit of the corner into turn 12. And Bell is going to have his first lap led of the day. Full screen commercial break right now on NBC with 9 laps to go in stage 1. I should say on lap 9, so technically we have 11 laps to go in stage 1 here. Appreciate everybody tuning in throughout the course of this one. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. We'll take a quick break here while they're on the full screen commercial break and get right back into the live commentary coverage. You're listening on the YouTube channel here on KRC. Be sure to like and subscribe. We're very close to 100 likes already as this race is just getting started. Christopher Bell to the point. Turn 6 seems to be that troubled corner for most of the drivers on the racetrack right now. Seen a couple cars go off track in that area into the tire barrier. Not completely like off track. Obviously, it's very enclosed. there are some other runoff areas in specific corners if needed as well. We saw a couple of drivers use those perfectly in practice when going a little high into a corner to try to get out of the way, so that way they don't have as much of a risk of getting ran into from behind in that circumstance where they may be parked on the racetrack otherwise with nowhere to go if it was enclosed. For the most part, the top 10 hasn't changed. The positions within the top 10 have. Martin Truex Jr. has worked his way up to 5th place, passing Daniel Suarez in recent laps. So 6 positions gained for Truex already. 3 Toyotas, a Chevy, and a Ford inside the top 5 right now. And still a major gap between positions 3 and 4, and it looks like Shane Van Gisbergen is starting to catch up to Tyler Reddick in the 45 for second. At the start-finish line that last time by, Reddick about 9/10 of a second ahead of SVG. Corey LaJoie also up a handful of positions, up to 15th place as of right now. Josh Bilicki in the 78 car just passed Ryan Blaney for 20th on the racetrack that last lap as well. Great job for that Live Fast Motorsports team running as well as they are. In the rain, probably a great equalizer. You don't usually see that team anywhere near the top 20, so great to have that here in these early laps. Even with a part-time driver of Bilicki running for him this weekend. Midwest native from the state of Wisconsin is Bilicki. So almost a home track for him.
Engineering giant is at the forefront of breakthroughs in AI.
Get to listen to some of the NBC broadcasts leading into their next commercial break on our live flag-to-flag coverage.
Advanced research. Leidos is designing the most advanced vehicle to ever touch the surface of the moon. Join us as we navigate this captivating journey. Over Lake Michigan, and skies beginning to clear over Grant Park here in the city of Chicago as 10 laps are complete on lap 11 now.
Some aggressive racing right here. Look at Corey LaJoie. He hangs it right on Alex Bowman. This is a very tight corner. That was such an aggressive move. I don't think Alex thought he would ever be there. Gets a good run, goes ahead, sends it in there, puts Bowman in a position to have to give the spot up. Bowman tries to cross him over. Let's ride along with Denny Hamlin and check out what he saw. You see right there, he's trying to block that move. You have to wonder if you can get by with that all day long in this rain. I doubt it.
There you see the battle for second starting to tighten up between Reddick, Gisbergen, and as you see also, these lap times are starting to drop. We're down to 103.19. They get faster and faster, not only understanding how to push these cars in the web, but also understanding the changing track as it's continuing to dry. Everyone's improved except for Reddick. Reddick's not quite on the pace he was at the start. Now he's under threat of losing second spot.
Reddick and Van Gisbergen right now racing for second, coming into turn 6. This is happening just about 3 seconds behind race leader Christopher Bell, and it's happening 15 seconds ahead of Michael McDowell in fourth. They're downhill into 7.
Let's ride along, SVG. Check out what he does. He's very unusual. Most drivers in the Cup Series do not use the clutch at all. As he approaches a braking zone, watch that left foot. No downshift there. So let's see right there, left foot, used the clutch, made the downshift. Most drivers don't do that anymore. He says he likes doing it, he's comfortable doing it. I doubt he even knows he's doing it. Some people think he's doing it for a competitive advantage, getting his car to turn better. Others think he's just a habit, using that clutch and downshift. With these modern transmissions, you don't have to use it. He's choosing to.
And after qualifying,
Trouble, turn 6, Noah Gragson is in the tire barrier. He's nailed it, and he's doing a burnout, trying to get out of it, and he can't. He is stuck, leaving turn number 6. And he's creating quite a smoke show all at the same time. He just killed the engine. He's going to need help to get out of this tire pack.
He's another one that probably will want to continue. That's the exit of turn 6 before they go up over the bridge and into turn 7. He was running 34th, one of the 2 entries for Legacy Motorsports.
So Noah Gregson into the tire wall, turn 6. Same spot Kyle Busch had his problems. Same spot Tyler Reddick lost the lead. And, of course, our second caution of the day at lap 13. Again, Noah Gregson involved. His second incident already in this race as well. Didn't get a caution for the first one he was involved with his teammate Eric Jones and Brad Keselowski.
And he withdrew. Respect the privacy of JJ and his family, but thoughts and prayers out to JJ and everyone involved in his family.
At this point, the safety workers and the recovery vehicles are going to have to do the same thing they did for Kyle Busch. You saw the two gentlemen right there basically clear the hook. They're going to pull him out. Let's take a look exactly what happened. Really much like Kyle Busch. He got a little bit further around the corner and going a little bit slower pace, but got wedged up underneath the tire barrier. And then, as Mike Bagley really pointed out, put a bit of a smoke show trying to back that car out from underneath it. There's no telling how much those tires weigh, not to mention how much water is in them at this point. The 8 pulled out without a problem. We'll assume the same can happen at the 42. We're going to get a look at it.
Really depends on that angle, too, probably, if he nosed it in a little harder on the right side.
See a full house on top of the pit box.
Yeah.
Luke Lambert, the crew chief, is the person closest in the Wendy's uniform at the bottom. Bunch of sponsors.
All the crew members wearing the 84. That would have been the number that Jimmy Johnson would have been running here in the race. The safety crew now right there at the back bumper of the 42 for Noah Gregson. We'll see if they can pull him out and he can continue. Bagman, it's got to be a little bit tight right there, looking down from your perch as to the cars rolling by.
Yeah, I'm looking right down on the racetrack, and of course when Noah was trying to back away and putting up all the smoke, there were some drivers that were trying to make their way through. You had that to deal with, and now there are 3 safety vehicles here that are tending to him, and the drivers are just barely squeezing by on the inside. There is a lane to work with, but they don't have much grace. There's Noah. Out for the tire pack, put the tow rope away, and then Noah Gregson's going to fire up and move away from the accident scene in turn 6.
It's been pretty amazing. We've seen 2 cars get actually underneath the tire barriers in turn 6.
Under caution again for the second time today. Rookie Noah Gregson's unfortunate rookie season will continue. And the rough year for Legacy Motor Club will also continue as he has crashed. Doesn't look like he's got too much damage on the race car to similar circumstance that we saw from Kyle Busch, who wrecked in that same corner. Different spot in the corner where he wrecked, but a similar spot also, though, where he ended up losing control of the race car. Gregson made it so close to the exit. It's actually good that he hit where he did, because if he would have hit further along, he may have ended up making contact with the concrete wall, which would have absolutely killed the race car and knocked him out for the day. As far as Kyle Busch goes, after being involved in that incident, he's still in the last place position. I would not be surprised under this caution if he's back on pit road making more repairs. Gregson's dropped off the lead lap in his circumstance of trying to get him from out underneath that wall in turn 6. And we had a pretty quick cleanup the first time. Only had like 3 laps of caution from the Busch incident. I would imagine that will probably be the same here for the Gregson incident. We didn't see any pit stops with it being so early in the race with that first stop. Still outside the pit window to make it on 2 stops from here as well, so I'd imagine we'll pretty much see everybody else stay out once again. Again, 35 to 37 laps is the full field window, which would make this a 3-stop race because you would get to 70 and then a 30-lap stretch to the end if you tried to stretch it about as far as you could. Lap times, as mentioned by Steve Letarte in the NBC booth with Rick Allen, that they are quickening throughout the course of this race as the track slowly gets more and more dry and these drivers becoming more familiar and comfortable with the race cars in these wet conditions here in the early going as well. Big caution for everybody from 4th on back. They had a 15-second gap between positions 3 and 4 on the track at the time of the yellow. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car just made a pass on Michael McDowell for 4th right before the caution flag came out as well. He's the biggest mover right now of those inside the top half of the field, so look out for Martin Truex Jr. now that he's going to be close to the front. He'll be again in 4th on the upcoming restart, assuming we don't get pit stops coming up soon, and he is on a rail right now after starting 11th. Good thing it was raining, because it probably wouldn't have been as easy to make passes for him if it wasn't raining. So was able to make movement through the field a lot quicker. Of course, Denny Hamlin, one of the drivers that qualified in front of him, had a spin already as well. half spin and a slide into a tire wall, really, for Hamlin, because he is still inside the top 15. Corey LaJoie up to 14th. We mentioned he was picking up some positions there. NBC pointed it out in their broadcast booth as well. Past Alex Bowman during the last commercial break. They were showing a replay of it. Slight contact was made between the two cars as well in that battle for position on the racetrack.
Where you save your points, you trade them in for free tickets, autographed merchandise, exclusive NASCAR gear, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Just visit NASCAR.com/fan-rewards. I've seen a lot of racing gear around this road course, street course, with all the fans showing their appreciation and their favorite drivers wearing a lot of the gear. Marty.
Rick Ryan Blaney was going backwards. He's one of the cars that comes down.
Couple pit stops back half of the field.
Misses a contact there, almost contact with Kevin Harvick. Bubba Wallace also on pit road. It was fuel only for Blaney. Harvick is going to take tires here, but Steve, for the guys up front, just too early and too close to the end of the stage to give up all that track position.
Yeah, Marty, I have to agree. And Marty, make sure you keep me honest here. It seems like the rain tires, the Goodyear is like a white, as we're on the Busch Light cam, right? It's a white Goodyear. That's how because we're going to see a conversion here, right? Guys are going to start gambling on the drying up, and they're going to jump to. That's a great shot of the sidewall of that treaded tire. You can't read it, but it turns white pretty solid versus the yellow. If you get the right angle, you can tell the difference. It's a little harder than you would think in the rain, but we'll try to keep a track on who's on slicks, who's on treads right now. The whole field, though.
Let's take a full field running order rundown on lap 14 of 100 in this race while we're under the caution flag period. So following the cycling of pit, actually I'll wait till they all get back to the start-finish line this time by, because we are waiting on the updated order, because we did have some drivers pit in the back half of the field. Again, as mentioned, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, and a few others on pit road. Some taking tires, some just topping off on fuel. Try to put more in it now so they don't have to put quite as much fuel in the race car during their next stop. Or if they decide to run longer at some point in the race, they're going to end up taking less fuel, which could hopefully gain them some track position. But they were all drivers that were running outside the top 15 that did end up pitting that last time by. So our full field running order rundown, Christopher Bell will be the race leader on the upcoming restart. It'll be another single file restart, as we've seen nothing but here at the beginning with the slick and wet conditions. Tyler Reddick is in second. Shane Van Gisbergen is in third. Fourth place, Martin Truex Jr. and Michael McDowell rounds out the top five. Daniel Suarez is sixth. Kyle Larson seventh. Jenson Button still in eighth place where he qualified. EJ Allmendinger ninth, and Ty Gibbs is in 10th. Joey Logano in 11th. Chris Buescher 12th. Denny Hamlin 13th. Corey LaJoie 14th. Austin Dillon 15th. Alex Bowman in 16th. Chase Briscoe 17th. Ryan Preece 18th. 19th is Ryan Blaney. And Josh Bilicki is 20th. Bubba Wallace in 21st. Ross Chastain 22nd. Andy Lally 23rd. William Byron 24th. Chase Elliott still back at 25th. Ty Dillon 26th. Austin Cindric 27th. 28th is Kevin Harvick. 29th is Harrison Burton. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 30th. 31st is Bubba Wallace after his pit stop. Eric Almirola 31st. The 30th for Wallace, 31st for Almirola. He also pitted. Kevin Harvick 32nd, Ty Gillen 33rd, also hit pit road. Brad Keselowski 34th, Eric Jones 35th, Kyle Busch 36th, and Noah Gragson has scored a lap down on the restart in 37th. They'll be going green this time by. We'll have 5 laps to go at stage 1. Top 10 receives stage points, 1 point per position, and a playoff point for the race winner, which will carry over every round, assuming that said driver is either already locked in or will lock their way into the playoffs through these final 9 races of the regular season. And we are back to racing down through turn 1. Christopher Bell going to hold on to that race lead. Tyler Reddick going to have another shot at him. Truex, who is now in the battle with the top 3 cars after looking very fast in the early going, is trying to get by SVG for third off of turn 2. Was low and then decided to work back into the draft as they entered through the on-throttle corner in turn 3. Headed for 4 and 5. A bit of a gap built up between the second and third place car that time as they enter their corner. Single file most of the way on entry that time. Fairly clean restarts. Haven't seen any calamity up to this point on this restart this time. No contact in the top half of the field. Kyle Larson charges hard in the turn 6 corner, working his way around Daniel Suarez in the 99, or at least attempting to. defensive line, it looked like, by Chris Buescher, running very low, trying to keep Denny Hamlin behind him. Side-by-side for position between Alex Bowman and Corey LaJoie. Bowman gives contact to LaJoie. Remember, LaJoie had squeezed Bowman earlier. And I think Bowman was repaying the favor. Remember, Bowman's got to be careful. He's only 2 points behind the cutoff line for that final transfer spot into the playoffs coming into the race today. After missing 3 races due to a broken vertebrae in his back in the middle of the season. LaJoie to the back bumper of the 48 again as they are continuing to trade paint. A lot of tempers between those two Chevrolet teams of Corey LaJoie and Alex Bowman right now. Just behind them on screen, pass for position made for the 41 of Ryan Preece. And a great crossover move by his teammate Chase Briscoe to get back underneath him. Wheel spin by both drivers. A late block by Preece, almost making contact as he tries to side draft the 14 as they cross the start-finish line. Down into turn 1, Preece will be on the inside of the 14 car this time. Off the exit of the corner, they give each other room. And it'll be Briscoe on the inside of turn 2 in the right-hand corner. Briscoe's going to duck out of line back behind the 41 car and let his teammate Preece go for now and try to regather himself and get his momentum back up once again. Bell hangs on to the lead in the front of the field. 0.8 of a second was the margin of race lead at the start-finish line that last time by. Tyler Reddick remains in second following the restart. SVG in third. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Michael McDowell 5th. Daniel Suarez 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. Jenson Button 8th. AJ Allmendinger 9th. And Ty Gibbs is rounding out your top 10. 4 laps to go. More like 3.5 laps to go now in this first stage. Ross Chastain up to 18th place has picked up 16 positions from the start. Biggest mover of the race as far as total positions gained in this one. Right behind those two cars that were just battling for position of Briscoe and Preece, as we were mentioning moments ago. We meaning I. I say we because we're all a family here watching the stream. So if I ever say we, it's because I include you guys in my conversation. Usually there's no single man booth when it comes to any sports, so I say that a lot. It's good that I say that, though, because it gives me practice for whenever I have a color commentator with me someday. Bell going to lead another lap at the start-finish line. Definitely not a major gap between positions 3 and 4 this time. A large reason as to why the top 3 pulled away is because Michael McDowell and Daniel Suarez at the time that were battling for 4th on that last restart were kind of going back and forth. And they were really running some slower lap times, almost 3 to 4 seconds slower a lap when they were having to go side by side in a corner versus single file on the tight racetrack, plus the wet conditions obviously factoring into that as well. The lap times are definitely down. We saw lap times right around 92 seconds at their fastest in qualifying and practice yesterday. Our fastest lap of the race so far is a 101.488, which was ran by Christopher Bell, in fact, on that last lap. Everybody in the field ran their fastest lap of the race the last time of those inside the top 26. The only driver that didn't run his fastest lap was Stenhouse, who ran his fastest lap of the race the lap before. And these guys at the front of the field, top half of the field, haven't even changed tires yet. Still in the same rain tires they were at the start of the race. So definitely no fall off to this point as the track continues to stay wet. But it is getting slightly drier, which will make an interesting changes when we get to those first pit stops right around lap 35 at the edge of the fuel window. Will we see drivers switch to slicks? Will we see drivers potentially switch to slicks even quicker in the run? NBC going to a side-by-side commercial break. We'll keep our commentary coverage going. We won't take a break ourselves at this point yet, as we still have a few laps to go in this first stage. Waiting to see who will be the drivers in the top 10 and what positions they'll be running in. Closest battle inside the top 10 for position is between Michael McDowell and Daniel Suarez to this point. SVG putting more pressure on Tyler Reddick now a few laps after the restart. Definitely a closer gap between second and third than what the gap is between positions 1 and 2 on the racetrack. About a lap and a half remains in these first 20 laps for Stage 1. Again, Stage 2 will be 25 laps, and then 55 laps in the final stage of the race, which will be obviously the longest of the 3. And only points are awarded to the top 10 in these first two stages for the points format that NASCAR uses. Been using this stage racing format since 2017. For any new fans that are watching today, or there's a lot of people watching that are fans of SVG, hoping that Project 91 car can go into victory lane today. So maybe you haven't watched many NASCAR races, if any at all, before, and they're wondering how the points work. Again, the top 10 receive stage points. Points are awarded at the end of the race for every position, 1 point per position, but in the top 10 for the first two stages, so they reward points throughout the course of the race, so that way it rewards running well throughout the course of the entire race instead of just at the very end. And it is 1 point per position once again. 10 points for first, all the way down to 1 point for 10th. Kind of bonus points, I guess, if you will, for the actual regular season standings. And usually there would be a stage caution on an oval race, but the road course races this season, to try to split the strategy up a little more, there are no cautions during the stage break, so we will continue to stay green unless we get an incident here when we get to the end of the stage at the end of this lap, as we are currently on lap 20. Update on the spotlight drivers here at the end of this first stage. The must-have picks of Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick are positions 1 and 2, and then Kyle Larson at 7, so on the top 10 right now for those. The sleeper picks all in the top 10 still currently as well, or actually, all in the top 10 right now. SVG's in 3rd, Daniel Suarez in 6th, and AJ Allmendinger is in 8th. The don't have picks that are predicted to finish outside the top 10, all still outside the top 10 as well. Chase Elliott in 22nd, Ross Chastain 18th, and Kevin Harvick in 33rd after just hitting pit road during that second caution of the race. Bell's built out a nearly 2-second lead over Tyler Reddick. He'll come to the start-finish line this time by in a couple corners. He's still working his way into turn 11 right now. Got 2 more right-handed corners, actually towards turn 12 off of 11. Into 12, now to the start-finish line. And he will get that first green-white checkered flag of the day. Tyler Reddick will finish in 2nd behind Bell for that Stage 1 win. SVG ends up 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Michael McDowell 5th. Daniel Suarez 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. AJ Allmendinger 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. And Jenson Button again rounds out the top 10 here in this first stage. You'll get to listen to some more of the NBC broadcast here leading to the next commercial break, as we do have green flag pit stop starting right now as well. Alex Bowman is in.
Tires or dries. I think it's time to make the swap, Marty.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of teams have been debating. In fact, on the race course, you mentioned it a moment ago, with these rain tires, drivers have been trying to find slick parts of the racetrack to keep their tires cool. So a lot of teams coming in here. We'll see if they all go to slicks, Kim.
And for Chase Briscoe, he was saying forward drive just is not great. They had a little trouble there on that rear tire, and he needed it to not slide across the center, so looking for some air pressure adjustments on the 14 of Chase Briscoe.
I think this is one of the toughest things.
I'll just keep the commentary coverage going for right now, and I'll let you listen into whoever gets into the cycling of pit road, so it's not too confusing for anybody listening. But we did see our first green flag pit stops of the day. 3 drivers came in. Again, Chase Briscoe, Alex Bowman, and I believe Corey LaJoie was also on pit road there. Sure, we'll see many others to follow. With 37 laps being kind of the max you can run on a full tank of gas, I would have to imagine that a lot of these other drivers that got stage points will still stay out for at least a few more laps to ensure that they can make it on 2 stops, because the drivers that pitted right now to top off on fuel and take the switch from dry tires to slick tires, I don't know that necessarily that this is the right time. I think they should have waited it out a few more laps, because if for whatever reason we stayed green to the end of the race, I don't think they're going to be able to make it on fuel. They're going to end up having to make an extra stop, which will sacrifice quite a few positions, even if they're to gain some with the faster lap times with the slick tires versus the rain tires, as the track again is dry, and especially in the lane that most of these drivers have been running, which is mostly a single groove racetrack anyway. As long as they stay in that dry pavement, they shouldn't have much trouble on these slick tires, and again will make up a lot more lap time as well. It'll be interesting to see what those lap times will be for those cars that pitted when they get to the start finish line. I guess it'd be the next time by, because this first lap they'll be on their pit exit lap, so it's not going to be quite as quick, but the next lap after that we'll see exactly how much faster they're going to be. Again, the 48, the 14, and the 7 all came in that last time. Briscoe just getting to the start-finish line right now. Still a battle for second going on between Tyler Reddick and SVG on the racetrack as they're 2.5+ seconds off the race lead from Christopher Bell. Another battle going on between Denny Hamlin and Ryan Preece on the track as well. They run very tightly nose to tail. Looked like Joey Logano got into the tire wall out in turn 6 as well. So another issue in turn 6. This time it's Logano. He did not get stuck underneath the tire wall, though. He was able to back out of it, so we continued to stay green. He didn't move the tire wall drastically either, but a little bit of damage to the right front of his car, very similar to that of Kyle Busch. A little bit of a crack in that right front fender just above the center of that right front tire. AJ Allmendinger, first driver from the top 10 to pit. One car has spun trying to get to pit road. Another one almost hits him. Jenson Button spun trying to get his way into the pits. Joey Logano made his way off that blind 12th corner and almost hit Button, who was blocking the pit entrance lane. Button is now in. He does have the first box at the entrance of pit road, but this will cost him time as he was running in the top 10.
On the 15 of Jenson Button. You see again the yellow lettering on these Goodyear tires.
Everybody's watching lap times of the cars on slick. Let's see what exactly happened to Button. He's kind of a little high. Oh, there's contact. We talked about how difficult it was going to be to get onto pit road. You wonder if the car behind the 15, I couldn't make out the car number, even knew he was pitting, and then Joey Logano comes around the corner and sees a car sitting broadside in front of him.
Button was up high enough. Do you think he was trying to make the turn there and just got tagged?
I don't know.
Think it was high?
I believe he was
pitting. No, he was pitting for sure, guys, definitely. And I think it was Buescher who was behind him.
Yeah, Dave, I think you're absolutely right. Kind of similar colored cars.
There is a yellow line there when you come through turn number 12 that the drivers, they would try to get on the inside of the yellow line. He was a little bit outside of it. Maybe he just wasn't, Chris Buescher wasn't expecting him to turn right there because he was higher.
Yeah, it did look like he was well out of the pit entrance lane on his way, making his way into the pits, and obviously had to slow up to get to the 35-mile-per-hour pit road speed, so that is what caused Buescher to get into the back of Button, turning him around off turn 12. But he was definitely above. Oh, he was way above. Yeah, he had all 4 tires above that yellow line on the inside. He should have been all 4 below, and he had all 4 above. Denny Hamlin in the pits here this upcoming time. Chris Buescher, Michael McDowell also in.
Denny Hamlin, who started from the pole, had that spin, kind of hung around the top 10 for much of this run. So they're all going to slicks here, Steve, but this is about a lap or 2 earlier than the leaders wanted to pit. You'll see his teammate Christopher Bell come very soon, leading right now, Dave.
And William Byron got on the slick Goodyear tires as well. He went from 32nd to 17th on that run, and that's important because he needs points. He's trying to win that regular season championship.
I hear what Marty's saying about what we consider the fuel.
William Byron now also on pit road along with Ty Dillon, Todd Gillen, Eric Almirola. SVG has taken over second place from Tyler Reddick on the racetrack. Neither one of those top 3 cars have still pit. It'll be interesting with Reddick losing more time if he'll come in this time around. Cold tires for Byron leaving the pits as he slides wide off of turn 1, almost into that outside wall as he's trying to make his way back up to speed now into turn 2. Maybe found a wet spot leaving the pit lane as well, which probably didn't help the turn in the car there initially. Quite a few of the top competitors still have to hit pit road. Todd Gillen now in the inside, or outside wall, I should say. It looks like right around turn 5. A tight corner of the racetrack. He's trying to make his way back up to speed now as Blaney is quickly catching him for about 33rd on the racetrack. Blaney is already pitted, of course, as well. And Todd Gillen is in, smoking the rear tires a little bit as he tries to make the next corner. He's really having a problem trying to get back into a rhythm of things. Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr. are in the pits from the top 10. So is Chase Elliott.
Coming to pit road, he said the rears were absolutely gone on these rain tires, and I think you're going to see his teammate Christopher Bell. You're also going to see Tyler Reddick come down pit road. The 12 car, also, as we mentioned a moment ago, Ryan Blaney in last. And here's that replay for Blaney making that contact earlier. Ooh. They were on the DVP. They cleared the DVP, and here's the onboard for Ryan Blaney. Listen to this. Wow, that impact for Blaney. They did clear the DVP, so Blaney back out. It's been a tough couple of weeks for that race team.
DVP, damage vehicle policy, basically rules. If you have any sort of damage, you're only allowed to spend so much time on pit road. That's what Marty was talking about. It's been cleared, which means he's basically free and clear for the rest of the race like it never happened except for...
So Brad Keselowski on pit road, Kyle Busch back in, Eric Jones is in right now, making their 4-tire stops, making the switch from rain tires to slicks as well. Looking at some of the lap times that have been ran by drivers on slick tires, if we go deeper in the field where Michael McDowell, AJ Allmendinger are at, the last lap they ran in the 99s. Christopher Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen at the front of the field with Christopher Bell just coming into the pits this time by. Their last laps they ran in the 96-second lap time, so they're still running faster laps than those on slicks right now. So even though they're making the changes slicks because they were expecting the track to get slightly drier, they're still making up faster lap times, not losing time, staying out
these
long.
wet tire races, who gets on the slicks first? Remember, Truex pitted a lap earlier. You see Tyler Reddick on the bottom of the screen as well. Everybody going to slicks here and trying to baby the car as best they can. Reddick has a tough time getting out of his stall.
So now we'll see where
So Bell and Reddick both on into pit road that time. Bell from the lead, Reddick from third. SVG to the lead, but he still has to pit. Ty Gibbs, Ryan Preece also on the racetrack that still have to pit. Josh Bilicki making his way around. Bell hasn't pitted yet either. Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, a couple of the Trackhouse cars are in this time, so I'd imagine SVG will be on his way in as well. He's the third Trackhouse car this week. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also on pit road. Just outside the top 10 is Ricky. And I'm sure we will see that 91 car come onto the pit lane this time by. His lap times, again, though, still pretty good on those rain tires, so I don't blame him for staying out longer. Problem is, he's caught up behind a slower car of Brad Keselowski, which is going to be really slowing this lap time down in the lap traffic. Very tough to try to get around the 6. Brad trying to stay on the lead lap in case we were to get a caution, knowing the 91 will pit this time, and he is in.
On pit road, Dave.
And this will be one of the things that Shane has never done before. Taking a next-gen car to pit road, can he hit his marks cleanly and give the crew an opportunity to change those Goodyear tires? Well, yes, he does. He will get the slicks as well. So Shane Van Gisbergen winning, actually leading for the first time in NASCAR. He'll get credit for leading one lap. Now he'll drop back into the pack with the fresh tires and see what he can do from there.
So look at the map on the upper right-hand side of the screen. You see the 51 leaving, the 20 coming around the last corner. I believe the 51 right here is about the middle of the front stretch. Excuse me, the 91. Here's the 20, who's the first car on brand new tires, and this is going to be very...
It's going to be close, but Christopher Bell will be the leader, leaving that pit lane. The 91 car on those cold tires trying to get back up to speed. He will be back in the second place position where he was running. It looks like he has gapped Tyler Reddick by quite a wide margin after leaving pit road with the green flag stops. I guess off camera, Chase Elliott ended up slamming into the turn 5 wall as well. They mentioned Ryan Blaney had clipped the concrete portion of the wall in turn 6 earlier during this green flag run. Had to make an unscheduled green flag pit stop to try to repair damage on that 12 car. As a result, he is 3 laps down but still in the race. Gragson still in the race from his incident, 1 lap down, and we have 35 cars on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs is the last driver of those ahead of the leaders that have to pit, and then Josh Bilicki in third also has to pit road. So we're still waiting on 2 more cars to pit. Again, that fuel window can go to 35 laps, but those are the last 2 drivers on rain tires. Everybody else has made the switch from rain tires to slicks at this point. And it's still showing SVG in second because when he crossed the start-finish line that last time by, that's where he would have been running. So he is actually behind Bell, so we'll wait to go through the full field running order during this commercial break until after we see the lap times update here. So there we go. So we did see Gibbs also come in the same lap as the 91. I think Bilicki was in also that last lap, so they're still trying to get up to speed. Christopher Bell is currently your race leader, 6.5 seconds ahead of SVG at the start-finish line that last time by. Tyler Reddick is in third place. He is 7 seconds off the race lead. Bubba Wallace is in fourth. I think he still has to pit yet. He's 14.1 seconds back. Martin Truex Jr. in fifth, 16.7 seconds off the lead. Daniel Suarez is in sixth place, 23.5 seconds off the race lead. Kyle Larson at 7, 24.2 back. Harrison Burton hasn't pit yet. He is scored in 8th right now at 25.4 seconds off the lead. AJ Allmendinger in 9th place is 26.4 seconds off the lead, and 26.7 seconds off the lead. Rounding out the top 10 is Michael McDowell in the 34 car for Front Row Motorsports. We'll take a quick break here. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live commentary, streams during the NASCAR race weekend for the Truck Xfinity and Cup Series. The Chicago Street Course Grant Park 220 continues on YouTube. Again, be sure to vote for who you think will win this race today. 138 votes have been casted so far. You guys think that somebody other than Reddick, SVG, and Bell will win, which is surprising considering they've been 1 through 3 this whole race. They've changed positions. Obviously, Reddick was ahead of Bell there early after Hamlin started on the pole. Bell overtook him for the race lead, hasn't looked back. SVG has also passed Reddick for second place currently on the racetrack as we run right now. Reddick was my pick to win the race today, but 40% say somebody other than those three will win, which is very interesting, and we'll see if that will be the case going forward. Again, we will not close that poll until the end of Stage 2, which is at lap 45 of 100. Eight seconds ahead now. Christopher Bell still the fastest car on the racetrack, and nobody's even close to him. He was almost 2 seconds faster than SVG that last lap. Insane how quick Bell is. He was quick on the rain tires, even quicker on the slicks, and continues to be the tough guy to beat here in the early going of this race.
28 laps completes on lap 29. There are 17 still to go in Stage 2. And Van Gisbergen with Reddick tucked in behind. They are chasing after Christopher Bell, who is the race leader.
And you're starting to see a very defined dry line. You can see these two cars running in it. We started under very heavy wet conditions. The drivers took to the track, and as they continue to run, it created this dry line. So there's really been this pit transition from wet tires to slick tires. Wet tires really are just a treaded version of the Goodyear tire. It's what you would have at your street car at home. The slick tires are the type of tires that these cars run on all the ovals. There's zero tread. They're perfectly smooth. That rubber kind of heats up, gets sticky, and sticks to the track. And the trick, Marty, is if it's wet enough, the groove tires are faster. But when the dry areas start to show up, if you can manage it, the slick tires overall have more speed.
Yeah, I think that's the key, right, Steve? If you can manage it. We saw Chase Elliott, one of the best
turn
in the
6,
business.
Noah Gragson's into the tire barrier again, and he's stuck again. He's trying to back it up. He can't do it. He's wedged into the tire pack in turn number 6, as everybody will race by to his inside.
And will it bring out a caution? It does, as he is not able to get rolling, and so they will have to help him get out of that tire barrier. Turn 6 has been his nemesis today.
Yeah, this is the first time, not his fault. He kind of got taken off in there with his teammate, but this is a couple times that the 42 has definitely made contact with this tire barrier.
Marty?
Well, just to finish what we were saying, Rick, I wanted to show those tires Steve was talking about up close. So yes, the slicks here, yellow, and they are very slick, as you can see, and so tough to hang on to on the racetrack. Here are the treaded tires, Steve. Like you said, just like your passenger car at home, the treads, and it kind of wicks the water away from the tire, but they have that white sidewall. In fact, there were some teams that had these on well into the run here. Bubba Wallace just pitted a moment ago and took these tires off, but they are so hard to hang on to. Without water on the track, Steve, the drivers actually have to go seek it out to keep them cool.
Because not only is it...
So under caution now for the third time in these first 30 laps of the Chicago Street Course race. Sounds like Joey Logano was involved in the incident. Or was it Kyle Busch again? Might have been Kyle Busch again. I don't know. I missed it. I heard a little bit of the commotion. I actually had to go to the bathroom. It's a bad time for... it was Gragson, 42 car. So second time Noah Gragson has been involved in the turn 6 wall. I did hear it was turn 6. I heard it was again. I just didn't know which driver it was again. It looked like he was doing another burnout. Similar point in the wall of where he hit to from where he hit earlier to where he hit that time around. And we just saw a pit stop, so I don't think we're going to see any more with the caution. So Noah Gragson bringing out another yellow. Second time he has brought out a caution today, and it's the third time we're under yellow again in these first 30 laps. I predicted 6 or less cautions. We have 3 in the first 30, so we're on pace to having more than that at this point, but the track is drying up, so maybe we'll get less issues as this race continues to go on. It'll be interesting if we get another single file restart this time. A lot of these drivers are on slicks, but it's still somewhat damp conditions. If we were to go to a double file restart, a lot of these drivers are going to be kind of in a wetter lane, in those first couple corners, which could cause some chaos, so we might still have another green flag restart coming up. See pits from 20th on back. That could happen again. But at the same time, I think the first drivers that pitted would have been the 14, the 48, and the... Who else pitted? It was the 14, the 48, there was another car, the 7. And they all pitted at lap 20. They were the first cars into the pits. The last cars that came in were right around lap 27, 28. Only about 7 lap difference on tires, on slicks with still a slightly damp racetrack, so I don't think there has been much fall off. And I would probably expect definitely the top half of the field to stay out on the racetrack. And if we see anybody, I mean, if you're in the very back of the field, you might as well pit top off on field, because why not? But everybody's still in a circumstance where they're going to have to pit at least one more time in this race, and maybe twice depending on exactly when they pitted. I think the cars that did pit a little earlier might have to pit again just to ensure that they can make it on one more stop, because I still think it's going to be tough unless we get quite a few caution laps, which is maybe what they were banking on in this race. We haven't seen a lot, though, because even with the 2 cautions we had earlier, we only really had about 6 caution laps. Great job by the safety officials making the quick cleanup in turn 6. But they're getting a workout on that end of the track, because I'm sure there's safety officials scattered around every corner of the racetrack, and those ones down at turn 6 are having a busy day today trying to get that tire wall back in place. They're going to be whooped at the end of the night. Once again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. We're up to 115 likes on the stream. Let's try to get that to 200. Hit 100 in the first third of the race. That's awesome. We'll see if we can get up to 200, maybe even just beyond that. Our most liked stream on the season so far, no surprise, was the biggest race of the year, the Daytona 500, which hit just over 250 likes. So that's going to be tough to beat. But we're almost on pace for that, considering we're not quite halfway in this one. Granted, we did have a slight delay to this race, so we got started a little later. But definitely stay tuned if you have been watching all the way throughout. And subscribe, hit the like button. We have these live commentary streams every week. I'm not at the racetrack. Next week, we got the Truck, Xfinity, and the Cup Series racing. Trucks will be at Mid-Ohio on a road course next Saturday. Doubleheader with the Xfinity race at Atlanta later that night on Saturday. So we'll do 2 streams in one day there, and then the Cup race at Atlanta next Sunday night as well. So again, a night race, evening start time, similar start time to that of Nashville last weekend, where the race will finish in the nighttime, and super speedway. So that'll be pretty cool. Slick Atlanta racetrack in the summer. That's going to be treacherous handling conditions, very different to the treacherous conditions, of course, that we are seeing today, but treacherous nonetheless. Much faster speeds, pack racing as well. That's a relatively new surface as well. But this is different technique, obviously. The tighter corners, lefts and right turns, mostly flat track, but there are some elevation changes going over the overpasses into some harsher braking corners in a downhill slope. There's no uphill braking zones, but there are a couple downhill. Sid for Brains also welcome in. I don't think I shouted you out earlier. I saw you in the chat quite a ways earlier in the race. Kyle Lance, welcome back in. Can you imagine if it starts raining again, though, and they have to make the switch back to rain tires? You never know. Ryan Blaney is back on pit road, but he looks like the only one that is there. There's another car that was there, too, but I couldn't tell who it was. Might have been Gregson, who was involved in that incident. Blaney a few laps down, of course. Gregson would have been the free pass car, but because he was involved in the incident, nobody will get the free pass, so tough break for Ryan Blaney that he doesn't get it either, and will remain 3 laps down. Gregson has now lost another lap. Lost 1 lap during the first caution. He'll lose a second lap here, and a little bit more damage to the right front once again as well, but he should be able to continue in. All cautions in turn 6 in this race today. We've seen a couple other cars get into the wall in turn 6 without bringing out a yellow, but a few of them have gotten stuck up to this point. And we should get a restart coming up here very soon. Fell into the algorithm for some reason, not complaining. Hey, I appreciate that. If you're a racing fan of any kind, more than welcome to watch some NASCAR with me on the race weekends. And bringing the flag-to-flag coverage again for the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Trucks will be on Saturday with the Xfinity Series next week to run a doubleheader, so no on Friday next week for live commentary, and then the Cup race will be Sunday nights. Don't think this is going to be the last caution of the day. Probably a little easier to make a mishap on these slick tires in the rain versus maybe the rain tires. The amount of spins we've seen a lot less than what we saw those first 3 laps before that first caution with Bushman. The way that started, I was like, oh boy, it's going to be one of these races. They're going to be spinning everywhere, every lap. It was just those first few laps until everybody got acclimated with the conditions, and then they started to show that they're actual race car drivers and they can do things that race car drivers can do, which is get adjusted to treacherous conditions a lot more easily than what maybe people on the normal roads can do at much faster speeds. They don't get the justice they deserve for how much talent it takes to be able to do this at any level in any motorsport. And that's what I respect out of any kind of motorsport. I might not watch them all, but I respect the hell out of each and every one of them. Yeah, Jenson Button after that spin, I don't know where he fell back to. It looks like he's in 20th. I think he was in 8th place after he had made contact with Chris Buescher. Buescher in 10th. He lost maybe a spot out of that. I think Ty Gibbs was able to cycle in front of him as a result. But just a little bit wide there. That was definitely a mistake on his part. He had all 4 tires above that yellow line, which was kind of the commitment line to signify that you were pitting. And 17 obviously didn't know he was pitting because he was still kind of in the racing line. He decided to brake and make that huge right-hand turn a little bit bigger onto pit road. I would imagine they're going to get the 1-to-go signal this time by, which means we'll have a restart at lap 34, which would officially have 12 laps left at stage 2 in this 25-lap second stage. So once again, your top 10 on the ensuing restart, Christopher Bell will be the race leader. Shane Van Gisbergen will be in 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd, Martin Truex Jr. 4th, and Daniel Suarez will be 5th. Kyle Larson at 6th, AJ Allmendinger 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, and Chris Buescher will be the top 10. And again, this could be another single-file restart that we have seen these first couple of restarts with still the wet conditions on the racetrack. NASCAR trying to play it safe so we don't have a major pileup going into turn 1 on these potential double-file restarts. Blaney is out. Blaney is not out. He is still in the race after hitting the wall. Just a lot of damage, and he was a few laps down as a result of it. 3 down. Both him and Gregson are, so they'll be battling for a free pass position. Free pass is awarded to any driver who is the first driver 1 lap down. A track like this, you're not going to see as much lap traffic on a road course as what you would see on an oval, but that award is still given again to the first driver that is 1 lap down. Track had lights, run them at night for fans getting hot out there in the east. Yeah, for sure. And that's why Nashville was at night last week and why Atlanta will be at night next week on a Sunday. When NASCAR ran Saturday night races, they were usually running them in the summer back in the day too. I remember Chicagoland had a night race. Kansas had a night race later in May. Obviously the Coke 600 still at night. It was ran in the daytime this year. Well, no, it was still finished in the night. They had a later start on Monday due to the rain. But what other races were ran at night at the time? Obviously Daytona in the summer. Kentucky was always a night race in July. I'm probably missing some. Atlanta, their Labor Day race was always ran at night. Southern 500 obviously now takes over that weekend, but that's still a night race. Bristol was always ran in the summertime. Richmond, second race, was always a night race. Now it's a day race. So they had a lot more night races, especially in the summer months. Not as much anymore from what they used to. A lot of the tracks they seem to run at in the summertime, though, don't have lights, like Michigan, Pocono, Dover, in May. Not really summer, kind of like late spring, but The Indianapolis doesn't have lights. They still run there in the summer. Watkins Glen, obviously, with the road race. Sonoma. A lot of the tracks they do run it in the summertime don't have lights. And a lot of those places too big of facilities. Dover's the only one that's kind of feasible. It's like, okay, they should probably have lights. It's only a 1 mile track. New Hampshire's another one they run in the summer every year that doesn't have lights. That's only a 1 mile track also. Which will be coming up in a couple weeks. Yeah, 12 p.m. start times are... I miss them too. Especially doing these live commentary streams. It'd be nice to, not have to rush my round of golf out as soon as I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning to get it in before I can come home, do the notes before the pre-race for these live streams every Sunday. Single file restart again. As mentioned, green flag back in the air. SVG did not take off well off that final corner. Tyler Reddick is going to fake to the outside, cut to the inside, and try to outbreak the 91 car down into turn 1, and he is going to be able to do so. And the 91 puts the bumper back to Tyler Reddick as he's going to look to try to make a recovery run into turn 2. Making contact actually kind of stalled up the 91 car. I don't know if maybe Reddick didn't take off quite as well or if it was going to be a potential bump and run crossover move. Whatever the case is, he'll cycle in line and third. Reddick will get to second. And because of the stack up with the 91 making contact, Truex had to lift. Found himself in a wet spot going into turn 5. Makes slight contact with Kyle Larson and has to give up not 1 but 2 positions heading into turns 4 and 5 that time. Truex drops from 4th on the restart to 6th, having the 99 and the 5 get around him. So a little bit of a stack up there with those couple positions at the front of the field through those first 4 or 5 turns following the restart. Truex trying to get one of those spots back quickly in turn 6 in the left-handed corner on Kyle Larson, and he's going to be able to do so. Rather, Daniel Suarez actually was the driver that Larson just passed, and the 19 of Truex almost was able to get around the 99 as well. I had to duck in line behind him instead. So Larson up to 4th place. Good run for Kyle Larson, 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Still looking for his 3rd win of the year, his only 2 on short tracks at Richmond and Martinsville this season in those first 7 or 8 races. Bell will lead the first lap following the restart. 9/10 of a second lead at the start-finish line that last time by Tyler Reddick in 2nd following the restart. SVG 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, and Daniel Suarez runs in the 5th place spot as we're still about a third of the way home and 2/3 of the race remain as we are now down to 11 laps to go in stage 2.
Drive as Larson will gap him by about 3 car lengths.
Daniel Suarez did some testing in Trans Am at Detroit, went and raced the Trans Am race in Nashville with the Indy cars, so has some street racing experience. I think that's paying off for him right here. They chased the 5-car Larson, Gisberger right in front of him.
For the greater part of the last 10, 15 laps or so, these two have been inseparable. Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson racing for position. Here's Larson on the attack to the inside of Gisbergen now. He'll grab the spot. The lane is left open up. Here comes Daniel Suarez in the 99, downhill to 7th.
This is part of Cup racing that when drivers come from other series, they're shocked at how aggressive Cup drivers are. Australian supercars, they're also very aggressive, but this is when they tend to lose spots after restarts. Our guys get up on it. They know it's important to get track position. They get very aggressive. They step up their game, and SVG is going to have to do the same.
Well, SVG has dropped back a bit now, as you mentioned. They're getting a little more aggressive in front of him, and now he's starting to see just the level of competition that he is fighting against. Dave.
And in all of that, look at what Kyle Larson has done in the blue and white number 5 car. He has now raced his way up a couple of positions after a good pit stop, in and out of the green flag cycle, gain spots there, and Larson is going after it. A lot of coaching for him in the early parts of the race, but now he is being very aggressive and going forward in the 5.
Incredible drive by Larson right here. Still getting a little bit of pressure back there from Suarez. Almost full out through turn 3 there into the braking zone, turn 4 over the bumps. Track really drying out through this area right now. A lot of grip. Look at them slide the cars. Larson out really wide and driving away.
Kyle Larson has been very aggressive in the wet, and now he's even more so aggressive in the dry. He has cleared all the cars behind him. He's running in position number 3, bringing Suarez along for the ride that you're riding with right now as they try to track down the front 2 in Bell and Reddick.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive. Watch the 5 car. Watch it actually hop. It actually moves around, and it'll almost pick the tire up off the ground. That shows you how much grip the racetrack has. When it was wet, the cars just slid around. Now, they're actually bouncing and moving around. Tires are fully in this racetrack. Grip level back up.
Look at the progressive telemetry of Daniel Suarez. Watch him hard on the throttle and back off again. And around turn 12. Kim.
And we know Daniel can get around road course type tracks, turning left and right. He won Sonoma last year, but when I talked to crew chief Travis Mack, he said having SVG has been tremendously helpful in terms of learning how to attack the racetrack, where to find speed on this course. The crew chief, the drivers, the entire team over at Trackhouse have done a deeper dive into the SMT data of SVG, and it's just added depth to what their notebook has been this weekend.
Coming right at you again, Junior.
Yeah, Christopher Bell is just annihilating this field right now. Only car in the 91-second bracket. Everybody else about a second off. Let's look at Truex right here, trying to make this pass on Gisbergen to the inside, down into turn 1, makes it work. It's really a one-lane track. He gets loose on corner exit, loses the spot back. It's a one-lane track, one line of dry. Everything else is wet.
Turning on to Michigan and heading right at you, Jeff Burton.
Yeah, I love this race. And you see Martin Truex Jr. He just shifted in there, hoping to get SVG to back up. He didn't do it. He checked up early and just turned back underneath him. Really great racing. It's kind of racing we expected to see. We got to this racetrack. We got on the track. We realized it is going to be a racy, little fun racetrack, and we've seen it so far.
Tyler Reddick, then Kyle Larson, Daniel Suarez, Ben Gisbergen, Truex Jr. all in line, going by the pit road, Dave.
And Shane Van Gisbergen, the blue and white 91, he's clawing back now, but his team is getting a kind of play-by-play they don't like. Listen.
Radio check.
They're hearing every single shift up, every single shift down. His microphone is hung open.
Those electronics in the weather, you try to move as much out of the way as possible, but you get any sort of, rain or moisture into those electronics, they just seem to quit working. The good news there, if his mic's stuck open, then the driver can't hear. You see him looking down. You wonder if he knows there's an issue, looking at the steering wheel, trying to figure out if he can fix something.
And all that's happening while he's trying to go up through the gearbox, down through the gearbox, brake, accelerate. He's doing a good job managing that situation inside the race car while obviously maintaining a spot inside of the top 5.
It's
And
so
the track
calm.
continues to get quicker and quicker, guys. More and more cars running 91-second laps. Most of the field in the 92s and 93s.
And right now we see him going through the Xfinity 10G turn, but it's Bell who has been dominant once he's been up.
38 laps complete so far in the Chicago Street Course race. We're down to 7 laps to go in Stage 2, this time by at the start-finish line. Christopher Bell has opened up a 2.4-second lead over Tyler Reddick. We'll go through our full field rundown for the second time here this afternoon for this race. Again, Reddick in second, trailing Bell, the race leader. Kyle Larson is in third, Daniel Suarez fourth, and SVG is in fifth. Michael McDowell in sixth, Ty Gibbs seventh, Martin Truex Jr. eighth, A.J. Allmendinger ninth, and Chris Buescher is in 10th. Alex Bowman in 11th, Denny Hamlin is 12th, Chase Briscoe 13th, Ryan Preece 14th, and Eric Jones is 15th. Ross Chastain is 16th, Ty Dillon 17th, Joey Logano 18th, William Byron 19th, and Jenson Button is 20th. Josh Bilicki in 21st, Ty Gillen 22nd, Austin Cindric 23rd, 24th is Andy Lally, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 25th. Brad Keselowski in 26th, Kyle Busch 27th, Justin Haley 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, and Chase Elliott is 30th. Harrison Burton in 31st, Kevin Harvick 32nd, Bubba Wallace 33rd. 34th place is Eric Almirola, Corey LaJoie, last car in the lead lap in 35th. Noah Gragson 2 laps down in 36th, and Ryan Blaney is 3 laps down in 37th. All 37 cars who started the race on the racetrack, but again 35 on the lead lap. Just over an hour, 20 minutes into the race so far, as we still have a little bit over a half a race remaining. Average race speed to this point, 62.85 miles an hour, with the rain having some much slower lap times. Lap times from what they were at the start of the race, I believe they were at like 109-second lap times, now down to 91-second lap times, as they have made the switch from rain tires to slicks from the start of the race. And these slick tires almost 18 seconds faster than what we had on the dampest part of the racetrack there at the very beginning of this race. Christopher Bell has led the most laps with 29 laps led. He also won stage 1 in this one, receiving another playoff point. Tyler Reddick led 8 laps in this one. And Denny Hamlin, of course, started on the pole, did not lead a single lap, so Reddick led the first 8. SVG led 1 lap during green flag pit stops, and so did Ty Gibbs in the 54. So those have been the leaders. With those 4 different leaders, we have had 6 lead changes. And again, 3 cautions, all in turn 6, 2 for Noah Gragson, and Kyle Busch back on lap 3 had an incident there as well. That has been the Calamity Corner in this one so far. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll stay right here again with our flag-to-flag coverage of the Chicago Street Course race. At least 1 more pit stop guaranteed to the end, maybe 2 more, depending on what the tire strategy may look like to the end of this race. As far as the actual fall off on these slick tires, because there's still relatively damp conditions, we haven't seen much fall off. Christopher Bell's last lap was about 4/10 slower than his fastest lap of the race. Kyle Larson, by the way, just making a pass for second over Tyler Reddick during the commercial break. So Larson now into P2, Reddick back to 3rd. Suarez remains in 4th yet, and SVG still in 5th. Still picking up some slight raindrops, it looks like, on some of the front bumper cams in the field. Some of that could be spray off the cars in front of him, though, as well. But good job by Larson making his way through. Alex Bowman in the 48 car has gone wide into the outside wall, and I believe that is off the finishing corner. He's trying to get corrected in the right direction, and cars have to go around him there as he pulled from the outside wall to the inside wall. Cars still making their way around. Hopefully they are able to do so. Everybody making their way around. Kind of a dangerous spot for him to be sitting there, but good job by all the spotters calling him clear. I do think that there was a caution for that. It looked like Denny Hamlin got hot. And that may have been turn 10, I believe. So turn 10 is where that spin had taken place. Maybe that was 11. No, it was turn 11, yeah. Turn 11. That's where that incident took place. Denny Hamlin looked like he hit a slick spot, went way too hot into the corner, cleaned out Alex Bowman. And Bowman had really nowhere to go to get out of the way. If he would have stayed to the outside, which was still not a great spot to sit in, at least he could have been out of the way in time for Bowman to then pull to the bottom. But surprised they threw the caution there. It looked like everybody was getting by pretty cleanly. I thought having that local flagman down in that corner with the blue-yellow flag kind of indicating that the 48 was there. And every car did miss him to the outside, thankfully, but spotters playing a big role in that he was blocking the bottom, and maybe it wasn't completely in the blind spot of the corner. The drivers could probably see him sitting there. I'm very shocked that we ended up getting a caution out of that. I thought we probably could have stayed green. When he pulled from the top to the bottom, I thought that was a bad situation. Maybe he was thinking he could have pulled completely out of the way, but obviously could not. Bowman now making his way to pit road. This is going to hurt him in the standings again. He was 2 points out of the cutoff line coming in. He was just outside the top 10 there. I think him and Hamlin were battling. Let's see, Hamlin is in 12th, so yeah, they're probably 11th and 12th. Tough break there for Alex Bowman. He's going to be at the tail end of the field now. And the only Hendrick car in the top 15 is Larson up in the 2nd place position. Pit road will be open, not this time by, but the following time by. I don't imagine we're going to see a lot of cars at the front of the field pitting, as we're still, if I had to guess, in a one-stop race to the end yet. And these guys are really going to have to stretch this run out as far as they can. And you can't afford to give up that track position. Middle of the pack on back, we'll see maybe a few of those drivers come in again, but only 0.4 of a second of fall off. I don't think you can really afford to hit pit road at this point in the race and in the run. There's definitely still some puddles in certain areas of the track, and right around where Hamlin made contact with Bowman was definitely one of the areas where that is the case. Well, because those aren't... It was a NASCAR that they ran in Le Mans, but it wasn't to the rule set of what a NASCAR stock car is during the course of a NASCAR race. So that's why they wouldn't be able to run exactly what they did there. That was designed for a sports car race, not a stock car race. Even though these cars aren't really stock cars anymore, they're still... I mean, they basically race like sport cars, but they're not exactly that. And they did have to make some modifications to be able to run that race at Le Mans a couple weeks ago. Thanks for everybody tuning in, though. We got about 250 people watching. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Up to 140 likes on the stream so far. Greatly appreciated. Let's try to make this the most watched race of the year. The Indy 500, Daytona 500 live commentary streams have been the most watched of the season, with the Daytona 500 live stream being the most liked stream of the year. The Indy 500 was the most watched live commentary stream of the season so far. So we'll see if we can top that with the Chicago Street Race. We're still in the first half of this one. I got high hopes for it. And again, be sure to subscribe. We do live commentary streams during every NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series race on the NASCAR race weekend. We're on the road to 5,000 subs, so you'll definitely want to stay tuned for that throughout the course of the year. We're only about halfway through the NASCAR season. I think after today's race, we'll be exactly halfway through the season, and we'll have about 8 races to go in the regular season yet before the 10-race playoff begin on Labor Day weekend at Darlington. Denton Field, thanks for tuning in. Need a bit more downforce on these road courses. That's okay. Some would say they have too much. I would say they have actually too much grip on the road courses with these cars specifically. They're more designed for short tracks and road courses, not from maybe the racing aspect, but from a grip level, they're more designed for it, which has made the street course race probably more feasible. It does look like they have a lot more grip, even in the rain, than what the Xfinity cars did slipping and sliding around yesterday in dry conditions, before the lightning delay and the rain ultimately came, shortening that race up, which was official earlier today. Cole Custer got the win in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race after starting on the pole and leading every lap. Get credited with 2 stage wins and a race win in that one. Gonna pull up the point standings real quick. Again, Christopher Bell won stage 1, by the way, and that was his first stage win of the season, believe it or not. So first stage win of the year again for Christopher Bell. Got some pit stops. Logano, Byron, and others are in.
For Joey Logano and this team, they are playing a strategy car. Knew they didn't have the position or the car to win. They think we are not racing to lap 100. We are chasing darkness. So they are electing to come in and make what they think is their last stop of the day here, Marty.
So, Kim, this is an interesting move. Kevin Harvick coming down pit road, the Busch Light onboard camera as he comes down to Rodney Childers. So, pitting here, they should be able to get to like lap 80 or so. They're at the back of the pack. They kind of have nothing to lose. The leaders, though, if they should come around lap 62, 63. So, an interesting move. If we are indeed, Steve, racing to darkness around lap 80, they think they made the right move here to be out when everybody else pits.
If you're an Alex Bowman fan, you unfortunately see the hood up on the 48. I don't believe it's damage from the spin, but the engine has gone into this protection mode. Electronics on the engine. So from what we hear from the team, they're trying to figure out why the car thinks it needs to run at a lower RPM. Frustrating.
This is going to set up a restart very late in stage 2, by the way. We're at 3 laps to go in this second stage. By the time we go green, we're only going to have about a lap or 2 left, so it could be a little green-white checkered dash. Although, with the green-white checkered coming into play, they will still remain green again if we continue to stay green, which could make for an interesting call, to say the least.
Below them, about 20 feet, coming off turn 12 onto the front stretch. And I just have to say, I've wanted NASCAR to do a street course, but this has been unbelievable. Whether you're a new fan of NASCAR or a longtime fan, there's no denying how big this race has been for this sport. It's just unbelievable experiencing it here on the ground and seeing these fans just take it all in.
They're expecting over 70,000 fans to be able to experience racing this weekend.
And so we've seen, full suites and full grandstands. What I just haven't expected is the fans, how they've lined up along the fence, like on Lakeshore Drive. Things we've taken for granted, which is the speed of these race cars and the sound. You see these newer fans. I mean, look at that right there.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they, 10 deep or so?
Maybe even more than that. Yeah, it's very amazing. This right here is turn 2. You see that? That's actually the garage area back there in the distance where you see the haulers. But look at the backdrop. I mean, that's just something that NASCAR has never seen before. They've never experienced something like this. And there, again, are the fans. A lot of new, some old.
Well, and I want to give the Chicago fans credit, right? Like, I know Chicago is a sports town. We know it from all the sports teams, and they're diehard. But a new sport, how diehard would they be? Very, because it was a wet morning. You see all the ponchos, they've still come out in droves.
This is a great shot, as you see Congress salute, and the fans, they're appreciative of the show we're seeing from NASCAR. And green flag.
Another single file restart as the green flag is back in the air. Kyle Larson now going to try to attack for the race lead as he tries to keep up with fellow dirt racer Christopher Bell. Tyler Reddick again got to third on that last restart and looking to close on the top 2 in front of him. Larson gets to the back bumper of Christopher Bell, almost into him. Suarez is into the wall off of turn 1 as he slid the tires, and it looks like it is going to be a pass for the 91 on his teammate, so SVG moves up a spot. Daniel Suarez with contact into the wall, still trying to get his momentum back as they're side by side off of turn 2. Michael McDowell trying to move back into the top 5 once again as well. Ty Gibbs looking for that spot underneath Suarez, not going to give an inch either. Into turn 5, Suarez has to lift the dive back in line in between the 19 and the 54. A little bump from the 99 to the back of the 54, but all that does is launch him. Truex spins the rear tires just a little bit, keeps control of his car, blocks back and forth down the next long straightaway, as it'll be the 16 car of A.J. Allmendinger making his way by. Alex Bowman has stalled out on the racetrack, letting the rest of the leaders work their way by, and we'll see if he is going to be able to get back to racing. For right now, we have, again, 2 laps to go in Stage 2, and the battle for the stage win is between Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson at the front of the field. Couple car lengths is the difference, it looks like, heading into turns number 8 and 9 for Bell. Larson, a lot harder in the braking zones on entry. That's where he seems to be beating the 20 as he's able to hang on to it about as best as he possibly can. Working his way off of turn 12. He lost a little bit to Bell in that corner. 1 lap to go for Bell to get the second stage win of the day and sweep these first 2 stages. Smoke coming out of the 48 car, black smoke at that, so that is not good. He is still stalled on the racetrack, and they're going to have to throw a caution. We will not finish stage 2 under green. So caution is out. Again, Bowman has stalled. Heavy black smoke pouring out of that race car, and I don't believe he is going to be able to continue on. Tough break for Bowman. It's going to knock him well below the cutoff line as we run in this one. A lot of the drivers around him in points getting stage points like Daniel Suarez and Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell, A.J. Allmendinger, all drivers who came into this race either just ahead or just below Bowman in the standings, and they all received stage points in both Stage 1 and Stage 2. So tough break here for the 48 car again as his day has come to an end. So Alex Bowman will be climbing out of his race car, putting the fire out from underneath the hood, if there was one, but definitely some black smoke, so you can imagine that there might have been some sort of a mechanical fire there underneath the hood of the 48. So Christopher Bell will win Stage 2 under the caution flag. Kyle Larson will end up second. Tyler Reddick third. SVG fourth. Michael McDowell fifth. Ty Gibbs sixth. Daniel Suarez seventh after losing 3 spots on the restart in turn 1 after getting into the wall. Martin Truex Jr. ended up 8th, losing some spots during the course of that green flag run as well as on the restart. A.J. Allmendinger 9th, and Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10 here in this second stage. So all those drivers receive stage points in Stage 2, and this will be the second stage win of the year for Christopher Bell. Bell came in 45 points out of first in the regular season standings, 4th overall in the regular season standings coming into the race today. So 20 extra points will go a long way in him trying to catch his teammate Martin Truex Jr., William Byron and Chastain outside the top 10 in the first 2 stages, so he's definitely going to close on them. So good job for Bell to try to get back into the regular season championship discussion. He led in points for a few races after he got that win at Dirt Bristol, and I think he ended up losing the lead once Blaney won the 600. Blaney led for a couple races before, Bell took the lead away from Chastain at the front of the year. Bell got ahead of Chastain after Bell won at Dirt Bristol. Then Blaney took the lead away from Bell after Blaney won the 600. Blaney led in points for a couple races before Truex took the lead after winning at Sonoma. So that's kind of been the way of the points here early in the season. I think Kyle Busch might have led in points after he won at Fontana before Chastain took the lead within those first 3 or 4 races of the season. So it's kind of been how the top of the point standings have gone so far this season in 2023. Oh yeah, I gotta get the fantasy lineup here before they lock. I don't know. I gotta put Reddick in for somebody. I'm gonna put him in for AJ. All my guys are in the... I'm gonna put him in for Suarez, just in case Suarez has to pit with how much damage he might have had there. That might be the safe play. Yeah, fantasy team locks at the end of stage 2. That's tough. All my guys are in the top 10. I don't know who to... I'm going to put Suarez in the garage. AJ's ran more of a cleaner race. Suarez got into the wall there, which kind of scares me a little bit. I don't think he's got much damage on the car. It didn't look like he'd been a toe link because obviously he was up to speed still to conclude that lap. He lost a few positions, which costed him some stage points as well. But yeah, I feel pretty confident about that. I've got SVG in the fantasy team this week. Christopher Bell, who's leading, SVG in 4th. Allmendinger, who I believe is 9th, as I mentioned. Michael McDowell up to 5th again, and Tyler Reddick in 3rd. So Bell won the first 2 stages. Bonus points right now, looking good for all except for I picked AJ over Suarez, and AJ was 2 positions behind Daniel. Daniel in 7th. Man, it's so risky. I think I got to keep AJ. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I go with Suarez or AJ here. This is a tough decision. I mean, they're like really close to each other. And Suarez has scored 2 more stage points than AJ, so AJ would have to beat Daniel by at least 3 positions for that to be a net gain for me in my fantasy standings. That's tough. That's a tough... I'm just going to leave it where it's at. I'm going to go with my gut. I'm not going to second guess myself, even though I was trying to talk myself off a ledge there. Alright, well, pit road's going to be open again, and because we did get to the end of the second stage, we'll see if we'll see more drivers pit during this situation. This is our 5th caution of the race today. Last 2 for Bowman. First a spin, a stall, and now an engine detonation. And turn 5 is where Bowman had stopped on the racetrack there in the final lap of stage 2. My prediction was 6 or less cautions. We've seen 5 already in the first half of the race, so I think my prediction is not looking like it's going to be correct. We'll see.
It's 20 points after winning both.
You see that big smile? You know why that is, Rick?
You had him in fantasy?
Oh, I have Bell, Reddick, the 91, and the 5. So as long as they don't mess it up from here, I'm feeling pretty good about the day I've had so far. And I joke, but that's really the point, right? So when we say points earned today, they can't be taken away. They've earned them in the stages. So now if you have an issue like what Alex Bowman had, you at least kind of have a little bit of a silver lining to your day. Dave?
So, Steve, Michael McDowell runs in the top 5. Note that this week the crews are servicing their cars in the opposite direction. Pit crews flow, pit lane flows in the opposite direction. So Michael decided he would be the driver behind the wheel when the crew practice this week. Usually it's not the high-priced driver. Usually it's just a crew member that does it. Michael got behind the wheel to make sure his guys were on point for the pit stops today. There should be one more, Kim.
Well, Dave, for rookie Ty Gibbs, it has quietly been a fantastic day. Currently finds himself in the 6th position. And when I talked with the team this morning, they said this season is about racing smarter for Ty, trying to limit their mistakes and get as many points as possible, knowing they are within striking distance of finding a spot in the playoffs. Marty, no complaints really from Ty so far, just lacking a little bit of rear grip on that Toyota.
Kim, Martin Truex Jr. is in the 8th position right now. As crew chief James Small told him a moment ago, listen, if you just stay online, we'll be fine. At times we've had some of the best cars, one of the best cars here today, and at times we have struggled. You've seen him make contact with the wall. There is no damage from that contact. His biggest struggle is exit of right-hand corners. And James also told him a moment ago, Steve, hey, back it down a little bit. Back yourself off a little bit. There's plenty of pace there, but we need to survive.
Well, the only thing that concerns me about you and I probably took the count.
Yeah, 6.
Exit rights, a lot of rights,
Yeah.
James Small right there. Now listen, we talked a lot about the driver of the 91. and his supercar background. Well, that's where this man right here came from. James is from Australia, and he races a lot and grew up in that supercar kind of garage area, just like I grew up in NASCAR, so he knows a lot about changing both directions, knows a lot about street courses, and obviously helping his driver Martin Truex Jr. to a solid run, still running inside the top 10. I love these two get on the radio, man. Not my style, but they have a very interesting style. They will snap at each other.
So I'm just hearing from NASCAR, they have made the decision that because of the late start and sunset, they have changed the length of this race, and they're letting all the teams know this race will end at lap 75. So you see that in the upper left corner of the screen. 47 of the 75 laps have been run, and so now the finish line has changed. They're going to 75 laps now. All the teams know it.
Well, now everyone is inside their pit window. So remember, a yellow ago, Logano, Byron, Cindric, Busch, Harvick all came to pit road. Almirola, they just hit the lottery because they don't have to come to pit road right now. They'll stay out because they can make it to lap 75. So they're instantly going to get track position gifted to them by the adjustment of the race length. Now the rest of the field will all come to pit road. And if you're Bell, Larson, Reddick, you're a little frustrated. These guys have leapfrogged you, but you have got to have a clean stop here and at least be the best car, or at least the first car on new tires off from pit road. So right here, hard right-hand corner, we are going to see a jam pit road. Small pit boxes, Dave.
Kyle Larson gives up second place now to come to pit road. He'll get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel in the opposite direction of normal. A tear off too, so they can see. Marty.
Tyler Reddick, you see him coming down pit road, going to get those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. What a gift, as you mentioned, Steve, for everyone that pitted at lap 42. But Adam Stevens did tell Christopher Bell, yes, they shortened the race, but there's only 9 cars that pitted at lap 42, and you're better than every one of them. You can pass all of them when you get back out on the track. Well, what an interesting twist in this race, Steve.
It is an interesting twist, but I like that pep talk. Right, listen, let's not hang on the bad brakes. Let's just get back focused, do what we can do. You see Bell, Larson clean off pit road, Reddick, the 54.
So no changing of position through those top 3, leaving the pits. Gibbs gains 2 spots. SVG ends up losing a few positions there with a slow stop on that 91 team. Remember, that pit crew not used to having to pit. It's probably just an extra crew that they may have gotten from one of the bigger teams that isn't usually pitting the cars, so that is maybe a result of why he lost some spots. But yeah, there were some drivers that ended up pitting under green flag conditions, thinking that the race could have been shortened for darkness reasons. It's 7:21 local time in Chicago. I'm not sure when sundown is for them. I'm about to check. Obviously, with the cloudy conditions, it may seem as if it may be darker earlier. Plus, I think being in the city, it may not help as well, depending on because the side of the city they're on, the sun would actually set behind all the skyscrapers and buildings there, so it would probably make it seem slightly darker earlier as well. I'm going to pull up the Weather Channel app on my phone and see when sundown is. But again, they have moved the finish of the race up from its original finish distance at 100 laps to 75 laps, which is unfortunate that we're not going to get the full 100 in today, but we are going to get this full race in. And it's not like we've seen a lot of cautions slowing the race pace down. It was a slightly later start to this one. I will say, though, we only started this race maybe a half hour later than what we were originally supposed to start, which would have been tough to get those 100 laps in based off the scheduled time anyway, too. So I don't know why they decided to start the race as late as they did. Now, with that being said, because of the rain we saw earlier, they weren't going to be able to race earlier anyway, so the scheduled start time ended up not really becoming a factor this weekend, but it could very well have become a factor, so hopefully NASCAR learns their lesson and starts this race earlier next year if we do come back to Chicago for another street course race, which I really hope so, because it's been a lot of fun. I thought it's been a good race up to this point, and hopefully we see a good, clean finish as well. Sundown local time in Chicago is 8:29 local time. It is currently 7:23 local time, which means usually you have about 15 to 20 minutes of daylight after that on a sunny day condition, but I think with it being overcast and cloudy, with the rain that just moved out of there, the sun hasn't really come out at all, so still looking kind of gloomy over the Chicago skies. I don't think that there's going to be as much light post 8:29 local time, so we do have a little bit over an hour of daylight left in this one. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we are about to get into the finish of this race. Single file restart once again is upcoming as we have 27 laps to go this time by. It'll be Justin Haley in the 31 car for Colleague Racing leading the field at the front. Bell will be in 12th on back. The top 11 stayed out to get track position. Slightly older tires. We'll see if it'll work. Green flag back in the air as Haley leads to the start-finish line, gapping the 3 car of Austin Dillon, who's just behind him in the second place position. Chase Elliott and Joey Logano soon to follow. Into turn 1, and those drivers further back in the pack going to have to get aggressive. Logano slides the rear tires, leaving turn 1. Byron gets around him for 4th. Logano ducks back in line to hang on to 5th place in front of his teammate Austin Cindric. And Kyle Busch, who has had that incident earlier with the field flip, is now back inside the top 10. Looking to keep that streak alive on road courses going for him. Corey LaJoie banging fenders with the 10 car of Eric Almirola as they look to get a spot. Looked like Austin Cindric was locking his tires up going into turns 4 and 5. Trying to make that corner. He was able to do so. Hopefully he didn't flat spot any of his tires there in the process of doing so. It's going to be very tough for those guys outside the top 10 to get all the way up to the front of the field in as quick of time as possible here, which it's kind of tough that they made the decision at the end of stage 2 when they did, and some teams were smart enough to try to capitalize on short pitting, but it's tough to do that when you're the leader, because if they don't end up calling the race short, then you just look like an idiot. Austin Dillon really wiggling the tires before hitting a puddle going into turn 11. Kevin Harvick hits that same puddle. He slides. He probably saw the 24 in front of him. We've got a parking lot going into the corner as there's about 4 or 5 cars stopped on the outside of the racetrack. The caution has flown. Nowhere to go, and Christopher Bell is one of the drivers in it, and everybody is jam-packed. Harvick and LaJoie were around sideways in front of the entire field there as they tried to get going in the right direction without losing too many more positions, and everybody has to come to a stop in turn 11. Oh boy.
Well, first of all, the running order is going to be very interesting to see, but Jeff, did it all start with the 24? It seemed like he got into the barrier first.
Yes, that's right. The 24 of William Byron, who was in position to possibly win this race, he ended up getting into the barrier. Let's go back and watch. So there it is right there. William just missed the corner. Again, these wet conditions got out of the groove, and then it just snowballed from there. If you were able to get in this right lane and get by this, that was a lucky break. Here it is right here. See, William just missed the corner. Just pushing hard. Wet conditions out of the groove, and Harvick spun around in front of him, and that's what started this logjam.
Did we see Corey LaJoie get into the back of the 4 there also to maybe help him get around?
We did. Yeah, we did. But I mean, listen, I don't know what. There it is right there. But I think what happened was the 4 of Harvick saw the 24, and he probably checked up trying to avoid him, and Corey didn't see him. It's very narrow. It's hard to see through these cars. See right there? I just think that was, I don't think Corey did that on purpose or it was anything terrible there. It's just Harvick was probably trying to get slowed up.
Well, look who's stuck right in the middle of it. 37 laps led today for Christopher Bell, and you see the 20 stuck right in the middle of the traffic jam. It's like rush hour in Chicago, nowhere to go. I agree. So you see right here, you just wonder what Jeff was saying. So Kevin Harvick had a little gap in front of him, so I think he probably adjusted his speed. And we've seen Corey LaJoie be very aggressive into this corner. I think he just gets into the back of him. But look at this lucky break / great driving. I'm going to give him a little bit of both. For Tyler Reddick, also Daniel Suarez. Watch this right here.
Oh, McDowell couldn't, but yeah, Reddick gets through.
Yeah, a little
Suarez
contact
also
with the 20. Suarez, Reddick both through. And for that reason, it's still Haley and Dillon and Elliott up front, but then a different group of cars behind them. Remember, we talk about the jumbling of the field. And the 20 kind of had track position after he went up and took the lead all day long, and now he's going to be sitting way back here. And now NASCAR has to decide how this scoring is going to work. It's going to be very difficult to kind of untangle this.
Yeah, this happened. It's a road course.
Tyler Reddick did get lucky. He was the first car to actually miss all of that, and I believe he cycled into 7th as a result. That's where he scored at the start-finish line that last time by, at least, but now it's scoring him in 9th for whatever reason, so he did miss that barely. Unfortunately for Christopher Bell, though, he was taken out in the incident. It's going to be interesting to see who they're going to give spots back to, with a lot of the field having to stop, and this could probably lengthen the caution out a little bit more. I would imagine everybody that had to stop in that wreck you would technically think was involved in the wreck, and because they didn't maintain caution speed, you would have to also imagine that they would have ended up losing their positions as a result of that. But it'll be interesting to see again exactly how this is all going to end up shaking out with what the restart order will be. Though one thing we do know is the front of the field, those top 4 are locked in position-wise, with Justin Haley leading the race, Austin Dillon 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, and Kyle Busch will be 5th on the upcoming restart. We'll end that poll in the chat as well. 230 votes casted, a tie. It looks like between the top poll getters, it looks like other 34% of the votes, 33% for SVG. Tyler Reddick had 18% of the votes, and Christopher Bell with 13%, as that probably dropped off a ton with that incident. Ended up taking Bell involved in it. No major damage on Bell, but obviously would have lost some positions out of that and wouldn't have been in that situation if it wasn't for the abrupt 25-lap shift from the end of the race originally to what the end of the race is now going to be, because that forced everybody who did not pit early to have to pit because they weren't going to make it on fuel the rest of the way, and everybody that short pitted hoping that the race would get darkness shortened, that they were going to be able to make it to about lap 80, and they moved it to a 75-lap distance, so those guys within the window to make it, and that caused them to lose some track position there. So it looks like Larson, Reddick will be kind of those top 2 drivers on this restart of those that pitted. And then Bell just a couple positions behind them. SVG obviously has been running top 5. All the guys that were running at the front of the field, top 4 or 5, fastest cars in the field, are now, 8th on back. They were 12th on back, so they did gain some positions, of course, with Byron in the wall, Harvick and LaJoie getting the brunt of that incident. So they passed kind of 3 cars pretty easily there, but they've got a lot of work to go, and the more caution laps we run, the less of a chance they're going to be able to overtake those positions when we get back to green flag racing. It doesn't look like Harvick's had a lot of damage. Honestly, I don't think really anybody has a lot of damage from that incident. I think everybody's going to be able to continue on. They all kind of checked up and stopped in time. It was a parking lot because there was nowhere for anybody to go, and cars were parked sideways, keeping everybody that was still in the right direction kind of just, parked behind them. But nobody really got into anybody hard. There was no major contact with the wall for Harvick or LaJoie, and then Byron hit the tire wall portion of that outside wall in turn 11, and it looked like he had no more damage than what Kyle Busch, Logano, or Gragson would have had earlier in the day getting into a tire wall. Yeah, Bell's still able to race, but unfortunately he's lost a ton of track position. So my predictions that were looking perfect all day have now completely flip-flopped, unfortunately. My race win pick, one of the must-haves, Tyler Reddick, is scored in 7th. They have reorganized the order. Bell is now 14th, who is another one of the must-haves, which is very unfortunate for him. And then the third must-have would have been... I gotta think here. Looking at the running order and kind of basing it off of there. We had Reddick, we had Bell, and we had Kyle Larson. Larson is 13th. The sleeper picks coming into the day for potential outside chances to get a top 10, they were all in the top 10 up until this field flip with the switched race distance. Daniel Suarez is 16th now, Michael McDowell 17th, and SVG is 18th. I mean, those guys were running pretty much 3rd through 6th, 7th, the whole race. A very unfortunate circumstance here. I mean, NASCAR they were put in a tough spot because of with this race starting later than what they wanted to with the rain, that they had to move the start time up, or the finish of the race up, so that way they could ensure that they're going to see a checkered flag and not have to end the race, like, say, under caution for darkness. But at the same time, because of the split strategy of what we saw up to that point, it really favored some of these other drivers. A lot of drivers at the front of the field right now are in a must-win situation to get to the playoffs. Justin Haley, Austin Dillon, Chase Elliott could kind of luck his way into a potential win here. Austin Cindric in 6th. All those guys without a win this year up at the front, trying to take advantage of this, trying to get some points on the cutoff line as well. That is unbelievable, honestly, what we have seen here. And not something I would have expected could have happened when we started this race here this evening. I believe they'll be going green this time by. It'll be another single file restart. I do believe we have not had a double file restart all day. There are still wet spots on the racetrack in the non-grooved areas of the track. Kind of what really had Byron go around there. A lot of these drivers on the slicks, it kind of amplifies when they do get into a slick spot. Yeah, with Haley leading, that puts Daniel Suarez behind the cutoff line right now as we run too. And on top of the fact, when Suarez was in the top 5 or about 6th or 7th at the worst all day, now he's 16th. So see how many positions they can gain. There's still time left in this race, even though there's not a lot of it. 24 laps to go. Take a quick break here, and then we will take you here to the end of this race. Listening live on KRC. Once again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll have 23 to go this time by. A lot of racing still left in this one. And we'll see how this is all going to play itself out. Haven't ran as many ads as I would have liked. The race got shortened, so now I'm going to have to crump them all into the late going. Hopefully we see more caution so we don't have to do it during green flag conditions. I apologize for that, but would not have thought that they were going to have to move the start time out. Plus, with the Xfinity race getting rain shortened too, I was only able to air 2 of them out the entire race there. Green flag is back in the air for Justin Haley. And again, he gets a great launch in that final corner through the restart zone on Austin Dillon. Dillon trying to charge harder into turn 1 on Haley. It looks like he gained some of that ground right back again, but still ended up with somewhat of a net loss overall from the interval time. Tyler Reddick again, the first driver in line on 4 fresher tires and trying to work his way to the front of the field. Led those first 8 laps of the race earlier. Bubba Wallace slightly out of line off of turn 2 as Corey LaJoie gets underneath him. Justin Haley locking the tires up just a little bit as he works his way into turn 5. No major mistake there from Haley at least. And it's going to be interesting when they work their way down into turn 11 this time by with drivers pushing a little harder if maybe there is going to be another issue again in that corner. Like we saw, somebody just spun. I think it might have been the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., and it is. He is sitting backwards, slightly rolling as he tries to hold the brake. The entire field will make their way around Truex, and Truex is going to have to get it going in the right direction. Tough break. Here's another driver in the top 10. The field flip, he was running mid-pack at the time of the spin as that took place in turn number 7, it looked like, and a tough break for Martin Truex Jr. Not going to end up with a good finish that he probably deserved in this one. It's going to help my parlay out, though, because I had Larson beating him, so that kind of helps a little bit. It was still tough to tell from the camera angle they had if he had contact from behind. Got an aerial shot. Maybe the 14 car got into him. I'm sure he did a little bit, but it also looked like somebody was all over the back of the 14 car. It might have been a chain reaction of events. Not sure who would have been behind Briscoe in the running order when that all took place. After Wallace went wide on the racetrack a couple laps later, or a couple corners later, he ended up going wide in turn 11. And he was able to get out of the way, luckily, before hitting the tire wall like Byron did, causing another parking lot incident in that same corner. He ended up out of the way, using that slight escape route to make his way to where he did. Can Tyler Reddick cut through the cars in front of him? We know he's probably got more speed than those cars in front of him. And I don't think there's any chance for the fastest car in the field all day today, Christopher Bell, to get his way up there after he dominated the first 2 stages. There's a ton of damage on that 99 car of Daniel Suarez right now. That whole left front fender is flapping. If that comes off, that's going to bring out a caution for debris. We'll see if NASCAR is going to black flag him and make him come into the pits to take that off so they don't get a caution. Noah Gragson in turn 6 again in the tire wall. He's able to back out of the wall this time around, though, so we don't get a caution for it. We continue to stay green. That is the third time Gregson's had troubles in turn 6, and he's ended up in the wall. Todd Gillen also had a slight half spin before making contact. It looked like with potentially Jenson Button when he ended up working his way back into the racing line. Really only lost a couple positions there. It seemed like that tire wall almost straightened the 38 car out a little bit. He only really lost a few positions. Suarez is currently in 17th, by the way, with that damage. Gregson backed it into the wall in turn 6 that time. He's hit it with the front of the car twice. Now he decided to back it into the wall once. He's just trying to even out both ends of the race car. He was on the outside lane of a 3-wide battle. He just got in there way too hot. Suarez still on the racetrack as we have 20 laps to go this time by.
Suarez trying to get by Hamlin. Right behind them, Eric Jones. Over the bridge and into turn 7. Coming towards you again, Jeff.
You have to wonder how long NASCAR will let that 99 car ride around there with that piece of debris hanging off of it. See that dry section of the racetrack? Heading through the loop, now downhill. This heavy braking zone we've seen so many people miss. Look how wet it is.
They slide through 11, back up over the hill, and the right-hander back on the front stretch. It is Justin Haley. He has a good lead over Austin Dillon and Chase Elliott.
Go through a full field running order rundown here with 20 laps to go. Justin Haley is your race leader. Austin Dillon in 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, and Kyle Busch is in 5th. Tyler Reddick in 6th place, Austin Cindric in 7th, Ty Gibbs in 8th, Eric Almirola in 9th, and Kyle Larson is 10th. Christopher Bell in 11th, William Byron 12th, SVG 13th, Michael McDowell 14th, Corey LaJoie 15th, Kevin Harvick in 16th, AJ Allmendinger 17th, Chris Buescher 18th, Denny Hamlin 19th, and Daniel Suarez is 20th. Eric Jones in 21st, 22nd is Chase Briscoe, 23rd is Ryan Preece, 24th Todd Gilliland, Ross Chastain 25th, Jenson Button in 26th, Josh Bilicki 27th, Ty Dillon 28th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th, Brad Keselowski 30th, Andy Lally 31st, 32nd, Harrison Burton 33rd, Bubba Wallace, Noah Gragson 34th, Martin Truex Jr. 35th, Ryan Blaney 3 laps down 36th. Only car out of the race today with the engine failure was Alex Bowman, who will end up finishing last, currently 16 laps down. Battle for the lead between Justin Haley and Austin Dillon with our NASCAR Nonstop. We'll take a quick break here. We got 20 laps to go. You're listening live. Again, sorry for these late ad breaks I keep throwing in there. They shorten the race up, so I'm having to compact these last 3 very tightly together, but I want us to try to get as much of the very finish of the race in as possible. So take another quick ad break. I apologize, but again, they shortened the race up, and the Xfinity race got short earlier, so I only was able to air 2 of them that entire race between yesterday and today. So we will be back here and take you to the finish of the Grant Park 220. Ty Gibbs making his way around Austin Cindric with a slight bump and run. It actually looked like Joey Logano might have made a mistake with Kyle Busch, and that allowed for Tyler Reddick to get by both drivers for position. That's going to move Reddick up to 4th. He's my pick to win the race today. There's a bit of a gap between himself and the 3rd place car, Chase Elliott, right now. He's trying to run down the top 2 in front of him. Austin Dillon only has a couple career top 10s on road courses, and he may have a shot to win this one after all. Logano and Busch still battling for position. Logano lifts to get out of the gas. Busch almost into the wall in turn 7 as Logano's going to have to try to get him back, it looks like. Ty Gibbs is right between the 22 and the 2, splitting those 2 Penske cars up a bit. Larson starting to close the gap along with a few other faster cars behind him. SVG now back in the top 10 to the 10th place position. So he's made a couple passes in recent laps as well. and is probably making a lot more passes of those that were outside the top 10 on this last restart. 18 laps to go in the Chicago Street Course race. Here's a little more of the NBC broadcast.
18 laps remaining from the street course here in Chicago. Justin Haley, after some pit strategy, has found himself out in front. Austin Dillon is a half a second behind. Chase Elliott, 1.4 seconds behind Haley. And then Reddick has been able to clear Kyle Busch. He's running fourth. Here's
Bell's fun into the turn one wall.
The tire barrier, turn one.
Yeah, it looked like he just getting too hot, and as the car's peeled off, he just way too much speed. There's no other way to put it. You see the contact to the tire barrier. He's able to keep going. You see him.
Treble turn 6, Tyler Reddick is buried into the tire wall. In turn number 6, Tyler Reddick took a wider line.
Reddick is in the wall in turn 6. Oh my goodness, he is stuck too. He's going to need assistance getting out of there. That'll bring up a caution with 16 laps to go. That is unbelievable, man. That is messed up all of my picks. We had Bell in the wall. Next lap, we got Reddick in the wall. After the race had gotten flipped, it forced these drivers to push even harder to try to get their spots back at the front of the field. Although Reddick was in 4th, Bell, I think, was still well outside the top 10. And this is going to set up another late race caution here. And another ensuing restart will be coming up as well. So we are under caution once again. Justin Haley leads this race. Austin Dillon 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Kyle Busch 4th, Joey Logano 5th, Ty Gibbs 6th, Austin Cindric 7th, SVG 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, and Michael McDowell is in 10th. And as your top 10 with 17 laps to go in the Chicago Street Course race. I don't know what the heck I'm doing there. Appreciate everybody tuning into this one. 157 likes. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. So we have this live commentary stream continuing. Turn 6 may give me nightmares. Yeah, turn 6. I didn't think that was going to be the toughest corner on the track, but that is the corner where a lot of these drivers are making mistakes today. I mean, that's where, like 5 of the 7 cautions have come out, turn 6? To rename the race to Trouble Turn 6, caution is out. Who's in that corner? Mike Bagley on the NBC broadcast today? His voice is, it might stay up an octave when he goes home later tonight. All the action he's been calling down there. George Starzinski, thanks for tuning in. JK. Stacy, thanks for tuning in also. Graham Price, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he was able to get back in the top 10 on SVG because he was deserving of that in 8th. I think Ty Gibbs is actually the highest running of those that pitted later than the drivers that would have stayed out a couple cautions ago when NASCAR initially made the decision to move the start time, or sorry, the finish of the race up 25 laps. And still the drivers 1 through 5 are all drivers that were benefited from that caution. Reddick was in 4th up until he hit that tire wall turn 6. He had a big gap between himself and the 3rd place car Chase Elliott was trying to overcome and just pushed too hard. Just goes to show how little forgiveness there still is on this racetrack, and that's why we've seen so many drivers make mistakes. They're pushing hard now, and they're making mistakes. Before, they weren't making mistakes. They were driving somewhat tentative, but with the field getting flipped, that caution right at the end of stage 2, it has caused a lot of panic, I believe, for a lot of those drivers that knew they had cars capable of winning under the right circumstances today, and now roles are reversed, and the drivers that weren't in a great circumstance to win are now there. Chase Elliott was outside the top 20 all day today. Had no business being where he's at. Same goes for Justin Haley, Austin Dillon. All those guys are outside the top 20 the entirety of the first two stages. It did not have speed, but they have track position now. With this being a street course, it's so hard to pass. It's completely flipped the race around. We took Reddick, a couple cars wrecking in front of him to gain like 4 positions on the last restart. With the parking lot, he barely made it through. And then Logano and Busch running into each other a couple laps into this restart. That's the only passes he's made since he cycled back outside the top 10, and now he's behind all of them. Same goes for Bell, who ended up in the turn 1 wall and had to wait for the whole field to pass before he was able to back up, get going. Truex was in the top 10, spun on that first lap of the last restart. All 3 of those guys were in the top 8 pretty much all day today, and now we're outside the top 30. That's tough. And it is mistakes that they made, but it's mistakes they made running mid-pack, pushing too hard, trying to get back to where they were in a position where they had no business being in, but moving the start time up. It does put a bitter taste in my mouth, personally. I have no horse in the fight. Really. I'm a Ryan Blaney fan. He's been damaged since the beginning. It just kind of stinks to see. And with so much on the line, a win and you're in with the playoff format, you got the top 3 all winless on the year, and more than likely all 3 of them in a must-win situation. That's tough. We'll see what's going to go down here. Still have not had a double file restart yet. And I swear, the calamity we've already seen, I could see this now being a situation where NASCAR's like, yeah, we'll go double file restart now. It's like, oh, as if this wasn't enough pandemonium. I don't know. We'll see. They do have the restart zone in turn 12, or just before it, kind of in the braking zone at turn 12, so it might help it a little bit. That hurt my fantasy team. It hurt my parlay. With Reddick getting knocked out there, I needed Reddick to beat Elliott, and he was 1 spot behind him, and Elliott was outside the top 20 the whole day. Larson's more than likely going to be Truex, and then the other one I would have had in that... Who else would I have had? I would have had... Looking at the leaderboard here... Chastain over Cindric. And Chastain was right around 18th, I think, earlier, but Cindric was outside the top 22, and now he's in 7th. So, I mean, that probably messed up every single better on NASCAR this weekend was them shortening this race up. That probably costed a lot of people money, including myself. It's BS, honestly. Kind of sucks. Start the race at noon. I know that I already mentioned that's not the problem. A little bitter in this situation. They wouldn't have been able to race at noon anyway. They tried to race the Xfinity race right around there, and they couldn't because of the rain, so. Well, the problem with SVG is if we get a double file restart, he's never seen that before in NASCAR. So, and we haven't even seen the Cup Series do this yet. It'd be new for every driver, but especially for him, especially in the top 10 this late in the race. Done a good job staying out of trouble, at least. And he's not racing for points like these other guys are, so he has no incentive to really push extremely hard trying to get all these positions back either, so good for him. They'll be heading to the restart this time by... It was their Grant Park 220, not the case anymore. Shorter distance. Into the Geico restart zone. Can Dillon stay with Haley? He hasn't been able to do that those last couple restarts. This time we'll see if he does. A little bit better for Austin Dillon. And we'll see if he has a chance into turn 1. Another single file restart as well. 15 laps to go. It's Chicago. Dillon close to the back bumper of the 31 car, really as close as he has been since restarting in second a few restarts ago. Pass for position made there in the back half of the top 10. It looked like, couldn't tell who that actually was making a pass for position. Locking to the tires for Haley really caused his front tires to chatter a ton that time, and that's not the first time he has locked the tires up. If he keeps doing that, he's going to be at risk of having a tire go down, and that could just hand this race over to Austin Dillon and Chase Elliott. Dillon on the attack, gets to the back bumper of Justin Haley, trying to move him out of the way in turn 6, but he's not going to be able to do so. Gibbs goes wide, almost hit the concrete part of the wall off the exit of that corner, as well as he battled Joey Logano for 5th. Pushing a little hard, trying to get to him. And instead ended up losing ground, and now Austin Cindric is trying to put the battle to Gibbs. SVG also in that battle with the 54. The treacherous turn 11, treacherous in this part of the race. One of the few slick corners still on the track from the rain earlier. Hasn't really rained since really about 5 to 10 laps into the race. Yeah, definitely hydroplane with the left side tires clipping that. And it's going to be harder for the leader going through there too, because it's going to be wetter for him than what it's going to be for everybody else who's splashing through that puddle on the way through behind him. Or anybody that really has more of a clean air advantage, not just the leader. And gaps built up between them. Big power slide in that right-handed turn 2 for Kyle Busch. Definitely something that costed him a little bit more time again as well. Something happened to Ty Gibbs a couple corners ago because he has dropped from 6th to 10th. Cindric now to 6th, SVG to 7th, Larson 8th, and Mike Dowell got by him on this lap. Again in turn 6, we'll see if Austin Dillon puts the charge to Haley. Got to his back bumper the last time. This time there's about a half a car length difference between the two. And we will be coming up on 13 laps to go this time by Haley. Very close to the wall exiting turn 10. Really big bumps in between turns 10 and 11 I've noticed as well. That could be another reason to get out of shape heading towards the puddles in 11 as well. Chase Elliott not really able to keep up with the 31 and the 3. Dillon hard into the outside wall. I believe he hit the inside wall in that final corner in turn 12 and then bashed the outside wall soon after. He's got major damage on that right front fender as he's trying to limp his car all the way back around. That's probably going to be a caution because there's no way he's going to get to pit road. He is on the front stretch, staying out of the way. We'll see if he'll circle back around to pit road once everybody gets their way through. But that car is all sorts of tore up. The left front fender is bent and caved in. He has messed up the suspension right around the left front wheel well. He hit the end of the tire wall, but he clipped the concrete wall pretty hard as well, which completely tore up the left front. But he also hit the inside wall of turn 12. He turned too hard, too early into the corner, and that's what sent him into the outside wall. Now there's a little bit of breathing room for Justin Haley, and that opens the door for Chase Elliott to get the second, Kyle Busch to third. And after all the drama Kyle Busch had early in the day, he may still keep that top 3 streak on road courses alive, trying to go for 4 in a row as he currently sits in the 3rd place position. Moves Cindric back into the top 5. We have, it looks like, SVG going to make the pass on Cindric that last lap for 5th place as well, so he is back in the top 5, and now SVG is the first driver on those slightly fresher tires than the rest of the field. Kyle Larson just behind him in 6th, also on the same strategy that 91 team is in. Problem is, again, 13 laps to go, and he had about a 5-second difference between himself and Justin Haley as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can run him down. He's going to have to hope for maybe more mistakes from the top 4. Obviously, Dillon having the problem he did in 2nd took him out of a potential shot to get a win. And with 13 laps to go, definitely a little too early to make that mistake for Austin Dillon. Just turned too early into the corner, missed the apex. Undercut it a little too much. Justin Haley has a 1.8 second lead over Chase Elliott right now. Kyle Busch is 3rd. Joey Logano 4th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 5th. Kyle Larson 6th. Austin Cindric 7th. Michael McDowell 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. And Eric Almirola is 10th. William Byron 11th. AJ Allmendinger in 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. Corey LaJoie 14th. And Denny Hamlin is 15th. Ryan Preece in 16th. Eric Jones 17th. Chase Briscoe 18th. Todd Gillen 19th. Ross Chastain is 20th. Kevin Harvick in 21st, Jenson Button 22nd, Christopher Bell 23rd, Josh Bilicki 24th, and Brad Keselowski's 25th. 26th place is Martin Truex Jr., Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 27th, Ty Dillon 28th, Andy Lally 29th, and Daniel Suarez is 30th. 31st, Bubba Wallace, Harrison Burton 32nd, Noah Gragson 33rd. Austin Dillon going to likely be out of the race now, so Blaney will pass him for position, as well as Reddick here in a couple laps. So Dillon currently in 34th, Reddick 2 laps down in 35th after hitting that tire wall, bringing out the most recent yellow. Ryan Blaney 36, also 2 laps down. Alex Bowman out of the race with the engine failure, so I'm sure Dillon will join that 48 car in the garage with all the damage to his race car. And it looks like Kyle Busch going to get passed by SVG, who's going to move his way to the 4th place position. Busch maybe let him go, realizing that that 91 car is a little bit quicker than him. Logano got passed by SVG and Larson that last lap as well. And SVG is the fastest car on the racetrack. That last lap dropped a 90.508. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the fastest lap anybody has ran today with just 12 laps to go. Harrison Burton also parked against the outside wall. Kevin Harvick sitting backwards on the racetrack after a spin, maybe from contact with the 21. Both those cars in a similar area of the racetrack. They're going to get going back in the right direction as the track is clear now. Harvick spins his car back around with a 360, and we continue to stay green. 11 laps to go at the line this time by. Justin Haley has the race lead by 1.4 seconds over Chase Elliott, who was just a bit quicker by about 0.4 of a second than Haley that last lap, closing the gap down between the top two. But again, SVG in 3rd is making a push here in the late going. And is the fastest car on the track. Again, he ran his fastest lap of the day 2 laps ago. He picked up again that last lap at 89.914. 2 of his fastest laps of the race, and the 2 fastest laps of the race that any driver has put down was put down by SVG those last 2 laps, and he may be the one to beat here in the late going if he can make a clean pass on Chase Elliott and Justin Haley. It looked like Truex came in hot, clipping Harvick, which turned him around. Didn't realize Truex was involved in that spin. He just got it going in the right direction a little bit quicker than the 4. And that was down in turn 1. Josh Bilicki just missed in that second spin for Truex here in the late going.
Orange. And then you see right there, brake lock up for the 21, the same thing. Into the tire pack, he was able to pull away, but you said it. Justin Haley leads. Chase Elliott second.
Take a quick break here with 10 to go, our last one of the race.
Flying a second a lap, now over a second a lap, running the leaders down with 10 to go.
Here he comes out of 5, he's setting up for 6, and he is outbraking the front 2. He is sending that car in about maybe 100 feet deeper than everyone else. He's cleared 6, he's headed downhill to Michigan Avenue in 7.
A great battle here for the lead. You got Haley, who's looking for his second Cup win. Chase Elliott, defending champion. SVG has a ton of championships, 3 Supercar championships. This is a great battle.
Said Chase Elliott defending champion. He didn't win the championship last year.
He's a really good road racer, but he has 2 great ones behind him.
And Dave, it looks like SVG is getting a little more aggressive.
When he was asked after qualifying 3rd for this race if he was feeling comfortable in this new-to-him race car, he said absolutely not. I am still learning every lap, but the 3-time champion from New Zealand has been learning well. And all through the day, even though he got caught back in traffic, he has been going forward. He's got 16-lap better tires than the 2 cars in front of him, and he thinks he can get them before this is over.
All of Australia and New Zealand, every motorsports fan over there at 11 a.m. right now are tuned in to see if Gisbergen can make the passes needed to be able to get the lead of this race as we close in on the finish. Right there on the back bumper of Chase Elliott off of turn 5. He's got a great run.
Justin Haley, Chase Elliott running for their lives right now. They look in the rearview mirror, and here's SVG looming larger. He's going to ease it into the corner, going to take a peek to the outside just for a moment. You're looking at SVG from Chase Elliott's car. Over the hill, downhill to 7, and right now he's looking for room to race.
A great battle here. You can see the pressure being put on. A little bit of contact. 91 into the back of the 9 on that previous corner. It's been since 1973. Mark Donahue won Riverside, that a road course ringer came in and took the trophy from these guys. SVG's got a shot.
Haley still out front. Chase Elliott right now almost blocking for Haley as SVG. That's Shane Van Gisbergen trying to get by the 9. He goes to the inside to take a peek. Not close enough, though, as they go into 1.
Here they come off the end of the front straightaway. He's looking for the right moment. Maybe perhaps a slip from Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott is conflicted right now. He's trying to go offense, but he's trying to play defense. He'll lose second as SVG is on the move. He'll take the spot.
Gisbergen now in second place. Zeroes in on Haley out front. Haley looks in the mirror and sees a new car. Does that add pressure? Does that push the 31 into a mistake? Look at how much the 91 gains. He's right on the back bumper now out of turn 5.
Here he comes.
Heading for the treacherous turn 6. Will Van Gisbergen make his move this time around? Looking to the outside. Going to really try to arc the corner off. He's really good rolling his car through the center. He's going to go undercut the center of the corner, gets a good drive off, but no chance to get around Justin Haley through these next couple of upcoming corners. No, he's going to go to the inside anyway. And the caution's out behind him as he takes the lead. Truex is in the tire wall somewhere around the racetrack. It looks like that may be turn 4. And with 8 to go, the caution is out. And the question is, who was leading at the time of the caution between Justin Haley and Shane Van Gisbergen? They were door-to-door when the yellow flag waved. It was tough to tell who was leading. And the caution flag is kind of what Justin Haley needed. That is going to save his race because he was about to get overtaken there. And even if he did, he's going to have a chance to get around him on the restart. As the caution waves with 8 to go as Truex is stuck. 3 spins for Truex here in these final 20 laps. Oh my goodness. We have never seen... I don't think we've ever seen a driver win in his first career NASCAR Cup start, at least in the modern era. I don't think that's ever been done. The only ones I could think of off the top of my head that were close to that was Trevor Bayne winning the 2011 Daytona 500 in his second career start. Jamie McMurray won in his second career start, filling in for the injured Sterling Marlin at Charlotte back in 2002. Kevin Harvick in 2001 won in his third career start after the Dale Earnhardt tragedy in the 500 that year. Harvick won at Atlanta, again in his third start. We've seen some other drivers win in a few starts into their career as well, but I don't think we've ever seen anybody ever win, at least in the modern era that I know of, in their first career NASCAR Cup Series race. We've seen it in the Xfinity Series, but that's different. I mean, this is the top level of NASCAR. This is unheard of. We've seen road course ringers come in the past, win races, but it's never in their first try. And that is why I didn't pick him to win this race today. But he is so smooth. He has turned it on late, and he has ran the fastest laps that anybody has ran all day on semi-older tires. It is really impressive what he has been able to do. Got fireworks going on in the background. I don't know if you guys can see them. I think they're just testing them because it's not completely dark out. And we may see fireworks here at the end of this race as we're set up with a late caution following Truex stuck in the tire wall right around turn 4. Unbelievable. Oh boy. We could see NASCAR history here today. Not just the driver getting his first career win, but in his first career NASCAR Cup start. I wonder, could you imagine if this brings him into NASCAR full-time going forward? I don't know how current he is with racing supercars still over in New Zealand, Australia. Like, I don't know what their contract stipulations, are, if he would be, contracted with them for the next few years. But could you imagine if this gets him a full-time ride at Trackhouse? Because if he does what he's doing on the road course today, he could win he can win a handful of NASCAR races every year on a road course. He would have to learn ovals. That'd be a little different for him, but they could at least qualify for the playoffs. I mean, obviously he wouldn't be eligible for the playoffs if he does win because he has not ran every race this season. So, and that 91 car will not be eligible for the owners' playoffs either because the 91 car has not ran every race this season either. So even though it's a non-charter car, that is not the reason he wouldn't qualify for the playoffs. It's because he hasn't made every start this year. So that is worth noting. Now, Justin Haley, who hasn't won yet, it was outside the top 20 points coming into the day. He needs a win to get in. Chase Elliott probably needs a win to get in, also outside the top 20 of points after missing 7 races this season, 6 due to a leg injury, in a snowboarding accident at the beginning of the year, and then that one race suspension he had for intentionally wrecking Denny Hamlin at I gotta think, what track was that? At Charlotte, yeah, in the 600. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It is down to the wire here in this one. 6 laps to go as of right now. We're going to have probably 4 or 5 to go in the restart. Our leaderboard does have Haley leading, so it looks like during the last scoring loop at the time of the caution, Justin Haley was leading. Right as Shane Van Gisbergen was taking the lead, the caution came out. Like, of the timing for cautions to come out, that was so inopportune, really, for Shane Van Gisbergen, because now he's going to have to play a little defense on this restart. He's got to make sure he keeps Chase Elliott behind him, that Chase doesn't get a good enough of a run to get back around that 91 car, on top of the fact that he's going to have to get by Justin Haley. Remember, these restarts still newer to him. He's gotten better on these single-file restarts, and if it stays single-file again, which I'd imagine it would, I don't think NASCAR is going to throw him through the ringer and get a double-file start here in the late going. Even though the track is mostly dry now, we're still seeing some issues from drivers on these slick tires. So I'd imagine it will still be a green flag pit stop. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Again, if you are new to the channel and are new to NASCAR, every weekend for the NASCAR Truck Xfinity Cup Series, we have live commentary streams. Truck Xfinity Series are kind of like lower series for drivers trying to work their way into the Cup, and then obviously the main event would be the Cup races every weekend. Races I go to in person, we have race highlight videos from the grandstand, so also for those to upload throughout the course of the year as well. The first ever Chicago street race is definitely going on with a bang, and it'll be interesting to see how the finish of this race will shape up here shortly.
Does he have a chance to hold off Shane Van Gisbergen? Justin Haley has one career win, and it came at really the biggest stage for NASCAR. It was at Daytona. There was a wreck. He was in front when the caution happened. You see him in the 77. And so, as everyone came to pit road, thinking that the possibility existed they were going to restart, lightning in the area, that severe weather caused him to call the race, and Haley was scored the winner. And so, win number 1. Now, could win number 2 be well earned if he's able to hold off the 91?
Well, you heard DJ talk about it, and it's not just the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett who has mentioned the talent that Justin Haley has. Now, I think of him instantly as like a super speedway racer, so maybe next week in Atlanta, just because he was so good at that discipline in the Xfinity Series. But he's had some real highlights, you know. Second year now with Colleague. There's Matt Colleague right there. He owns Colleague Racing that has cars that race both on Saturday in the Xfinity Series and Sunday here in the Cup Series. But I will tell you, if you said, hey, a Colleague car is leading here at a road course, I would have said AJ Allmendinger.
Yes.
Not Justin Haley, but Haley has done a very nice job. Dave.
So what a great opportunity for Shane Van Gisbergen and the 91 Project 91 car. It's his product of Trackhouse Racing. That's the team that entertainer Pitbull and Justin Marks co-own. This project was put together to get championship drivers from other areas to come in and race, be a part of NASCAR. I'm not sure anyone thought they could go to victory lane, but Shane Van Gisbergen certainly can because of his championship experience and now because of the experience he's had.
5 laps to go, upcoming on this restart. The lights are out of the pace car. They will be going green, and it is another single file restart. Will this be the final one of the day? Again, 5 laps of racing remains. Haley needs a good launch. The 91 has been the fastest car on the track here in the late going to this race as he has sliced and diced his way through the top 10 from that last restart. Can he do it with one more car, one more time? Green flag in the air as they exit off of turn 12, heading to the main straightaway to the start-finish line. Good launch for Justin Haley. He's about 3 car lengths ahead as they cross the checkered line, and now heading down into turn 1. Van Gisbergen is on the move and looking to close on Haley. He gains about a car length and a half back. Haley now trying to block his way into turn 2. Van Gisbergen to the inside and takes the lead. Off the exit of the corner, Justin Haley looking for the crossover. Trying to get to the back bumper of the 91 car. He's going to draft in line behind him. He's going to look to the inside. Haley's still there. He takes the lead back in turn 3. And another crossover by the 91 into turn 4. And Van Gisbergen is back out in front again. What a battle back and forth go the 31 and the 91. And Van Gisbergen is out in front. Haley in second still. Chase Elliott sits in line in third. And with 4.5 laps to go, will we see history in the NASCAR Cup Series? Larson to the inside of Kyle Busch, further back. Busch almost tags the wall off of turn 6 where he had troubles earlier in the day. Larson will make the pass for 4th place. Logano also looking to move up a position on McDowell as they're in the top 10. Logano up to P7. More passing, I think, in today's race than what anybody could have imagined, including myself. From the content of racing standpoint, pretty good, even by street race standards. Probably exceeding my expectations, but needless to say, it is the story, I think, that is going to take over this race with a lot of eyes on the sport this weekend. And now just 4 laps away from victory for Shane Van Gisbergen. In his first career NASCAR Cup start, the age of 34. I don't even think he ever ran any truck or Xfinity races as far as I know. He just jumps in the Cup car this weekend. He's ready to go. He ran top 10 all day, and even with the cycling of pit stops putting him outside the top 10, he missed a couple of wrecks that happened in front of him to get back up in contention where he had been pretty much 3rd or 4th most of this day, really 2nd through 4th most of the day. It does stink he couldn't battle Christopher Bell for the win. Bell has made his way back to 21st, who dominated the first 2/3 of the race, winning the 2 stages before the field flip. But Bell pushed a little too hard and put himself into a problem. Van Gisbergen did not. He pushed hard and he was able to capitalize off of it, and he is running away with this thing as we come up on 3 laps to go this time by. Haley put up a fight on that restart. Showed an impressive work to get past the 91, just for the 91 to get past him again, but great job by Justin Haley making that a good, clean battle. Oh, Haley might have clipped the inside wall just a little bit, it looked like in turn 10. On that left-hander, there were some sparks flying there. I don't know if he clipped the wall or maybe it was the car bottoming out through a bump on the racetrack. He still remains in second. Car seems to be running fine. Chase Elliott is still right there, but he just can't put the pressure on Haley. 91 car leads, 3 laps to go. We do have to get to the white flag. They're showing the list of drivers who have won in their first career NASCAR starts, and like I mentioned, nobody's ever done it in the modern era in their first career start, so that's what I thought. Johnny Rutherford, Marvin Burke, Leon Sales, Harold Kite, Jack White, and Jim Roper have all won in their first career NASCAR starts, but all from 1963 and before. The modern era began in 1972 in NASCAR. And we have not seen anybody ever in the modern era win in their first career NASCAR start, so history could be made today. I was going to say, I cannot recall that happening. I tend to think I have a pretty good NASCAR history knowledge. A lot of you guys have probably seen that with the Sporkle trivia we've had this weekend, too. And we were kind of going through the ringer on some of those, but this would be a first. He's got a 1.4 second lead. Now, Haley, that first lap after the restart, he did start to lose time. He's picked the pace up a little bit, maybe able to follow that 91's line a little bit and figuring out exactly where he is running. But whatever the case is, he is putting on an absolute clinic in this third entry Trackhouse racing car. Again, this car is not running the full schedule. This team is not running the full schedule, and you may have been able to see that as a result of how this thing has gone so far, because he was losing spots on pit road earlier. That pit crew is not a pit crew that is servicing the race cars during Cup races every race weekend, so a little rusty. They lost a few spots here and there in the pits, especially during caution, but again, Van Gisbergen puts the team on his back, got his way to the front of the field. He's got 2 laps away from getting to the end of this race. Needs to see the white flag as soon as possible. That would signify that the next flag would end the race, whether it is the yellow or the checker. Stenhouse is in the tire wall. And if he can't get, he's backing out of it. He can't get out of it. He's stuck. Oh no. Turn 1. Stenhouse is stuck in the outside wall, and we have a caution again. Major damage on the front of Bubba Wallace's race car as well. Might have had contact with the 47. That is the most damage we've seen on a car all day today. And we are headed to an overtime finish. Oh my gosh. Bubba Wallace, oh my goodness. Yeah, so he was sliding sideways and then actually hit the driver's side door of Stenhouse's car, which knocked him into the tire wall. So that's where the damage on the 23 came. Stenhouse had nothing to do with that incident there. Innocent bystander after Wallace overcooked the corner. It's kind of weird how that straightened Wallace's car back out again. He kind of clipped the inside wall at the left rear corner panel, which straightened him out a little bit when he was sliding to the right. If Stenhouse wasn't there, he would have hit almost identical to how Andre Castro hit in the Xfinity race yesterday. Same corner, too. It was almost the same thing that Andre Castro did in the Xfinity race where he locked it up going into turn 1 and would have hit driver's side door first. So that took a lot of the big blow out of the 23 car. That would have been a pretty hard hit otherwise. Oh, my goodness. So we are headed to an overtime finish here. We are going past the schedule. Well, we're technically still not to the scheduled distance because the scheduled distance was 100 laps. But needless to say, we are still in the sight of getting a green flag finish in here. Shane Van Gisbergen is currently a race leader after battling Justin Haley back and forth on that last restart to get to the lead. And we are going to have at least one more restart. Now, the way NASCAR overtime works, for a lot of the new people watching, if you are not familiar with NASCAR racing, is that if a caution comes out with 2 or more laps to go, if you run past what is determined the scheduled distance, which again was moved to lap 75, it is deemed overtime. What that means is we get unlimited attempts at a green flag finish. But if the race leader gets to the white flag, which signifies the last lap of the race, and a caution comes out, the race is over. But if we have a caution with, say, 2 laps to go on a repeated basis, we just keep having restarts until we can get to the white flag. Now, usually in the Cup Series, we don't see more than 2 or 3 at the very most. Most cases, we don't even see more than 1, but in road course situations in years past, we have kind of seen like 2 or 3 of them. Hopefully, we don't see that. We saw that with COTA this year. I think we had 2 or 3 overtime restarts. And hopefully we don't see ridiculousness here. But Stenhouse was stuck in the turn 1 wall after contact from the 23. So, that is why we are under caution. It was a legitimate yellow. Stenhouse was trying to back out of it. We've seen cars get stuck under that tire wall today. Hate to see it. Hopefully the 91 can hang on and get the win nonetheless. So we will have a green-white checker finish here. 2 laps to go. Has the 91 car number ever gone to victory lane in the Cup Series 2? I'm kind of curious about that. Not that I could ever remember, but it might not be impossible. I really hope this race finishes before fireworks go on in the background, because it might be a little... That'd be awesome if the fireworks happened as soon as the checker flag flew, honestly. That'd be pretty cool. Pick up on the mic. All right. They were testing them out a little bit ago, if you guys heard them going on. Sorry if I haven't shouted any newcomers into the chat here over recent laps. So be sure, again, to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the road to 5,000 likes. Our scheduling for next weekend, which I'll pull up here real quick while we're still under caution, waiting for the restart. Oh, that's this week's schedule. Hang on. So our live commentary schedule for next weekend's NASCAR racing. The NASCAR Xfinity and Cup Series will be at Atlanta. Next Sunday, our live commentary stream will begin at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time next Sunday evening from the Atlanta Motor Speedway Super Speedway Pack Racing race. And that will definitely be an interesting one to watch. The first Atlanta race was pretty good this season. One of the better races of the year, I thought. Unique style of racing, to say the least. Saturday for the Xfinity Series race, that live commentary stream will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the Truck Series is on a road course next week at Mid-Ohio, just about an hour and a half south of where I live. I will not be at that race, but I'll be giving you guys live commentary for that one. That is an early afternoon race on Saturday, and our live commentary coverage will begin at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So again, just to preface, 1:30 Eastern Standard start time for next week's Truck Series commentary. Mid-Ohio road course event there. Same place that IndyCar was actually at earlier today. Our Xfinity Series race on Saturday as well will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so a doubleheader with the Truck and the Xfinity. And then our Cup Series live commentary stream on Sunday will begin at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time with our pre-race show. Heading to an overtime restart here. Waiting to see if we have NASCAR history with Shane Van Gisbergen potentially getting his first career Cup win in his first career start. Again, nobody has ever won their first race in the NASCAR Cup Series in the first career start in modern era history.
Copy. Is it the 31 then the 9 again? Correct.
And then they talked to him about an issue he thought he had when the caution came out. He thought he had a motor problem. He reported data back to the team as he could. A lot of things went through Shane's mind then, and the crew chief told him, Darian Grubb said, don't get paranoid. Your car is fine. Steve, these drivers have heard things clicking in their cars or clanking in their cars when they're on the way to victory. Shane's trying to get that out of his head and hold off the guys behind him.
Well, the man has won 80 supercar races, 3 championships, so he is a closer without a doubt. Left drive and right drive, real simple. Where do you sit? Anybody that's ever been to England, they sit on the wrong side of the car. That's what we say. Well, so think about that. He's shifting with his right hand in that supercar, shifting with his left. So
that's insane that he's able to make that transition as quick.
Change for him, but he has really adapted and adapted quickly. Now he has to adapt to NASCAR overtime. One good thing in his corner, the single file restarts that we've seen all day will make it a whole lot easier than if it was double file.
Yes, that is true.
But there's still 12 very tricky corners in front of him and a bunch of hungry drivers behind him.
Yeah, you mentioned the restart rules and the overtime. And Steve, the other question is Haley and Elliott, do they have enough fuel?
Well, it's going to be very close, right? Because these laps, once we go into overtime, they don't really count towards the distance of the race. So Haley and Elliott, 45 laps on the tank. Now, a bunch of that is yellow, but still, do you get a little stumble? Does it not pick up? That could be an advantage for the 91. It could be a detriment to someone like Larson, right? Does he hit him in the back, or does he get by? We've seen some good lap times out of Larson. You wonder if he could clear them quickly. Could he challenge?
All right, DJ, Brad, do you guys think the 91 rises to the occasion?
This is phenomenal. I mean, you guys have documented what you've seen. We haven't seen this before. Somebody come in and be as aggressive and as dominant as what he has been coming up through the pack. That was so impressive getting to the front.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I had the good fortune of having a V8 supercar driver in my car, in Marcus Ambrose, and won some Xfinity races for my race team. So I know how talented these young men are. So we're going to watch a great one here, Rick.
And when the restart happens, overtime rules are they will go 2 laps. If they get back to the white flag without a caution, then the next flag that flies would end the race, and they will go to video to determine who is in front if that comes into question. And you see the city street lights, they are on. And
heading towards the restart zone in the final corner in turn 12. Leading the race from the restart zone for the first time is the 91 of Van Gisbergen. He is out in front. Green flag is in the air. Great launch. He's got a car length lead over Justin Haley. Can Haley have a chance to get him back? I'm sure he'll send it hard into turn 1. Looked like Elliott a little harder into the corner than the 31 car. The 31 loses ground and the 9 catches up to Haley just a bit more. Field going to make their way through that first turn cleanly. Now into turn 2. SVG holds on to the race lead. Haley trying to stay in the draft down the longest on-throttle time portion on this racetrack. Fastest area of the track where we've seen speeds over 160 miles per hour this weekend. Into the tight turns 4 and the tightest corner in turn 5. Off the exit, they're going to be headed towards turn 6. Van Gisbergen now 5 car lengths out ahead of Haley. Into one of the only 2 sharp left-handed corners. They'll make their way out of there into turn 7. Everybody is still good as we continue to stay green. Big battle for second place. Kyle Larson trying to get by his teammate Chase Elliott for third as well, on the same strategy as what that 91 car was on. Van Gisbergen still a 3 to 4 car length lead at best over Justin Haley through turn 10. It looked like Haley closed the gap just a little bit that last corner. Working to get the power down off of turn 12. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go for Shane Van Gisbergen. Final lap of the race. Caution comes out. The race will be over. And the field will be frozen based off the caution. So this is it. Shane Van Gisbergen has a 7/10 of a second lead at the line. Justin Haley, again, within about 3 to 4 car lengths through turns 1 and 2. Longest on-throttle portion of the track. Haley needs to stay in the draft if he's going to want any sort of a chance to get to Van Gisbergen, but Van Gisbergen back to the throttle so much quicker again. Haley locking the tires up into turn 4 as he's done a handful of times in the late going to this race. He's going to hang on to it into turn 5. And he actually was able to gap Elliott off the exit of the corner there, so Elliott got to pursue a little harder in these closing corners of the racetrack if he's going to want a chance to get up to P2. Van Gisbergen works his way through turn 6. And now into the right-hander in turn 7. Once again, just a few corners to go for the 91. Less than a half a lap away from victory in his first career NASCAR Cup race. Trackhouse Racing will win back-to-back races with Ross Chastain winning at Nashville a week ago. Crowd on their feet and cheering for Shane Van Gisbergen in the turn 11 corner. And headed for pay dirt into turn 12 and headed towards the main straightaway. Checkered flag will be waving for the Aussie. Shane Van Gisbergen is a winner in the NASCAR Cup Series. First career start, an unbelievable upset, and one for the history books. Justin Haley is going to finish in second, Chase Elliott third, Kyle Larson fourth, and Kyle Busch from a spin on lap 3 comes back to finish fifth. Austin Cindric with a 6th place run, Michael McDowell 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10. Denny Hamlin 11th, Eric Almirola 12th, William Byron 13th, Corey LaJoie 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, Eric Jones will finish 16th today, AJ Allmendinger 17th, Christopher Bell 18th, Todd Gilliland 19th, Chase Briscoe 20th, Jenson Button ends up 21st, 22nd was Ross Chastain, Josh Bilicki 23rd, Brad Keselowski 24th, Noah Gragson 25th, Indy Lally 26th, Daniel Suarez 27th, Tyler Reddick 28th, Kevin Harvick 29th, Harrison Burton 30th. Last car in the lead lap was Bubba Wallace in 31st. Martin Truex Jr. finished lap down at 32nd. Ryan Blaney lap down 33rd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. lap down at 34th. Ty Dillon on back DNF. The last 3 cars. 35th will be the place finish for Ty Dillon. Austin Dillon ends up 36th with that late incident while running in second. Tough break for him. And Alex Bowman had the engine failure and will finish in 38 laps down. 2 hours, 50 minutes, 44 seconds total time on the race today. 60.12 miles per hour was the average race speed. And we had a total of 5 different drivers who led a lap today. 8 lead changes amongst those 5 drivers, 9 cautions, an overtime finish, even though the finish was still short of the scheduled distance of 100 laps, moved up due to potential darkness. And right as the sundown time is approaching here within these next 15 to 20 minutes in the Chicago, Illinois area, we have seen a checkered flag in our first ever Chicago street course race. A race to remember for many different reasons. What a win. You'll get to hear finishing, interviews from the top finishers in today's race in our post-race interview. I'll play that for you through the NBC broadcast, so don't go anywhere. And we will wrap up some of the other predictions, how they went throughout the course of the race, the Fantasy League, see who came out on top as well as other things. So, again, don't go anywhere. We've got some post-race interviews and more for you guys in our post-race show that will stay live for about another 15 minutes or so. We'll see how his burnout skills are. Pretty good. It looks good.
Columbus Drive has never seen such an impressive show of power.
America, Shane Van Gisbergen. What a run for this young man. I was talking with his good buddy, fellow Kiwi, and IndyCar driver Scott McLaughlin. He said he's one of the smartest race car drivers I've ever had to compete against. And I think he's ready for a little celebration. Let's be honest, Shane. When this deal came together, did you honestly feel like this was possible?
No, of course not, but you always dream of it, and thank you so much to the Trackhouse team and Hans Health, Project 91. Man, what an experience in the crowd out here. Like, this was so cool, and it's what you dream of, so hopefully I can come and do more.
What were you telling yourself on those final few restarts?
Well, when we had that bad strategy back to 18th, I started to worry a bit, but had some full sends on some people, and the racing was really good. Everyone was respectful, and it was tough, but a lot of fun.
It's Monday back in Auckland, but I'm sure there's a party going on at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What would your message be to all those young drivers back there in Australia and New Zealand?
Oh, anything is possible, but you know, the fans in Australia and New Zealand, the response this week and the coverage has been, I can't explain it, like the response and the support I've got from everyone, and even over here, how welcoming everyone is. I can't believe it. Dream come true.
So you know everybody's going to want you to drive their car now. Are you up for a full-time Cup ride if you want?
I'm doing one more year in Oz, and then I'd love to come over here.
There you go, 1 more year in Australia, and then he might come Cup racing with us, Rick. Look at this crowd here on the front stretch in Chicago, and the fans in the stands as well. SVG gets the win. The Kiwi is a Cup winner.
And a popular one at that, as Shane Van Gisbergen will be heading to Ruoff Victory Lane.
Hopefully we get more interviews from some of the other top finishers of today's race. We've gone through the finishing results as well as some other race statistics. Time to take a look at how all the predictions shaped out in this one. Honestly, my predictions were looking nearly spot on through the first two-thirds of this race. Unfortunately, when they moved the start time up and it flipped the field, that really hurt all the must-have picks for my write-ins for top 10s. I took Reddick to win. He was running third, and he ends up 28th. Christopher Bell was leading, won the first two stages of the race. He ended up finishing 18th as a result. And the other must-have would have been Kyle Larson, who did finish fourth, so he still got that. So I ended up 1 for 2 there. Sleeper pick still hit pretty hard on that one. I had Shane Van Gisbergen as a lock in for a tie 10 at least, but I did not think he was going to win today's race. I don't think any NASCAR fans could have expected something like that to happen. Again, we have never seen anybody ever in the modern era win in the first career starts, and there's been so many road course ringers to have tried this before, and they'll get the win, like Juan Pablo Montoya, Formula One champion in 2007, won in his rookie season. It wasn't in his first career start, and he did run part-time on the road courses the year before, but he didn't win in his first career start. He ended up winning later down the road. A.J. Allmendinger, of course, coming over from IndyCar. Took him till 2014 to finally get his first win in the road course. Marcus Ambrose, they mentioned a bunch of Xfinity Series wins in his career, a couple of road course wins at Watkins Glen. Also, of course, from the same background that Shane Van Gisbergen is in, and Ambrose with a couple Cup wins, but it took him a few years before he was finally able to break through the victory lane as well. So this is not something that comes easily. And even with the field flip and the odds probably stacked against him in the closing laps, he really turned it on late, put on a show, running the fastest laps anybody had ever ran this weekend, really, in those closing laps, including himself. Crazy stuff. So he ends up with he was a sleeper pick, but he ended up getting the win. I did not think he was going to win. I predicted him to run 4th through 7th most of the day, which, I mean, he was for stage 2 for the most part. At the very beginning of the race in the rain, he was like 2nd or 3rd. And just, again, he turned it on. He found something there late going. I don't know if they made, the perfect adjustment, or he just had the confidence out of seemingly nowhere, probably a little bit of both, that helped him there in that final stretch. So he was one of the sleeper picks. The other one, Michael McDowell, ended up finishing at 7th, so he got a top 10 as well. And then my third sleeper pick would have ended up being A.J. Allmendinger, who ended up finishing 17th, unfortunately. And he was top 10 before that field flip, too. He was pretty much 7th through 10th most of this race today. don't have picks for drivers who I chalked up to not have top 10 finishes at the end of this race here in this one. Had Kevin Harvick finishing outside the top 10. He had a couple spins in this one. Ran outside the top 20 pretty much all day, even with the field flip. Ended up finishing 29, so it was right there. Daniel Suarez was the other sleeper pick, not AJ Allmendinger, by the way. I apologize on that. Suarez finished 27, so he was outside the top 10 anyway. So either way, I was still 2 for 1 there. Did not have AJ. I don't know why I said that. The other don't have picks that I predicted not to get a top 10 finish for Chase Elliott ended up third. He was outside the top 20 all day until that field inverse and pretty much sat third the rest of the race. Got the second there initially before the 91. Got around him in the late going. And then the other one, which I'm trying to look for, Ross Chastain finished 22nd, so I was right on that. And even with the field flip, he never really cycled back up towards the front of the field. He pretty much stayed right where he ran most of the day, which was between 15th and just outside the top 20. Here's Justin Haley, who finished second.
Sucks. Obviously, where we are right now, we don't have we aren't in position to win every week. So coming that close, obviously, is not what you want. But just really proud of everyone at College Racing, and what an awesome event. Can't wait to come back next year.
Once your crew chief Trent told you were okay on fuel, what clicked in your head then to just try and go get it? Because you had no idea where Van Gisbergen was.
Yeah, I mean, I was really struggling under the braking zones. Feel like I could get off the corner better than anyone, but what are you going to do? You had 16-lap pressure tires. Just strategy, and I feel like I put us behind yesterday, putting it in the tire barrier, and then from there it just kind of trickles and whatnot. But what is there to be disappointed about, So we'll go to Atlanta next week, try our best. Appreciate College Racing, Matt Colley, Chris Rice for giving me this opportunity, and trying to make the best of it.
And Justin Haley showed what a good street racer he really is today.
Yeah, they're still trying to get the car restarted. Maybe burned it down a little too much there on that celebration.
It's done its job at this point.
Well, Progressive NASCAR America Post-Race Show coverage continuing on Peacock. Let's bring in our guys that were up on their perches throughout this entire race and give us an overall view of the street race in Chicago.
Rick, it was amazing. Wow, unbelievable. Earlier today, we didn't know if we were going to get going today, but I would say this is a big success. Pete Pistone and I are going to have a lot to talk about on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio tomorrow morning. Thumbs up. This was spectacular and something to remember for a long, long time. Dale Jr., what about you?
I wonder how Gisbergen will rank this in his own career. 3 Bathurst 1,000 wins among his many Supercar wins. Just a dream night, dream evening for him, as he said. And what will Justin Marks do next with this 91? Got some more road course races coming up. Who else might we see in this car with the potential to come in here and shock the sport?
Justin Marks has been willing to shake up the sport, do things differently, and he's had success doing it. And I got to tell you something. The industry, NASCAR, Chicago, the teams, everybody involved having the courage to do something different. Come to the streets of Chicago. Whoever questions that race, that was a good race. It was fun. It was a great time. Congratulations to everybody, because that was a fun few days here in Chicago.
And I want to mention Julie Giesi's name. She is the president of this street course race for NASCAR to come in here and do what they've been able to do. I'll echo the sentiments that we just heard. Resounding yes, this was a huge success.
And thank you to the Chicago fans, because there were a lot of reasons weather-wise why today wouldn't be the day that you would come to Grant Park and see your first ever NASCAR race, but they did. They filled the place top to bottom, every straightaway, every fence line, and that is what really set the stage for this amazing performance by this driver.
Not only the straightaways and the trees, the light poles, but also in the buildings surrounding the whole course. You had people on the roofs. You had people looking through the windows.
All right, time to look at how the fantasy team did and what the fantasy league ended up shaping up. You can go on the NASCAR mobile app or website, go to the fantasy section. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season if you win our regular season or playoff championship. All tickets are included excluding the Daytona 500 for next season. So you can pick any race you want to go to outside of that. If you want to go to the Chicago Street Course race, I guess that's up there on the option table as well. But yeah, you get to pick if you do end up winning either or both of the championships. You get a chance, if you win both of them, to pick either 2 races or 4 tickets to one race. I'll leave that option up to you, whatever is more feasible for you. But regardless of the fact, this week on my team, I had Shane Van Gisbergen. I figured, like I said, that he was going to have a good day running top 10. I just didn't think he was going to get the win. And he did. And I believe he had more points than anybody else in today's race as a result, because he did have 15 stage points along the way as well. Christopher Bell, who did score more stage points than anybody, unfortunately ended up finishing 18th. Still had 39 points overall. Not a bad day, but not a great finish for Bell, who probably, it would have been a lot closer of a battle watching the 91 and the 20 go back and forth late in the race, because Haley didn't really have anything for Shane at the end. But whatever the case is there, needless to say, ended up fantasy-wise working out for me, I guess, in the end. Michael McDowell had a top 10 finish, ended up finishing in 7th. AJ Allmendinger finished outside the top 10, unfortunately. His teammate Justin Haley definitely outran him at the end of the race. Allmendinger, though, was outrunning him for most of the day leading up to the inverse of the field there with the shortening of the race. Tyler Reddick, unfortunately, was in 4th, pushed it too hard trying to get out in front. It would have been cool to see the 45 and the 91 also battle, but Reddick just made a mistake on his own, trying to get up there a little too quick. He had 13 laps and just pushed it a little too hard at that point in time. And as a result, ended up finishing outside the top 25, if I remember correctly, 28th. 26th I see on here. So 26th place position for Tyler Reddick, unfortunately, in this one. No, I was right. Yeah, 28th. I was looking at the total points there. So yeah, 28th place finish for Tyler Reddick. Daniel Suarez was in my garage. I ended up making the right pick for him to be in my garage. He had a little bit of damage after getting into the wall in turn 1 right at the end of stage 2. He finished 27th, which wasn't as good as, or was a little bit better than Reddick by 1 spot, but Reddick had more stage points, so Reddick overall had a better point stay than Suarez, so at least made the right call on my fantasy team there at the end of that stage. The bonus points, I was looking to sweep 4 for 4. The inverse happened, and I only ended up hitting 2 of the 4. Allmendinger beat Suarez, and then I had Larson beating Truex, Larson finishing 4th, Truex in 32nd. Allmendinger 17th versus Suarez is 27th. The 2 that I missed, it was looking like I was going to get. Again, Elliott was outside the top 20 all day, ended up 3rd, which is going to help him in the point standings because he needed that, especially those stage points today. Tyler Reddick, who was in the top 3 all day, unfortunately finished 28th. And then Cindric, who's outside the top 20 all day, finished 6th. I picked Chastain to beat him, who finished 22nd. I will say Chastain wasn't outrunning Cindric by much throughout the course of the day. With the late race pandemonium, if we would have saw that in a potential full race, it probably could have swung either way. Still, it wasn't a lock-in Chastain was going to beat him, but obviously it was a lock-in Cindric was going to beat Chastain as long as he stayed out of trouble in his late race restarts once the field got flipped. Chastain wasn't on that same pit strategy, so that's why he did not stay out of the pits during those final stops of the day. The rest of the Fantasy League, War Given Buckeye Racing Team ends up finishing in first this week with 208 points, beating me by 1 point. I ended up in second with 207. P-Chat Motorsports ended up third this week with 198 points. Nathan Powers with 197 finishes fourth, and Derek Booth rounds out our top 5 for the Chicago Street Course Race weekend with 196 points, again in 5th place. I want to see who War Given Buckeye Racing Team had on his team in the league. Coming into the week, he ended up having Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Shane Van, Christopher Bell, and Michael McDowell on his team. So outside of the fact that he had Larson in his garage at the end, I'm surprised he didn't put Larson in for Hamlin. He must have forgot to because Larson was outrunning Hamlin all day. Hamlin got into that wall early, and he never was running back in the top 10 after that. Was pretty much 11th through 14th most of the day, and ended up finishing around there in 11th, but Larson ended up, again, finishing in the 4th place position. So he missed out on points there. He still won the week, but could have won by even more. Bonus points, he had Cindric over Chastain. That's what flipped it, too. I mean, I could have dominated fantasy this week if it would have went the other way. Oh, my goodness. AJ Allmendinger ended up finishing ahead of Suarez. He had that. And then he failed on the other 2 picks, having Reddick ahead of Elliott like I did, and Truex over Larson. I picked Reddick to win. It's unfortunate that all 3 races I picked Reddick to win in these last few weeks. Had cars to do it. was running up towards the front and just, whether it's something out of his control with his pit crew not securing the right rear tire on his race car last week, this week the field flip and then got spun on a late restart while running in the top 10, which wasn't really in contention to win at Sonoma when I picked him, but was running top 10 all day. So, dang, I mean, he's going to break through soon. I mean, he's been so close these last few races, and we got more road courses coming up here over the summer months with Indy and Watkins Glen in August, and then obviously more mile and a halves yet this season. We're at 45, and really Toyota as a whole has been strong also. So that wraps up that portion. I think we've gotten through everything during this live stream, so appreciate everybody that stuck it out. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We had up almost 155 people watching at one point in time in this race. I believe this is the third most watched live commentary stream of the season, only behind the Daytona 500 and the Indianapolis 500 last month, or at least Memorial Day weekend. So, again, greatly appreciate the support you guys have given me here today, even with the slightly later start time. And hopefully you guys tune in for more races to come if you are new, and if you are returning, I'm sure I can't wait to see you again next week. Again, triple header for the live commentary next week. Our Truck Series commentary stream will begin at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday afternoon. They will be racing at Mid-Ohio Motorsports Park. Road course race there, so if you like the racing today, you'll probably like that race next week. And then Super Speedway racing, which most NASCAR fans tend to like as well, with Atlanta for the Xfinity and the Cup Series races next week as well. The Xfinity race, our live commentary, will also be on Saturday. That will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so a bit of a gap between the truck and the Xfinity races, but again, doubleheader on Saturday there. And then our start time for Sunday next week for the Cup race will be at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Remember, it is a night race next Sunday for Atlanta, being down south in the middle of the summer. Good call by NASCAR to make that a night race, because I'm sure it was scorching hot there in the sun last year when they ran during the day. If I didn't shout you out throughout the course of this race, I apologize. We had so many people in the chat there at the very end of this one, and there was a lot going on with Shane Van Gisbergen pulling off the upset, winning his first career NASCAR Cup race, first career start, first time ever that has happened in the modern era in the NASCAR Cup Series. History was made in more ways than one with their first ever Chicago street race. I hope they go back next year. If they do, good chance I'll be there. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Hopefully have a good rest of your night. If I don't see you during the streams during the week, have a happy 4th of July if you live in the States, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks for watching, everybody.